Hello everyone, I am Hafiz Javed Iqbal and welcome to my YouTube video. So in this video, we will build a complete full stack application, e-commerce application. Basically, it will be an e-commerce using Nuxt 3, Vue 3, TypeScript, and for UI, we will use the Shadcn view. This is 10 hours long video. Yes, 10 hours long video, a full step-by-step guide how basically you can build this type of application. We will be using other libraries as well. So for image management, we will use the Cloudinary. We will be doing the form validation on client side and server side, both sides, using the Zod. We will be using the Nuxt Auth utils for authentication management, and we will use the eraser basically for planning and basically the whole wireframing stuff and much more. By the way, we will be also using the Stripe for payment integration. Because so let's dive basically come to the video. First we will start from the demo, and then basically we will start from the basically the coding part. So this will be our home page. Here we will have the cart and the simple nav bar. Currently user is not logged in, so here we don't have any items, but once user is logged in, we will have the different menu items here. Then a simple hero section. If I click on shop collection, I will be redirected to the products page. Here we have all the products and with different stuff, and if I hover on that, I can preview this product. If I click on that, this is how it will look like. We will have the complete details: product name, the price, the size, and the color. I close that, and let's open the product which has kind of more basically images, so we can also see the different images. If I click on that, now we have different image. So this is how it will look like. And if I add items to the cart, now here we have the real time. If I add this item to cart as well, now we have two. So by the way, we will have the local storage for this, so we will be saved. We will save these items in the local storage. If I refresh that, still we have two items, and we can also filter based on the selection. Let's select the medium, no products found. Let's select the, in case of extra small, now we have this extra small. Let's click the extra large. Here we have the extra large items. Let's click white. This is extra large plus white. So if I click on black, so no found items found. You can also, now if I click on clear filters, all the items will be basically cleared, and here we will have the all of the products. So even for categories, it will work. Category 3, it will work. Category 1, it will work. So we will have all the products based on the selection, and whenever we will change that, it will be updated real time. Let's clear the filters, and now let's check the cart page. So this is how it will look like. Order summary. By the way, I implemented this. You don't have to be, because in e-commerce there is no need of basically to log in in order to something purchase. That's not the core purpose. We are adding the login functionality and auth related functionality for admin purpose. So that's why we have this. Now let's enter the checkout, and here we can enter our information. I can enter random emails and numbers because it's the test. Here I can say 424242, and here I can enter the month number, the CV, and here I can enter the name. Here I can enter the address, this one, and let's do the pay. Okay, this is wrong, so I have to say 424242. Yeah, now this will work. If I do the pay, yes, it's working. Keep in mind it should be test mode, and it is now redirecting me to the home, basically our application, and here we have the success one and payment completed. So it means we have this order. So now in order to check that, we have to go to the admin page, and if I try to go to the admin page, it will redirect me to the login page because I'm not logged in. So that's why. Now let's also see the registration and login process. If I try to log in with some random email which doesn't exist, it will give me the user not found. So it means I have to register that. I can register that, and if I click on that's again I can say Afzal, and here I can enter this email which we created, and if I now do the register, if I refresh that, now I'm logged in, and here basically I'm only seeing this Afzal. I'm not seeing, even if now I again try to log in, go to the admin page, I will be again redirected to the login page. Why? Because Afzal is not the admin. So for admin functionality, I added the GitHub. So let's log in with the GitHub, and now here we have the admin menu because GitHub user is the admin user, and here now we have all the page, the analytics page. So let's see all of the basically page one by one. If I go to the analytics page, I have to refresh, and here I am in the admin page. Here we will have all the revenue, total revenue, the total sales, and the products currently in the stock, and here we will have the graph. Now let's go go to the sizes page. We're in the size page. Here we have all the existing size. Now we also have the filtration. So let's filter small. Now here we have all the small items. Let's filter medium. Here we have medium items. We will have the pagination as well. Pagination will work basically once we have all the 10 items, more than 10 items, then this button will be active. We can basically in the menu item, we can copy the ID, basically this size ID. We can edit this. Let's click on edit. Now we try to edit the medium part, and here we are in the edit page, and these fields are pre-filled. Now if I try to remove something, and now this size is required, so we will have the form validation as well. So let's enter the size name. I can say medium, and then I can enter the edit. And now let's try to save change. We are in the back sizes page, and this now size is edited. We can also delete that size. If I try to delete, we will have this confirmation dialog. If I enter the cancel, nothing will happen. If I click again delete, and if I try to continue, deleted size, and this gets updated real time. Yes, it will. I will tell you how we can implement this basically using the Nuxt. And then if I try to go to the categories page, and we also have we can add the new category. We can add basically we can edit the category, we can delete the category, and same will be happen with the colors. For colors, this is how our UI will look like. I will create the circle based on this color code. Let's add the new color, and I can show you this different UI for colors panel selection. So here let's add new color. I can say gray, and here in color, this is how our color selection will look like. For gray, let's select this one, and I can say okay. And now let's create the color. So here now see we have this different code for colors, and also color create added. Basically we can also delete that, and then we will have the products. For products, we will use all the purpose basically for all the archive, the featured, the price, the category. Let's add the product, and I will show you this how it will look like. So for image management, we will be using the Cloudinary to upload our images to the Cloudinary, and then in the database we will be storing the URL of that image. So first of all, let's try to create the product without entering any information. We have these all type of form validation errors. So first let's upload the image. I can come to the unsplash, and here let's connect the unsplash. I can say sample product. If I enter that, by the way, all of these features and the category sizes, they will be admin protected. So unless you are not admin, you won't be able to add anything. So let's add this breakfast because I didn't have breakfast so far. So let's create, and here I can small upload, and now we have the image. We can enter multiple images as well. I can say product 7. I can enter the price 500. I can select the category. I can select category 2. Let's select the size. I can say large. I can select the color white, and let's also do the featured is true. And now let's create the product. See, we have new product category 2, 500 price, and all that stuff. And now basically we can also edit the product. If I try to edit the product, all the information is pre-filled. Now let's back, and here, so this was the admin part. So now this will be a complete application. So now let's start the coding part. And for coding part, basically you guys can come to this repository. I will also mention this link in the description as well. It's github.com, my username, and Nuxt3 Ecommerce Starter. Currently it's private, but as soon as I will release the video, this will be public. So basically, if you come into the readme file, so I have this all the guide how you will basically use this starter. So by the way, why I'm using this starter file and not the creating the project, from zero. It's the basically one, and there are two major basically reasons. First reason is if you see the date, I am basically recording the video on currently it's 2/11, so it's the November and date is 2. I'm recording on that, and if you are following the Nuxt content, Nuxt 4 is basically they will release. Exact date is unknown, but they will release that. Although it's still available for, you can say, the beta version. So you can try that, but officially they didn't release the Nuxt 4. So in the upcoming days, I'm not sure when, but they will release that. First step is that, and also we will be using the Shadcn, and in every day or week, dependencies keep updating. And in previous tutorial I faced this issue. People sometimes stuck at some point, and they basically unable to proceed further. So I created this starter repository. So we will all, all of us will have the same packages, same dependencies, and we will have the same setup, and you guys will very easily, will follow along the way and with me during the video. But if you want to basically create your own setup, I have basically created all the setup, from zero to basically because in this starter repository, I also added all the dependencies we will be using. If you see in the package.json file, I have installed all the basically dependencies we will be using in our all project. So I also did that. So basically this will also save the time as well. But if you want to basically set up on your own from zero, you can basically check that. I have all the basically, for example, if you want to install the next project, you simply have to copy this basically a command. If you want to set up the Shadcn, I have all the mentioned step. But if you want to basically check your on your own, I also have this documentation link. Then each and every step, basically these steps are copied from the documentation, but you can check that. Next is, for example, we will use the Vue use, what command you have to copy, what exactly you have to change. I have complete guide. Even if I see any change, I will update that accordingly. So now we will use the starter guide, and for that I can clone that. I can copy this one, come here, copy that, come where you want to basically use this. I can open the terminal, cmd, and here git clone. By the way, this is the highly recommended setup. You should clone this starter repository. So we can follow along the way. We can clone that, and let's wait for that. And now it's done. I can come to the CD. I can say Nuxt 3. I can open code dot, as it's the same repository. So first thing I will do, basically I should come here. I should delete this git, and I should create from again new repository. I can delete that, and here now I can say git. You can ignore that. So now I can say, after that, by the way, these steps are also mentioned here as well. After that, once we are cloning, basically you can use whatever the package manager you are using. I will be using the pnpm, so I can copy that. I can come here, pnpm install, and now let's wait for the complete installation of the packages. So all the package installation is done. Now let's come here. What is the next step? So next step is basically to copy the env example content and create the env file. So I can come here, env example. I can simply copy all this, copy that, and let's create the .env file. Let's paste that. And by the way, don't forget to add this .env file in the git ignore file. So you should have that, because we should not be pushing. We will set up these variables just after some time, but we should not be pushing in the git repository. So what's the next step? Now let's run the project. If I come here, if I come here in the app.vue, I have simple setup. And now let's run the project, and let's see if it's working or not. pnpm run. Now let's open localhost. So the project is running, and so we have now basically what's this. We will basically, if you see, this is the basic structure. I divided the project into basically three parts. First part is the auth part, where we'll be implement the password, email, and GitHub setup. And the second part is basically the admin part, where basically we will create the products, categories, color, sizes, and order management as well. Basically the whole admin related stuff. And the third part will be where we will have the all the shop setup, where basically user, you can say the public, will be able to see that product. This will be protected by admin, and this will be visible to everyone. It will be live. So let's start with the auth part. And for auth, we will be using the Nuxt Auth utils. Nuxt. By the way, I also have the link here as well. So let's come here, and next auth util, I can come here. The package is already installed. We already have this in our own project. So let's come this one. Let's basically mention the 32 random string. I can come to the here, and .env. So here basically we can generate the random string. So for now, what will I do? I can come here in the chat GPT, and I can tell to chat GPT basically generate me the generate the random 32 string. It should be unique. Yeah, we can copy that and let's paste that here. So this is the first step. So what is the next step for that? So yeah, that's it. And now basically, as we will be implementing the GitHub as well, so maybe first we can create the UI. So in order to create the UI, I can come here, then we will set up the GitHub login and all the other stuff. So for UI, I can come here and let's create the folder called layouts, and then here I can say default.view, and here in the default I should be say t setup, and here I can say plot. Let's save that, and now let's also create another folder which is called pages, and here I can say auth. First let's also create the home page as well, index.view, and here I can say vbase. I can say home page. Let's save that, and now let's create the auth page, and I can say auth. I can say login.view vbase. I can say login page. Save that. Let's copy, and let's also create another page called register.view. I can say paste that here, and I can say register page. Let's save that, and let's come to the app.view file, and here I can simply say Nuxt layout, and within that I can say Nuxt page, and if I save that I should have basically whole home page, and within, yeah, I have the home page. Now I can add basically the in home page, I can add next link, and here I can say to, I can say auth and login, and here I can say login, and let's copy that, and here I can say register, just to see at least the preview. Here I can say register. Oh, sorry, here I can say register, and now let's save that, and let's see. If I go to the login, I am in the login page. If I go back, I am in the register page. So for the basically UI, I can come here. Now let's start with the first with the register. I can come here. Let's come to the basically I can also give you the, if you come to the shadcn.view, shadcnview.com. If you come to the examples, not the example, sorry, into the blocks, we can also copy this stuff as well. So if I come here into the code, they have all the basic stuff. I can simply copy that. Simply I can come here, examples, and then I can copy that here, and let's come to the code part. I can simply replace that. By the way, we don't need this import stuff because Nuxt will handle that for us. And here, instead of saying this, I can add another div on the top of that, flex, and within the flex I can say flex call. It should be column, and then I can say justify center, and also it should be the vertically it should also be center items center, and minimum screen should be at screen, so screen like 100 pvh, it will represent that. So I can open that, and I can move this to within that. Now if I save that, first of all maybe I face error. No, I'm not facing error because we are not giving any v model stuff. So let's save that, and let's see the preview how it will look like. Yeah, this is how it will look like. By the way, why I did add this, if I remove this stuff, so it will not be vertically or horizontally centered. See, that's the case, that's why I did that. So control Z, now it's horizontally and vertically centered. By the way, it's not the login page, so it's the register page. So I can say register, and here I can say enter your information below to create your account. Let's save that. So other than this email field, we will also have the name field as well. I can paste that, and here I can say for not this one, I can say name, and here I can say now control D, and here I can say name, and here I can say type should be the text, which is default, so I can remove that, and here in placeholder I can simply say name, and it is not required, so I can simply here, yeah, that's it. If I save that, I have that. Yeah, I have that. Now let's create the v models for basically the form field for that. So so we can submit that. So I can simply, first of all, let's create the type. So I can say type payload is equal to, as we will be using the TypeScript, so that's why I can say password, it should be string, the name, it should also be string, and then we have the email, it should also be string. And after that, here I can say const form is equal to ref, and the payload, the basically type of this is payload. So by the way, the convention is it should be, at least my convention is I keep this basically capitalized. So let's do that. I can copy that, and here let's paste that, and now I can simply here name, and then I can have the email, and then I have the password. There, one thing I noticed, if I remove that, the TypeScript is not giving me the suggestions. Why is that? I reloaded the window, and let's see if it's giving me now or not. Sometimes the basically the VS Code create problem like that. Yeah, now we had that. So I have to enter the password. Yeah, it's also giving me the auto suggestion. So now it's fine. So now let's add V model that. So I can say here V model, not V memo model. Here I can say form dot name, and I can copy that, and let's paste that here and here as well. And here it should be email, and here it should be password. Let's save that, and this is how it is looking. Oh, nothing is changed because we now basically let's also, instead of here, add the, because in footer we will have more content. So here instead of sign in, I can say register, and also basically type should be submit. So because we will be submitting the form, I can say submit. And by the way, another thing I noticed, so this whole card should be basically wrapped in a form. I can say form, not field. I can say form, and here in the form I should be moving that. And here basically this stuff I can move that. This basically this thing here where we have that, I can simply cut that, and here I can say another creative, and I can move that on to the top, and here I can say class and paste that. And instead of SM, maybe empty is fine. So we will have some bigger screen. So now it's quite bigger. So after this register button, I can also add the link at the end, so where we can navigate to the basically the login page. So I can say P, and here I can say if you already have an account, what should we do? I can say Nuxt link, and here I can say to, and to auth, and then to the login, and here I can say login, and for style I can say class, and in class I can say border b, border bottom, then I can say border gray, and it's 500, and then basically text should be muted for ground, and basically on hover text should be primary. I can save that, and we should have that here. That's strange. Yeah, so basically card footer should be flex. I can say class flex, and it should be flex call. By the way, it's by default it's flex, so that's why we can remove this one. So we only have to change the direction, and I can say space y should be 2. Let's save that, and this is how it is looking. If I click on that, I'm in the login page. Yeah. So now I have to add another thing here. I can simply copy this one. I can say copy this one because we need the GitHub login button as well. I can copy that, and I can paste that. I can say grid, and the call should be 1. I can say grid calls 1, and here now instead of, because we will be using this same button to the, let's create that button here. I can say, so let's remove that, and let's create the button. I can say button, and within this button, first of all, it is very important, I have to say type is equal to button. Now let's add the class. We don't need any class, and simple I have to give the variant, and variant should be outline, and within that I can say div, and here let's add the class flex items center, and here I can say basically icon, and within icon the name should be Radix icons. By the way, you can view all the icon here, I will be using the Iconify. And if you come here and let's remove browse all icons. I can in the home page browse icons. So I can simply say GitHub and we have all the icons. You can choose on your own. I will be using the Redix. I will be using the Redix. I can basically filter the sets. You can choose basically which whatever library you want. So I can come here and I will be using the Redix icons, and here I can say GitHub logo. Let's save that, and here I can say GitHub and we should have that. Let's save that, and if we come here to the register page, we have that. So the problem is I should have the distance between that, and to icon I can simply class add the style. I can say class mr2, the height should be 4 and width should also be 4. Save that, and this is how it is looking. So we are done with the register page, at least in terms of UI. I can simply copy. Maybe let's also implement the other stuff as well. So now let's copy this register page and let's create the login, and we have that. I can simply paste that here. So first first thing I have to do is basically, if you see, uh, we are basically it's the same button. So let's create the component so we can reuse that. I can copy that, and within the components folder I can create here basically the another called auth, and within the auth I can say social button dot view. I can, for now I can simply not like that. Let's create the base and let's paste that here. And now let's, instead of, because we can use any type of icon here, so I think I should have the props here. So I can define the props. I can say define props, or not this one. I can say props, and within the props I can simply say we should have label, and within the label the type should be string, not let's create another way, it's strange way. I can remove that, and here I can simply define the type. I can say label, it should be string, and then we have basically the icon, it should also be string. So, and here, yeah, that's it. So now it will work. We can basically, and here instead of simply name, I can, instead of name, I can cut that name and I can say icon, and here instead of this GitHub, I can say label. That's it. I can save this button, and when I come to the login page, instead of doing this way, I can say auth social button, and here I have to pass the icon, and in icon I can simply paste that the icon link I copied, and in label I can say GitHub. I can cut that and I can paste that. So now let's remove this thing and we are good to go. If I come here, if I come to the login page, yes, it is working. I am in the login page. Now if I go, yeah. Now let's don't have a don't in this login page. I can say don't have an account. So I can say register, and here I can say register, not capital or small r. But save that. Register, I am in the register page. Login, I am in the login page. Now let's change this stuff as well. I can say login, enter your information below to log in your account. So I can say register, login, register, login. So another thing in the login, we don't need this name, so I can remove that, and also I should also remove that from here as well. It is giving me the error. I can remove that. So this is also done. So UI is done. Now let's implement the basically the first let's implement the GitHub, and then we can do the other stuff. But before going to the GitHub, because we will be storing this stuff in the database, so we can do the database setup. So first let's create the schema, and for schema I can come here and create the file. Not we don't need that here. I can also create the manually, so I can come here, I can close this one, and I can say npx. By the way, Prisma is already installed, so I will try to keep I will try mentioning these basically the package I'm using for Prisma, where it is. Yeah, here it is. We have that. So I can run npx Prisma generate. Oh, sorry, npx Prisma init. I have to. This is the initial command. So what did basically this command did? It created us this folder, and we have this. You can say the initial file. And in order to use these, basically, because we simply have to write our schema. It's not that complicated. If you don't understand, please let me know so I can come to my GitHub. And within GitHub, by the way, I will also, you don't have to do this step because I will mention the link in the description. So you can come here in the gists. Yeah, we have this gist. I can open that. And if you scroll down, we have all the schema files. So I can simply copy this one, complete basically the schema file. I can copy that and I can simply paste that here. So for now, you can, because I will try to keep, I will describe the following stuff, but for now you can focus on this basically user model and OAuth model. So in user model we have the ID, and for ID we are saying auto generate that, and the type should be the object ID. So basically MongoDB, for MongoDB we are using that normally whatever we do we will have the basically the normal string, and the email should be unique. The role, for role we are using the enum, and it should be either user or admin, and here I'm saying the default is user. So whenever we will create the, basically we will register the user, so the default role will be user. So then we have the name, and keep in mind the name, this question mark means it's optional field. Avatar, the hash password, then we have the updated and created at, and these are the relations with other, basically for now just focus on that. So it means each user will also have the basically OAuth array as well. So for OAuth account, whenever we will register or log in our user, we will use the OAuth account as well. So it's the same as, it will auto generate. Then we have the provider ID, like what is the provider? GitHub, Google. You can basically integrate any provider you want. What is the provider ID? Then we have the user ID. Basically, in order to link basically OAuth account with user, we have to write this stuff. So it's important. So basically we are storing this user ID here. That's why it is. And also here we are defining that relation. So field basically which is linking is user ID. So it's important, if you give any other name you should mention that here. And reference is ID. So if we are referencing the, for example, if you want to reference the email, so here you should mention the email, keep in mind. And in case of email you should also change the this stuff as well, but the standard is this one, so you should keep that here. And on basically on delete, whenever we will delete, we should do the cascading, which will also delete that as well. And this basically by unique means the combination of this should be unique, they should not be the same. So now let's save that. After that, and I can come here, and basically before moving forward I should also mention the database URL. So for database we will be using the MongoDB. So I can come here to the MongoDB. By the way, let's close this extra. You can come to the mongodb.com and you can come to the sign in even you don't have account. So because the good thing is, for MongoDB we can log in with Google or GitHub. So I'm doing with the Google. So you can click on that. So you can choose the, I'm choosing the basically this development stuff. Continue. So you will also have this type of basically the overall view, and we can come here. If you, we can also create the new projects. Here we have the basically the organizations, different organization. You can create the organization. I have different development and recording and these type of organization. If you want to create another, you can create that another organization, but I can come to the YouTube recording organization. I don't have any project here. So if you are using the MongoDB first time, you will have basically this type of overview. So now let's create the new project and let's enter the project name. I can say Nuxt3, Nuxt Ecommerce. I can say next. So project owner is this one. Half is this stuff. I can create the project. So the I can create the after that basically I have to create the cluster. I can come here, create the cluster. Keep in mind we should be using the free one. So let's come there and cluster 0. Let's keep that default. This is the closest one, the Mumbai one, but it will be basically based on your location. So you can choose that. And now let's go to the advanced configurations. Let's choose this shared because we are using the free one. That's it. After that, let's create the cluster. Yeah, this is very important. So for username, I'm using this half-JD stuff. You can copy that and let's for temporarily let's save that here. And now this is the auto generated. I can copy that. By the way, you should not be using this password because I will delete this project after recording. So keep in mind these two things are very important. So create user, I can create the user, and next step is the IP address. Normally basically it auto detect the IP address of your current IP address, but sometimes it create problem. But in production I don't suggest that. You should set your own IP address. But for now what I will do, I will basically use the general basically IP address which we will be able to access the from everywhere. I can say u 0.0.0.0 and 0. I hope this is the one. Let me verify, and I can say MongoDB general IP address. Sorry, let's come here. Allow, basically we will allow that access from everywhere. I can come here. Yeah, this one. I think it's the same one. I can copy that and let's paste that here. Add entry. These are very important steps. So if you are doing the first time, please do that. And let's finish and close. Go to overview. Let's wait once it's finished. Yeah. Now after that, let's come to the connect. And here connect set the MongoDB for VS Code, and let's simply copy this one. This is also very important. Let's come here and in the database URL paste that here, and now these two will come into. Let's cut. Oh, it is automatically here. Now let's cut this password, and here in terms of DB password, let's paste that. And after that, here keep in mind mention the DB name. So I can say Nuxt Ecommerece, and let's save that. And now let's enter npx Prisma generate. Now let's say npx Prisma db push. Yeah, we are done. So if I come here to the MongoDB, let's close. And if I basically do the browse collection, we should have that. If I refresh, let's refresh that. Yeah, if click on browse collection, see we have all the models here. Currently, let's focus on the user and OAuth account. Yeah, we have all the basically our own models here, which we basically represented here within the schema file. So now let's also implement the GitHub login. First step is that. So I can come to the github.com website. You can click on your own profile and you can come to the settings. After the settings, come to the here in the developer settings, and in the developer settings you can come to the OAuth apps, and here let's create new OAuth app, and here basically I can say Nuxt e-commerce, and here I have to represent the URL. So let's copy that. It should be the home URL, so it means I can remove that here, and this callback URL. So this callback URL is very important. So it will be like copy, and here it will be API, then it will be auth, and then it will be auth, and then it will be GitHub. This one. Basically, here it's very important. Keep in mind, you should also have the same if you are following my tutorial. Otherwise, if you will adjust the different URL, basically you have to change there. I will mention that why this is important, why we are exactly doing that. First, for now, if you are following the tutorial, keep in mind it is very important. And also one thing is very important: whenever you will deploy the application to the internet, keep in mind change this URL to basically your domain URL. Otherwise, it will not work. Now, register the application. Let's copy this client ID and let's come to the .env file. We need that. I can paste that here. Now let's generate the secret. Let's copy that. By the way, also don't use this because I will delete the application. It will not work for you. Let's paste that and let's save that. So now let's come to the server, and within the server I can say API, then I can say auth, and then I can say github.ts. So for that, now let's come to the auth. Basically this one example documentation, I mentioned that earlier. So if I come here, if I scroll down, we have this setup for GitHub. Yeah, here it is. This is also, they are mentioning different routes, but I created my own. So otherwise the things are same. Just one thing, it should be .get.ts. I can copy that, and here I can replace that, rename. So now let's copy this one. Basically, I can copy this whole code. Obviously, I will adjust that according to my own requirement. We don't need token, so I can remove that. Sorry, I can remove that. And also, although it will work, but we will basically, whenever we do the login with GitHub, we should also save the basically user data. So now for that, let's close this one, and within the basically in root directory, I can create another folder called Utils, and within util, let's create and file db.ts where we can do the Prisma setup. In db file, I can import the import Prisma client from Prisma client, Prisma, I can say Prisma client, and here I can say Prisma client. And after that, basically I can say declare global, and in global I can say where Prisma, and the type should be Prisma client, or not this one, or undefined. And after that, I can say const db is equal to global this dot Prisma or new Prisma client. And then I can say if process dot env dot node env cannot is equal to production, then what should I do? I can say global this dot Prisma is equal to db, and I should be exporting that by default. Export default, I can say db. Let's save that, and now let's come here and let's import that here. I can see, by the way, you can ask why I created this in this utils, because we will be using everywhere in a lot of places, so that's why I create these utils. So I can simply import that, and then I can use that import db from utils, or not like that, like utils and then db. So on success, first step I can say let current user is equal to, let's find the user. I can say await db dot user dot find unique, and where basically I can say email is equal to, basically, by the way, this what will be in this user I can show you. If I come here and not here, if you come to my github, let's come to the github. I can show you the response how it will look like. I save this. If you come to the my gisps, click this one. This link will be in the description, so you can directly there. So this is how basically you can say this user will give us all this data, all of this data. It will have this data. So you can say whatever you want, but we will use this specific stuff. So that's why this we need this email. So I can come here, and here I can say where user dot email. So find the user according to the email. So obviously, if it's the first time, it will not exist. So I can say if we don't have current user, what should we do? I can say current user, I can create that. I should create that. So that's why it is let. I can say let create user is equal to await db dot user dot create, and within the create I can pass the data. I can say data and in data I will be passing the important fields. I can say email, user dot email, then I need the name. I can say name, user dot name, and then I need avatar URL. I can say user dot avatar URL. That's it. I can, after that, once it's basically, if it user don't exist, then it will create the user, and then what should we do? Basically we need to link the OAuth account. So I can say const OAuth account is equal to await db dot OAuth account dot find first. This is important, find first, and is equal to, here I can say where user ID is equal to, why basically, by the way, why I'm saying you find first and not find unique. If you come here in the Prisma file, if you see for terms of unique, I mentioned this basically unique constraint. For unique constraint we need both of these stuff. So I have to mention both of these stuff. That's why. So just for the shortcut I'm using this one, and although here we don't have the unique constraint, so that's why. So user ID, I can say current user dot id. That's it. Now I will check if it exists or not. So if it doesn't exist, then what should I do? I can say if OAuth account doesn't exist, then what should, because if you see, if hover on that, it will give us either the OAuth account or null. Same goes to the current user as well. So within that I can create that. So I can say await db dot OAuth account dot create, and within create I can say data, and in data I can pass the stop user ID. I can say current user dot ID, then I can say provider ID, it should be github dot ID. I can say github, simple github, and provider user ID should be what it should, I can say user dot ID. That's it. Basically this user, and if you see the ID user.id, the strange thing is it is basically number. So that's why, because, but if we see our own schema in OAuth account, the provided user ID should be string. So how we can convert this number to string? I can simply say plus and add this one. So this is very useful. You can say the what's called, what we will call it. So tip for you. Yeah, yeah, it is tip for you. So if you want to convert a number to string, the simplest way is this one. At least it is working for me. So now let's and now I can basically set the user session. But before setting this user session, if you come here and if you see, read the documentation, this is very important, sir. Whenever we are setting the user session, set a user session, know that this data is encrypted in the cookie but can be decrypted. So it means hacker can attack us. So only store the data that allow you to recognize a user, but don't store sensitive data. Don't store sensitive data. So we should not be storing any sensitive data. So that's why here I will create another utils folder within the server. Keep in mind, within the server I can say utils, and here I can say auth.ts. So basically in this folder we will have the auth related utils. So here I can say import from Prisma client, and I need to import the basically type user, and here I can say export const sanitize user is equal to user, and the type will be user arrow function, and here I can say if user doesn't exist, then what should we do? I can simply say return null. Otherwise, what should I do? I can say delete user dot hash password property. So it will giving me the error. So I can, because this is the optional field, so I can say ts ignore, and here I can say return user. Basically we are just deleting the password. So I can save that, and here I can simply say, instead of storing the simple session, I can say I can remove that, and here I can say simply sanitize user, and here I can simply pass the current user. Okay, null is not a same. So okay, sanitize user is either return as null. So here instead of doing that, I can say const trans transformed user is equal to sanitize user, and here I can pass the current user, and here I can say if transformed user exists, then do this step. I can say if transformed user exists, then do this step. And here I can say transformed. Yeah, that error is gone, and I hope this will work as well. So let's save that. And now let's come to the, oh, by the way, I totally forgot to mention why. Basically, if you come here in the GitHub, and I mentioned this is very important, this. So basically here we have to mention the route of this file where we have that. So API auth GitHub. If you set some different route, keep in mind to change that. So here, one thing I have to do here is basically, if I come to the social button, here I have to say click function, and on click I should say authenticate. So I can say click on that, and I can say const. Whenever we click on that, what should happen? Sorry, arrow method, and here I can say, so I just have to say window dot location dot href is equal to this path. Basically you have to mention this path, so I can say simply paste that API auth and GitHub. This is very important. If you change this path, please keep in mind you have to change that here. So now let's save that, and I hope it will work. I can come here and let's refresh. Okay, because I think I have to run that. So I can say pnpm run. Let's wait for the project to run. So project is running. So now let's try that. If I click on basically GitHub, so it will, by the way, it will happen only the first time. So it will redirect us to this type of page where we have some authorization. So let's do the authorize. So we are in the home page, and in order to check if it's worked or not, I can simply come here into the home page index.view, and here I can say const user is equal to user session, this one. And here let's log in that. I can say pre user. Okay, we have that data. So just to verify more, if I save that, yes, we have ID, we have email, we have role, we have all this stuff. So it's working for us. That's good. One thing I noticed is basically, yeah, in order to more verify, if I come to the MongoDB, let's see if basically if it's stored in the database as well. If we see the browse collection stuff, and in the user account we should have that. Okay, we have that. And if I come to the OAuth account, I should also have that here as well. Yes, yes, now it is working. Yes, it's working. It's working. One thing, by the way, why we don't have avatar URL? If I come here and in the response, okay, okay, that's the mistake. If you see in the, this is the response we will get from the GitHub. So in the avatar URL, yeah, here it is. It's totally different stuff. If I see my own, what did I did here? It's not the avatar URL. It should be this one. So if I save that, now it should work. So now this GitHub login stuff is working. Now let's implement the password and email stuff. And for that, let's come here, and here within the auth, I can say register dot post dot ts, and here let's create the first API. Here I can say export default define event handler, and within that it should be async function. So I can say async event and simply create that. Okay, so we will be using the Zod for schema validation because we need that. So let's create another folder here within the utils, not within the server. Basically the root directory. Within the root directory we have utils where we have the db. Let's create validations. I can say validations.ts, and here let's import the Zod. I can say import z from Zod, and it's the register schema. So I can say export const auth schema is equal to z dot object, and within that I can say email z dot string. The type is string basically, and also it is the email, so it will do all the magic for us. For password z, the type is string, and then the minimum should be 8. You can set by your own settings. Then the name, and for name it is string, and then the minimum width is 1, and also the basically the maximum is 255. And by the way, the default is empty string and it is optional, so we can also send the undefined. So let's save that. By the way, why it's optional? First of all, we are not using this within the login because we will use this auth schema to the login as well. So that's why another reason is name is not that important. Main things are email and password. So let's save that, and here I can come here, and here I can say const. Basically I can destructure the stuff, but for that I can say await read validate body. So here basically within that I can first step should be the I can pass this event which is h3 event, and within that I can say it will give us the body, and here I can say in body auth schema. Keep in mind, don't forget to import that in auth schema dot parse, and here I can say body. So now it will give us all the data. Here I can say name, here I can say let's refresh, reload data because it should work. So here name, and then we need the password. Why it is giving me the error? Oh, sorry, it's my bad. It's not working because we don't need this thing here. We can cut that, and we don't need this break. So let's remove that, and now it should give me the auto suggestion. So password, and here the next thing is the email. So we have that this information. Now I can create the user. So first of all, because we are registering the user, so first we should check if the user exists or not. Existing user is equal to db dot. Okay, I have to import that as well, so I can copy that from here. Let's paste that, and I can say user dot find unique where we have not this one, where email is equal to email. Basically it will work, it will give this email. If it exists, I can say if existing user exists. If user exists, then I should throw the error. I can say create error, and within that I can say type not status code. I can say 400, and status message I can say user already exists. Keep in mind it should be await. That's my mistake. So after that, let's hash the password. I can say hashed password is equal to await hash password. By the way, this method is provided by the Auth Utils. You can read more about the basically the how it works and how secure is that in the documentation. They have all the data. So here we can pass the password. It will give us the hash password, and after that I can create the user. Const user is equal to await db dot user dot create, and within that I can pass the data object, and in data object I can say email, I can say hashed password, I can say name, and then I can simply say send response, and response status it should be event, and then 201, and I should return sanitize user and user. By the way, we can return that as well. To return, we can redirect that to, instead of returning the user, I can simply return that to this one page. And also we have different choices. Basically, here we can do the three steps. We can redirect user to the login page, we can return the user, or basically we can, instead of doing the login stuff, basically I can simply because this is the information entered by the user. So for good UX, I can simply set the user session just like we set here. I can simply copy that, and I can come here, and I can simply do this way. I can copy this user, and I will transform the user, basically sanitize the user, and then I will set the session, user session, and here in return I can now set the set response, basically just like that. Here if we are here we are sending the redirect, we can also do the redirect. I can come here in the register application. Let's redirect user to the home page. Let's save that and let's see if it will work or not. I can come to the register page. Let's come here and here I can say const on submit is equal to, it should be async method, and here I can say try catch block, and here I can say fetch, and it will auto detect us register. Method is post, and body, in body we will be passing the following information. So in body, instead of doing this, I can simply pass form dot value, and let's see what it will do. In console log I can simply say error, and let's save that. And on here I can say submit dot prevent, I can say submit, not here I can say prevent is equal to on submit. Here it is. Let's save that and let's see if it will work or not. Let's come here. Let's go to the register page. Let's refresh that. Let's inspect that as well so we can see the errors. Let's clear the network as well. Let's enter name. I can say Hafiz, and here enter I can say, and not, let's do the admin. And if I try to register, so user is register. If I come here in the response, we don't, yeah, here it is. We have the, basically it is returning us the home page data, but if I come here in the register, it is returning that as well. Okay, status not found. Maybe let me check here that stage. If I come here in the user, yes, we have that user, so it was successful. I think this is not the correct way. So I can simply return the, because although where it is registered. So instead of sending the redirect this one, I can simply send the sanitized user. So I can say transformed user. And here after the login, basically after the registration is done, I can simply navigate user to the, I can say navigate to, by the way it should be basically this should be await, so I can say await, and here I can say navigate to home page. If I do this and let's save that, and just to see the different previews, if I now go to the home page, we should have totally different user, just to see if it worked or not. Yes, we have the email, now we have admin, and in case of role I have the total different stuff. Now let's also implement the login feature as well. And for login, let's simply copy this one, and within the auth I can simply paste that. Let's rename it. I can say login.post. So in login file, first of all, let's remove this name because we don't need that, and this thing will remain same. We will check if user exists or not, but if user don't exist, then we will throw the error 404 and user not found. So it means we don't have any. Instead of 404, let's keep it 400. User, I can say user not found. And after that, the important thing is basically we will check the hashing. So I can say now instead of doing this way, so for hashing, let's check that thing as well. So I can say if existing user dot hashed password. So it means if it exists, then what should I do? I can say verify that. So I can say const is password correct, and here I can say is equal to await verify password. This is also the Nuxt utils, so I can pass that basically existing user dot hashed password and also the password entered by user. So it will give us the boolean value either true or false. If is password is correct is false, then what should I do? We should throw the error. I can copy that this one, and here I can simply say 404 password doesn't match, password not correct, invalid credentials. So before that, we should also check another thing. Imagine that I registered one of my account with GitHub, and now I'm trying to log in using the basically this method login.post the password. So we should at least give the user that field as well. So how we can check that? So I can simply copy that. First step should be, it should be on the top. If this property, keep in mind this hash part. If you see here for an oh, this is the mistake. Okay, while implementing thing, I noticed one thing. So in case of the register, I should not be doing setting this basically. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I noticed one thing. I thought maybe we don't have the hash password here in this, but we don't need that. I think it's kind of more secure because obviously we are deleting that by default, so it's not that much issue. So it's fine. So I can come here in the if we see an issue in the future, we will fix that. So in here, if I will check that if existing user don't have this hash password property, so I can remove that. And here I can say if it doesn't exist, then check the basically the OAuth account. So I can say connected OAuth account is equal to how I can check that. Await pb dot OAuth account dot find first, and within that I can say where user ID is equal to existing user dot ID, and within that I can say if connect OAuth account exists, then what should I do? Let's remove this thing. And here I can say const, because I need OAuth provider as well. So I can say OAuth provider is equal to connected OAuth account dot provider ID, and I can throw the error. I can say throw create error, and within that status message, status code, it should be 400. And in status message, I can simply say not normal string, it should be the template string. I can say account connected with OAuth provider name. Basically, in this we have the name. Please continue with OAuth provider to log in. It's a good UX. So now let's save that and let's see if it is working or not. So I can come here, let's go to the login page, admin that this one, and I'm in the login page. So here I should change that. So I can go to the login. Oh, it will not work because we don't have API here. So let's copy. First of all, let's change the button. So I can say login. Let's save that, and in I can come here in the register. I can copy that. Let's come to the login and let's paste that. So here instead of register, I can simply say login form.value, and yes, I hope everything will work. Let's come here. Let's enter again and let's try to log in. Why it is refreshing? So okay, because we didn't did that. So I can click on that, and here I can say on submit. Let's paste that here. One thing which is important to add the prevent. That's why our form was refreshing. Now let's do that again. Let's log in. Is it working? Is it not working? We will add that loading state. Okay, we have 500 error. Let's try again. Response name is not defined. Okay, that's strange because login is the optional, so it should work. If I come here, error is basically related to this headers in request response. Name is not defined. Oh, I think I can remove this thing, the minimum one. I think that's why it's happening. So let's try that now. It is refreshing. So now let's enter again. Okay, again we have the same error, I think. So that's strange. So after the debugging, I found the error. So if you come here in the login.post, if you see, we have email, password, all that stuff. And if I come here, I did remove that extra codes which we copied from basically from the register. So after this, let's remove this whole stuff. We don't need this because if you see, we are also creating another user. So let's remove that. And in the login user, we should have the existing user. So I can paste that here, and I can set the session, and then I can return the transform user. If I save that, and now let's try that, and also let's open the network call as well. Let's log in. Okay, it is redirecting us to this page, and we have that information here. So we are also done with the registration and login. Now let's implement the basic level middlewares, like we should protect the stuff from, basically, if user is admin, then he should be able to visit particular page. If he's user. Then basically I just want to tell you basically if you see we have now this part is done, although still some basic you can say the improvement is remaining, like the we don't have any loader, we don't have any error handling. Like let me show you the error handling. If I go to the not if I go to the registered page and I also network tab, we don't have any error handling office. And if I try to enter the admin this one email, I should get the error, and there is no way we are handling that. Although we are getting the response, user already exists, but I'm not showing that to user. I will do that. But first, let's implement the protection. So admin role should be able to visit the admin page, and the public should be, and also the user related page should also be visited by user, and then these are the public one. So for that, what we can do, we can create the middlewares. So I can come here within the middleware. We don't have that, so I have to create that. Let's close all of these directories, and in the root directory I can say middleware, and here I can say auth.ts. By the way, if you don't know what this middleware mean basically it will be this function in simple word. This function will run basically for all the pages, for all the pages before entering to the page. So whenever we will change the page, this method will run before entering to the new page. So here I can say export default define Nuxt route middleware, and here I can say async, and within that I can simply say const user is equal to use user session user dot value exist not exist. Then what should I do? I should simply return navigate to auth dot login. Let's copy that and let's create another. I can say admin dot ts. Let's paste that here. Here I just simply have to add another line. If user dot value exist and user dot value dot role. Okay, it's not giving us the suggestion, so we can add that. So if you come here, in order to basically add the types stuff, how we can do that? We can set the type here. We can create the auth.ts file within our root directory, and for the user I can define the type. So I can simply, first of all, let's copy this field, and for user I can simply add the here field. I can say id, it should be string. Then I can say email, it should be string. Then I can say role, and role basically either it will be user or admin. And then I can say name, it will be string, and then avatar URL, and it should be string. Or let's save that, and now I think we will have the suggestions. If I come here, and here I can say user.value.role. Yes, we have that. If it's cannot is equal to admin, then also do the above stuff. Yes, it's saved. Why we have the error here? Oh, that's strange. So it is giving us the type error because we defined the totally different user here. Well, it's TypeScript. By the way, I can tell you why it's happening. So if you see here in the r.ts file for user, now we have defined for, you can say, kind of custom properties. So this is how our user will look like. But in the register.post, where we are setting the user sessions, in transform user, we have totally different user. It's the default user other than the hash password. So that's why it is complaining. Although I can fix that, but it's not that important, so I can ignore this type ignore, just to we don't have any warning. Although it's not the good practice, but it will complicate stuff. I just want to tell you basically how things are working in that. I don't want to deep that much. Although I'm trying my best to teach everything, but this is not I don't think it's necessary. So if you want to fix that, you can adjust this uh, basically function here in utils, and here you can add the return type and adjust that whole thing. So we are done with the middleware. So how we can test that? Now let's create another page. Here I can say admin dot view, and here I can say vbase. I can say admin page. Save that, and here I can say define page meta, and here I can say middleware, it should be admin. I can save that. I can copy this one and into the index.page. I can also paste that here, and here I can say it should be auth, so it means it should be protected page. And here, by the way, I can also add another button for logout, so we can do the logout. I can say logout, and upon click I can simply say upon click, here I can import the method. It's called clear, and here I can say const logout is equal to async, and here I can say await clear, and then navigate to auth login. So add the click button to log out. Save that. Let's go to the, for now let's log in, admin login. Now if I try to log out, I'm redirected to the basically this page. And now if I try to go to the home page, I'm automatically, if you see, I will be automatically redirected to this login page. I can't go to the home page. So it means this page is protected. By the way, here let's also add another admin page. So if I can say admin, and here I can say admin, let's save that, and let's now log in. Let's log in. Do we have some kind of error? Let's try again. Okay, it is not redirecting us to the home page, so I can add that here. Log in. So I can say navigate to home page. It should. That's strange. I'm in the home page. Let's look into that as well, because it should work. Now let's go to the admin page, because if I go to the home page, our role is user, so that's why if I try to go to the admin page, it is redirecting me to the login page. So now let's add made let's make our current user as admin, so we can have that. So this one I can say click, and here I can say admin, and I can update that. We have now it's admin, and if I come here and if I log in with GitHub, click on that, I'm in the home page, and now I have the role admin. And if I go to the now to the admin page, I am in the admin page. Now middleware is also working. So now let's implement the error handling and basically also the loading states as well. Hello, hello, hello. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Hello, hello, hello. So it's working for you. Okay. So for error handling, let's come to the code part, and here we will create the, instead of basically pinia, I will use the I will tell you, this is the tip, maybe most of the people don't know about it. We will create the composable, and we will handle the basically the global store using the composable. How we can do that, let me show you. So we can create not in the utils but in the root folder. I can create composables, and the name should be use store.ts. You can give any name. So here I can create basically the const state is equal to reactive, and within reactive I can define some variable is loading. Keep in mind this will be the global loader. So if you want to create global basically local loader, you can define this variable within the components is loading, and then I can say app error. For now I can say null, and then uh, that's it. So here, as we are using the TypeScript, so just for, because this app error will have other values as well, so we will have some TypeScript related errors. So in order to avoid that, I can create the interface, and I can say state, and the type should be is loading, it should be boolean, and the type here it will be app error, it should be api error. We have to create this type, it will give us the error. So another, here I can say types index.ts. Let's create this type as well. So I can say export type api error is equal to this one, and it will be same like the next. If for example, if I come to the server, and if I come to the login, and if you hover on basically the throw create, where we have, yeah, if you hover on that, if you see, we have this type of basically type, it's this one. We will define that status code, status message, and message data. I can copy that. Not here, I can come to index type, and I can paste that. obviously it's the type. So here I can say status code will be number, status message will be string, message will be string. So I can copy that, and here the basically now that this simply copy this one, and here I can say paste, and here the data will be, it's simply I can say record, and it the type will be string, and this string as well. And by the way, we can keep it as basically undefined as well, so it's the optional field. So I'm creating the type and then exporting that. And now let's come here, and here I can import that. I can say import from types, not I can say this one, and now types, and it will automatically import. And here I should also mention type, and here I can say API error. So now we are good. Space, and here in reactive I can give that name, and I can say it should be state, and see it is giving me now error. I can say API, it should be API error or none. Now we are good. And now here, this is very important. This should be at the top. And now here I can say export default, and then this is the one. Normally, basically composables are used for the basically the just to if we have repetitive logic in script part, then we use the composable. But if we declare something at the top, then basically it will be not reused. Whenever basically this part will be reused, it you can say it will have the unique instance in each component where we will use this. But this instance, it will be, you can say, static. It will remain same for all the components. So that's why we are doing this way. And now let's implement. So here, in order to basically get them in the within each component, so I can convert them to the refs. So I can say to refs, and here I can pass the state as basically reactive object, and here I can basically using the destructuring, I can get them is loading and app error, and I can then at the end I can expose them, return that, and I can say is loading, and it will be as ref variable if you hover in that, and then app error. And now just to basically whenever we do that, we can toggle the state. So I can say toggle loading is equal to, and I can pass the value. So I can say b, it will be boolean, and then basically keep in mind here it should be state dot is loading is equal to value, and then after that I can also toggle the error. So I can say toggle error is equal to, it should be error, and the type should be null or API error, not this one, API error, and then same I can say state dot app error is equal to error. Here I will have another function I can, because basically we will use the if I come here to the Shadcn Vue website, we will use the components, and if I come to the toast, if I click on that, we have this code. So it's a lot of repetitive code, like I have to import this everywhere. So just to also we will create the reusable stuff for that. So I can come here, and here I can say const show error is equal to, and I can say error, and the type will be API error, and here I can say host. I can import that. I can copy this one, both of these, and I can paste that here, and I can cut that here, export cut this, keep that here, but cut that the basically where we're defining the composable. I'm pasting that here, and here I can say toast, and here I can basically pass all this stuff. So the variant will be destructive because it's the error, and the title I can basically pass error dot status code. Basically I can convert this to string. So in order to convert that to string, I can simply use this tip, and then in the description I can pass error dot, if basically status message exists, then it should be status message error dot message. Otherwise I can say error dot status message. Yes, so we will show that, and after that I can simply also, this is for showing the error. So I can also, if I want to show some kind of successful message, I can also show that. So for that I can just duplicate this, and here I can say show message. And for that, so I have to pass different content. It will be just like basically all this, it's just like that, but I will have the different version for that. So in order to pass that type, I can simply create another type which will be pretty simple, and it's just like that. I'm copy pasting that here. So it will have this single object, and within that object we will have some title, we will have some description, but keep in mind the description is optional and variant is one of them, and it can be null or undefined. So it's basically just to handle that. So here I can say in variant, I can simply pass content dot variant. Basically this is to avoid the TypeScript related errors, so that's why I have all of these. In reality, I will be only passing the title and some description. The variant will be by default, this default. And in title I can pass the content dot title, content dot title. You will understand that once we will use that. And in description I can simply pass content dot description. So we have now these two methods as well. I can pass show error and show message. Let's save that and let's come to the login page. And in login page here I can, in order to be, because this is the Nuxt magic, we will auto import this use store composable. So in order to use that, I can simply say const store is equal to use store, and if we hover on that, we will have all the magics here. So here I can simply say whenever we are trying, I can say toggle loading, sorry, I can destructure them. So here I can say toggle that stage. I can remove that and let's try it, because it is I think I didn't convert them. So if you see, I didn't use them, return them, so that's why I'm facing them. So here I can say toggle loading, and then I can say toggle error. So now we are good. So I can come here, and here I can say toggle loading, toggle show message, show error, and here now I can say toggle loading, and I can pass it a true because we will be loading. And let's format the code, and then after in the catch block, in the finally block, I can say toggle false. In order to see the, basically just to see if it's working or not, I can save that, and just for the preview purpose, temporarily I can say is loading true. Sorry. So here I can say true, and if I come and now if I come to the login page again, so in login here I can just simply define that, and let's also import the is loading value as well. So I can say is loading, and here I can pass is loading, and if I save that, and now if I come to the login page, let's log out. If you see, this is true. Now let's basically try to log in. If I try to log in, admin dot just keep an eye here. It's false. See, it's false now, because what we did in the finally block, we toggle the value to the false. So that's why. Now what exactly I have to do after that? Here I can basically show the message to the user. So here I can say show message, and I can basically pass uh, I can pass the object and the title. In title I can say successfully welcome back. I can simply say welcome. That's it. And here I got it. Why it's not working? We can use the await. So it's basically it will work, because previously we can also use the await with that, so it was not waiting for that, and after this basically request, it was going to the finally block. So if I save that, and now if I come here, now let's change this value to the basically use store. Let's change this to false, so we can have the basically final review. And now if I try to log in, admin and log in, that's change. Okay, we are not seeing any message. Why? Let's come here, and because we are not showing that. If you come to the Shadcn website, how we can use that after the installation, which we are done with that, we have to use that in the app.vue file as well. So let's copy this one, and let's come to the app.vue file, and let's script. I can say language is equal to ts and setup, and let's import that here, and I have to use that here, so I can copy this component and I can paste that on top of the layer. So let's save that, and now let's see if it is working or not. Maybe we can refresh that. Now let's log in. Oh, sorry, log in. See, we have toaster message. We have basically the loading state as well. In order to see more clearly, maybe I can show you basically. uh, Now let's use it in real time, how we will use that. So if I go to the login page, and here basically we can disable the button, and in this basically login button I can simply say disable is equal to it's loading. If it's true, then disable that. Yeah, that's it. And now we will have a more clear view, and I can come here to the, you don't have to do that, I just want to show. So if I come here to do no throttling, and here I can basically say regular 3G, so we will have the no internet. So now if I enter the information, let's delete that. And if I try to log in, first of all, see, this is the basically this was the uh, it was quite basically we had a different style for that. I can show you again. See, that was the state. I can refresh that because the Nuxt development is making some mistake. So if I now do login, I'm redirected to home page, and we are good to go. We also have the toast messages. So we are done with basically the this loading state. And now the error handling is remaining. So for some reason we face the error. So if I try to log out, and now I'm back here, and here let's enter the wrong password. So we will have the error. So I can say admin this one, and for password I can enter one another wrong stuff here. So I have the don't update, and I have the error and invalid credentials. If I see in the response, we have this stuff, we have the status code, we have status message. So in order to handle that, we will if we see the console, I'm printing the log basically error. This error is totally different than this error. So this is sometimes quite, at least for beginner, this is very strange behavior. And at least we can for initially when I didn't understand that, at least for me that was the problem. So how we can handle that? For that I can create the utils, and I can show you how we can basically show this stuff and do this magic. So in the within the utils I can create another file, and I can call error.ts, and within error.ts let's call export const handle error. Within that I can say error, and this error is we can call type any. And within that let's define some predefined variable. I can say const general message, which basically we want to show like something went wrong. I can say an unexpected error occurred, and then I can have another variable status code is equal to 500. These are some predefined variable. We will change them. Then I can say status message is equal to unexpected error. You can give any basically string here. Then I can define let message is equal to, by default it will be general message. And then I can say let data is equal to undefined. So if you observe that these are the almost same variables we have for the AP error type. If I come to the types, if you see these are almost same. So we will handle them now. So after that, now here I can say if basically this error it's the same, I can show you. So instead of simply basically logging that, I can simply paste that in login error. I can say console log error, console error dot response, and also console response dot data. If I save that, you will have that some kind of view. So now let's enter the wrong password again, and if I log in, don't update, see we have these objects. Now we will handle them according to this. If you see, we have this data status code. This is the same data we were having in the network tab. So now we will handle that. So I can cut that, and I can come here in the error, and I can simply mention that here. So let's save, let's commit that, and here I can say error dot, because sometimes this can also doesn't exist, so that's why we will have the if condition. If this exists, then what should we do? If you see in within that this response, we have this status. This is also same as this status code, and also we have status text, which is also same as this status message. So we will use that. So I will say status code is equal to error dot response dot status, and basically the status message will be the also same. So I will say error dot response dot message is equal to error dot, instead of status it will be status text. And but if they, this somehow for some reason if it's totally different, then what I will do, I will say if error dot response dot data exists, then I will say data is equal to error dot response dot data, and error dot response dot errors, error dot response dot errors. If they both exist, then what should I do? I can simply copy this one, and then else what should I do? I should simply keep data as undefined. And then message, in case of message I can say if error dot response dot data, we have that, we already checked this, so I can again do that, and I can say and error dot response dot message. So error dot response dot message, then I should be defining that. Sorry, here it should be data. This one, let's paste that, and elsewise we will simply do the general message. I know this is confusing, but it will cover all the base cases for us. And now basically in return, I can return all the stuff. I can return status code. I can return status message. I can return message. I can say data. So now we will have, if you see, I am returning the this type from this error handling basically utils. So that was the core feature. That's why I defined some general message. So whenever something is undefined, we are giving some predefined values. So we will have something good to show, so user can understand what exactly is wrong. So now if I save that and I come to the login page, and here within the basically the catch block, here I can say instead of logging in, I can simply say const error is equal to handle error. Handle error, we will auto import that. We have to pass that, so I can simply pass error, because this is the any tab, then we will have not any error. And here I can say show error, and I can pass the error, because if you hover on this error, it will return us the same type we are expecting in the show error. So now I can remove this thing, and now let's see if it is working or not. Let's save that, and now let's come to the login page, and here I can, let's enter the wrong password, and here let's do the login. See, we have 400 status codes and invalid credential, which is for the wrong password. So this is also working. So we are done with the basically the loading and error state handling. If you want to basically somehow enter some different credentials for basically loading handling, we can remove that. Let me remove that. So some kind of loader you can also use that, but I just want to keep it simple. Just remove this thing. And now next step is basically if I come to the my basically setup. If you see, we have basically we will start the admin part now, and for admin part we have the dashboard, we have the products, and then categories. But we will start from the categories. By because products, in order to create the product we need categories, colors, and sizes, and that's why first we will create the categories, color, size modules, and then we will move to the CRUD part. And also for dashboard we will show the different sales, product, recent products. So that's why we need to develop this one. And if I show you the basically for what will be the design for that, so categories page have the following design. So now let's, if you see, we this page have some part, this is some like of header, and this header is kind of repetitive, and we will also use this table, Shadcn table. We will see how we can customize that and also implement the filtration. So we'll do a lot of magic. This part will be a quite big, but a lot of part then will be, for next module, for sizes, colors, product, it will be much easier, because it will be, most of the stuff will be reusable. So let's start the categories. So let's come to here, and here within the pages, let's define some, I can say admin within the page, admin, and within admin I can say categories, and within that I can say index dot view. And also in within the admin, let's also create index dot view file, index dot view file. Yeah, so we can delete this file basically, this one. I can copy that and I can come here in the admin index dot view file. I can simply paste that because it's the same. So let's delete this one. I can delete that, and now in the categories I can come here. So it will be simple, this file will be simple because we will create the components and we will divide that. First step should be I can define the middleware because this page is protected by define page meta. This page should be protected by, should basically only the admin user should be able to visit that. So I can middleware admin, and here I can basically say class flex. It should be flex column, and then I have another div here, and here I can say class. So here I can say flex. It should be 1, and space y should be 4, and then p should be 8. Overall padding should be 8, and then pd should be 6. And within that, here we will have the main component. So for that, let's create that, and now I can come to the components, and within the components I can say admin. Within that it should be category, and after that it should be client dot. So admin, then category and client. So in client, here if you see, we will have this part basically. So we have this type of heading. So let's create that component as well. I can say v base, yes, at least. And here I can say it should be called flex. Items should be center, and justify should be not center but it should be between. And here now I need this component where we have this heading. So I can create another component here within the UI, not UI. In components I can create another folder, component. I can say heading dot view and vbase. So here in this component we will pass the two interfaces as well. So I can create the interface props, sorry, I can say heading props, and in that I can say title. We will have the title and it should be string. We will have the description and it should be string. And now I can define that. I can say define props, and the type is basically heading props, and I can simply do that. Now we are good to go. So if you see heading, we have action button and then these two. So it means it should be flex. So I can say class flex items center and justify between. And within that I can say another div, and here I can say h2. The class should be basically some, not like, class is equal to text 3xl. Then we have font as bold, and then we have tracking should be tight, and within that I can pass the title. And then we have p, and for p I can simply say class. It should be text small, then text muted foreground, and here I can pass the description. So after basically this div, we have the action button. So here instead of, because every action button, so imagine that in this heading thing we will have the add product as well, add size as well. So we can't keep the record of the prop. So we will use the slot here. So I can say slot, and the it will be named slot. So I can say name is equal to action. Let's save that. And now let's come to the client part, and here I can say heading, and here I have to pass the title, I have to pass the description. Now in title I can say categories, and in the description I can say manage categories. And within the action I can simply use the Nuxt link, and within that I can say button, the basically Shadcn button. And in button I can say because we have the icon, so let's use icon as well. So I can say name, it should be lucid, and the button should be plus. And class, we can add some class, and I can say the mr should be 2, margin from right, height should be 4, width should be 4, and after the button here I can say add new. Let's save that and let's see the preview. And here for link for temporarily I can simply add home page link. If I save that, we should have some kind of preview here, but obviously before that I have to use that. So I can here I can say admin client category client. It will Nuxt will basically auto import this for us. If I save that and now if I come here, it is refreshing. Okay, we have some error. Why is that? It was some strange error. I did nothing. I just refreshed that. Maybe a development related error. Now it's gone. Now let's log in. And if I try to log in, I don't know why it redirect us to the why didn't it redirect us to the home page. I can refresh that again, and now let's try again. Now it's working. By the way, these errors will not happen in production. It's just sometimes in development we have some errors. So now let's go to the categories page, and for that I can also create another link here within the home page. I can copy that, and here I can go to the admin and then to the categories. But the C should be small. By the way, after this category stuff, we will create the nav bar as well, so we can have clean view. So here I can say categories. Let's save that, and now let's go to the categories page. If I click on that, that's strange. Oh, that's not strange. That's correct because we are not logged in as admin. And if I show you in the categories page, we should be logged in as basically the admin in order to access this page. So it's a good test. So now let's log in with GitHub because this user is the admin. That stage. Let me basically rerun the project because it will keep giving us the error. So now it's running fine. Now I'm logged in as an admin. And now let's go to the categories page. See, we have that. One thing is missing. This is the admin button is not working. So now let's come on there. Why it's not working? So if I come to the client, it should work. Oh, okay, I got it. If you see, we have the named slot here. So we should give the name. But we can also ignore that and just simply I can paste that here. So it's almost same. So if I save that, now we should have that button. So now we have this categories page and not the complete page. So the we can say the top stuff. Now let's come to this table stuff. It will be a little complex, but we will see. We will. I will tell you how easy to use that. I think before going to the data table, it will be best if we can create the category and fetch the categories because within the data table we will be showing the categories and stuff. So I think it will be much easier. So now we can create the add category page, and for that I can come here and within the category I can create another page, and in that I can say not in the components. Basically here in the categories I can say category ID. Basically if this is to basically it means we will have the dynamic ID. So here I can say index dot view file, and here I can say vbase, a simple template. It will be a copy of that, so I can copy this one and I can come here and I can paste that. But instead of client, we will have the form. So let's create within the category. Let's create another component called form. Form.view. I can say vbase, and here I can say category form. Let's save that, and now let's come here, and here I can say admin category form. So let's save that, and now let's see the preview. Obviously, in order to see the preview, I can basically come here, where we are redirecting the user in the client. So here instead up to the home page, I can say admin, then to the categories, and then to the new. So this new will redirect us to this page. And if I click on that, add new, I'm in the category page and where we have the category form. So in form, yeah, I am form also. So now we have basically two choices. Either I can continue with creating the UI of this form component, or I can create the API part. So basically, by the way, this page, this index view, it will be also used as for view purpose as well. So we will be able to see the view and also we will be able to create the new page as well. So we'll have the different stuff. So now let's come to the we will create the UI for that. So I can copy this basic stuff from here because it will be same. I can copy that and I can come here in the form, and here I can paste that, but instead of categories it will be a dynamic title, and for that I can create that. It will be quite simple. So here I can say const title is equal to ref edit or not. I can say edit category because we will edit or we will create the category. So I can say edit category by default. I can copy paste that, and here we will also have the description. So I can say description, and in the description I can say it's also same edit category, and then we will also have the different toast messages. So I will say message toast message, I think will be good. So I say toast message is equal to category a bit updated, and then we will also have the action. So I will say const action is equal to ref, and it should be save change. Now let's pass these to heading. So in heading I can make it dynamic, and I can pass the title, and in the description I can cut that, and I can pass the description, or not like that. I don't need to cut that, and here I can say description. Here instead of new button we will have another button for if if this is not new, and if we are viewing the category, then we will be able to delete that category. So let's create a button here, and instead of plus it should be trash, and the color should be red. So I can say variant should be destructive. Oh sorry, I should be using this that on to the button, not to the icon. I can say variant, and it should be destructive. The size should be small because we will only have the icon here, so that's why it's small, and it also be only visible whenever we are editing that. So let's create another variable here, and I can say is editing, and by default it should be true. So it means we are viewing the particular category, so that's why I give the name category id. So here I will remove this label, and I can simply say show this button only if we are editing. Let's save that, and let's see the preview how it is looking. See, this is how it is looking now. Basically I can remove this margin, so we don't have that. Now it's good. Now if I basically change this to false, we should have totally different view. So now that's gone. So keep it true. Let's wrap this to the div, not data, div. And by the way, after this we can have the form. I can say it should be separator. This is by the way Shadcn separator, and I can give the class. I can say class, the margin from top and bottom should be 4, and after that here I can define the basically form. In form I can remove this, and we will have the different basically the name for category. If I go to the schema, if I show you the schema, Prisma schema, for category we only need this basically name, because this will be linked to the product. So this is total separate thing, I will explain later. This will be auto generated user id we will get from the user basically object. This is for relation purpose, we only need this name. So let's create the validation schema. For that I can come here, and let's copy this. I can copy that, and here I can say category schema, and we only need name. So I can delete these two, and the minimum should be 1, so it means it is required field. So and we are good to go. So let's save that, and now let's come to the form component, and here I can say we have to import that first stuff. I can import that, import from view validate v validate zod, and the name is basically two type schema. This is very important. So I can say const form schema is equal to type schema, and here I can pass that complete object which we just created. So its name is category schema. So if I hover on that, it will give us the complete that stuff. I can also import another composable from vValidate, which is basically use form composable, and here I can say use not, I think vValidate simple. I can say use form composable, and here I can say const form is equal to use form, and in that I have to pass the schema, so I can say validation schema, and within that I can simply say form schema. It should be form schema, and then initial values. In initial values, basically we will have the recent category. I can create that request as well. So basically the if we are viewing the category, we will have that. So it will be either null or we will have some value. So how we can do that? I can simply say const this one. Here I can say use fetch. Let's do the await and fetch. For now we will have only API. We will have nothing here, but I can create that route. It will be admin. Then we will have the categories, and then we will have the basically the route schema. So here I can simply also create another object. So it will be const route is equal to use route. By the way, let's create this as variable choose route, and here basically I can now use the params. For that, obviously I have to change this to tooltip template string, and here I can say route dot params. Now basically we don't have any type for that, so if I try to use category ID, it will not give me this suggestion. So I have a simple way around. So by the way, for this technique, I'm not sure if it's the correct one or not. So I can create the simple type where we will have all the basically route params type, where we can I can mention all the types, like we will have the color category, we will have the product ID, category ID. So I know that it will work, so that's why we can use this. We will also have the size ID, so we can use that. So this will be basically we will not have any TypeScript related errors. I can save that. Now let's come to the form, and I can import that type here. I can say import type, and here I can pass from, it should be from types, and here I can basically say route params, and here whenever we are defining that route params, we can simply say route params as route params type. Then we can say dot, sorry, it's my bad, because it will be wrapped in a this bracket, and now we can say category ID. So we are good to go. So we will fetch that, and here basically we will have the data, and it will be either null. Basically if you hover on that, if we hover on that, basically we don't have any information here, so we can simply because this route doesn't exist, so we can create, for now we can create simple route for that, but we will do all this stuff later. So in API I can create another folder which will be admin, then we will have the categories, then we will have here, I can say index.get.ts, where basically this route for getting the categories, and for in order to get the single category, I can also within that categories I can create another folder which will be just like category ID. I can say category ID, and with that I can create index.get.ts, and here I can simply, for now I can say export default define event handler, and it should be async, and here I can pass the event, and I can simply return null. So if I save that, and if I back to the this page, and if I hover on that, I will have the null. It means this value will always return us the null, but obviously when we will implement that, it will either be null. If we have this particular category, it will return us the null or that category value. So now let's use that. So here I can say current, rename that. I'm just renaming that current category. So the initial values, either it will be, if current category exists, then it will be current value. If it exists, then we will have that. Otherwise, what we will say, I can simply say it should be simply name, and we will have, it will be the empty string. So now we have that as well. Now let's implement the UI for that, and within the form this component, I can add some classes. I can say class is equal to space y8, width should be full, and within that I can copy basically this stuff from the Shadcn view file. I can come to the form component. If I come here in form component, basically we need all this stuff here. So we have this example. We can copy this form field. I can copy that, and here I have to create another div, and for now let's paste that, and within div this I can say class is equal to, so we will have the distance. So on MD, it should be grid, and normally, basically, the grid columns should be grid calls 3, and then we have the gap of 8. So it is giving us the error. So in order to remove that error, I can give the name, and now the name, it will be the simple name. So now the error is gone. We don't need to import that from basically the form field components, because Nuxt will auto import that for us. So here we will also have the name, and in placeholder we will also have the name, but instead of simple I can say category name, and type is by default text. So I think we are good to go. Just only thing, basically if we are loading the components, then we will have that basically the is loading state. So for that I can simply import our I can use that our store composable. So I can say const is equal to use store, and here basically I can import all the basically values we have: is loading, show message, show error, and also toggle loading. Yeah, because we need this. So here I can say, and also the toggle error as well, we will need that. And here in input I can say the if it's disabled whenever we are loading. So after this, basically let's add the button to submit. So I can say button, it will also be disabled whenever we are loading that. So let's copy that, and type should be submit. This is very important. Submit, and class should be is equal to ml auto, and within that I can say save change, and let's save that. Basically we can also mention that here as well. I can copy that, and instead of hard coding this value, I can simply use the this one action, and we are good to go. If I save that, and if I come here in the edit category page, and if I refresh that, okay, it means our project is not running. So let's run the project, and let's wait for it to complete. Okay, we have some kind of error. It is some, what is this? Oh, this is the error. That's that. So I have to remove this one. So here, this was the error. And if I save that, that error should be gone. Yeah, we have this form now. Okay, it's still there. Let me refresh. Okay, that's strange. Let me look into this as well. So that error is gone. It was a basically strange error. Basically, I did nothing. Yes, I did something, but it was, I don't know why we faced error. So basically, I deleted my node modules and reinstall the dependencies pnpm install, and now it's working fine. So now let's move further. So I can come here, and now let's basically submit the form. So I can come here, and here I can say const on submit is equal to form dot handle submit is equal to, so it will be async. So I can say async, and here we will have the basically the values. And if we hover on values, okay, let's complete that, and I think we will have that. So now if I hover on that, so it will be the basically this whole object according to the schema we define. So now here I can say try catch, and within, and let's also implement the finally as well on finally. And here basically I can say toggle loading, and here I can say true. And now here I can check if basically is editing, are we editing. I can say if is editing dot value, if it's true, then it means we will edit that. So for now I can say log edit category, otherwise it means we will do the add. So here I can say log, and also let's also log the values as well, so at least we can see that. And here as well, although it will be same. So here instead of edit I can say add category, and after basically these operation, imagine we will have the API calls here. After that here we can say basically toast. So basically we will show the message, and in toast basically for title I can pass the here define title, this one, this one. Either it will be basically dynamically changed. I will implement that as well. So I can say title. So in case of add, we will change that. Just for now, we are not doing that. I will do that later. Just wait for some time. So here I can say title dot value, and after that we can also here we will refresh that. So here I can write to do. So basically here we have to refresh the data. I can say refresh data, and we will do that later. So for now I can just navigate to admin and then to categories. So we should be back to the main page. Now I can basically submit that toast. Why it's giving, oh, instead of toast I should be here saying show message. Do we have that? Yeah, here I should be saying show message and also show error. So here I can say show message, and within that I can pass basically exact same thing, and I can remove that. That's strange. Okay, it's not the spelling mistake. Now it's fine. And in case of error I can simply say const error is equal to handle error, and here I can pass the error object, and after that this simply I can say show error and I can pass the error, and in finally I can say toggle loading, and it should be false just for the viewing purpose. Let's now submit that. I can come here on submit dot prevent is equal to on submit. So let's save that and let's see the preview. Here I can simply, yeah, let's come here and at least we can see that. If I see the console and save changes, see, first of all, the our schema is working because this field is required. So let's enter C, and now if I do this save changes, see, we are, because it's the basically the editing is true, that's why editing is true, and also in the toggle message it was true. So here if I try that to add category, oh sorry, here if I do the add and if I save that and if I go to the add new, first of all see this is changed now, and if I save we have error. Now if I save again we have add category and we are good. So now let's implement the real stuff here. Hello, testing. So is it recording? Hello. Yes, you are recording. Sorry, before going to the real implementation, let's also implement this deletion UI as well. You know, if you see, we have the deletion button as well. If we want to delete the category, so I just want to complete the UI stuff first, and then I want to move to the API part. So for that, let's come to the components, and within the components, you can say for components root directory, let's call another component which is called model.view, and it will be almost same for the basically Shadcn view. If I come to the dialog component, it will be just a copy of that. If I come here and within the dialog, yeah, dialog component, yes, we can copy this whole. I can copy that. Let's copy this one and I can paste that here. Let's remove this because we don't need to import this, and here we will not use the dialog trigger because we will manually basically open this dialog, and here it will be a prop. So let's also define the prop. So here I can say const define props, oh sorry, const props is equal to define props, and within define props I can say it will be a interface, and for interface we will have the is model visible, and it will be a boolean, and then we will have the title, and it will be a basically kind of optional field. So that's why we will have this question mark as well, and then we will have the description, that will be also a basically optional field. So that's why we will have this, and then we will have the string. Now let's also, we have here the brackets, and then we are good. So now we will also emit some function here. So let's define the emits. I can say emits is equal to define emits, and basically we will trigger the close. So I can say on close, and then we will have the optional value as well. I can say is open is equal to, it will be computed value, and we will basically calculate based on this value. So now here I can say basically it will be a right table computed. So I can say get, in case of get, return the simple props dot is model visible, and in case of set I can say we will have the value, and I can say emits, and I can emit the on close. Here we will have the comma. Now we are good. And now here in this dialog, I can define that. So I can say is open, is not is open, only open is equal to is open. And then we will also, whenever we update that, so if you see the documentation, we will have that where we are custom close button. So whenever we are basically, we can emit that. Simple stuff is that you can read the documentation of overall Redux view. If you see the source, we will have these all this stuff here. If we want to basically component source, and this one, if you read that, you will have that. So if whenever this open value will update, we can basically, you can say watch that particular method, and we can act upon accordingly. So that's why we'll have that. I can say whenever this open value get updated, we can emit the on close method. So here I can say update open and is equal to, we will emit. I can simply insert of, I can say emits, and here I can say on close, trigger this on close method. And here instead of this title, I can say title, and it will be, it's the optional, so that's why I can say we, if we have the title. And same goes to the description, and here I can say we, if we have the description, then show the description. And in case of footer, we will not have this footer stuff. I will have simple the basically the slot. I will enter my own stuff here. I can say slot, and that's it. I can save that. Now let's create another model here, and I can call alert model, because basically whenever we will try to delete some kind of stuff, I will have some alert model. So you can say the confirmation model. So let's define that as well. I can say simple set of VBAs. For going to this basically implementation of this, let's come to the our own composable, the use store composable, and let's also create another basically value here with is boolean. I can also call is model visible, the same basically value which we created here is model visible. And here I can say instead of is model visible, so let's call is alert model visible, and it will be boolean. So I can also say here the false, and let's also pass that here, and let's also toggle that. So I can simply just copy this one, and here I can say state dot is alert model visible, and I can pass that. I can say toggle alert model, and now let's return these two, toggle alert and is alert model visible. Let's save that, and now let's come to this alert model, not this one, alert model. And here instead of div, let's at the end I can import that model, we need that. And here basically I can pass that, because if you see in model we need the composable, so I can pass that is model visible, and the basically the value we will be passing, it will be from the use store. So I can say const import and is equal to use store, and here it will be a basically is loading is alert model visible and toggle alert model. And then based on this value we will define that the is model visible value, and it will be a computed const is model visible is equal to computed, and here I can say is alert model dot visible is equal to value. So now let's pass that is model visible here. And in case of, you can also basically in this component you can also define your own basically a title and description, but for, because this is the easier case, so I will for that obviously you have to define the props as well, but as I but for me I will enter the generic message. So I will say are you sure, and in case of description I will say description, this action cannot be undone, and on. Basically, whenever we will trigger the on close method, I will say on close, I will say toggle alert model, and here in case of that I will pass the false value. That's it. And here within the in case of slot, I will be passing the basically the footer, and in case of footer we will have a simple div, and in case of div it will be the classes, and class from padding from the top it will be 6, space between the two x items it will be 2, and flex items should be center, and justify should be end, and the width should be full. Now pass the two buttons, one will be for cancelling and one will be for basically I can say cancel. First of all, it should be disabled whenever we are loading that, so I can say disabled is equal to is loading, and also variant is outline, and basically on click, because we are closing the model, so we will basically trigger the on click is equal to, we will call this same method, this one. Let's paste that, and now let's copy this one, and in case of basically here we will have the continue. It means we are sure we want to perform this action. So in case of continue, it will be destructive variant because it's the dangerous action, so that's why. And in case of on click, we will emit the method. Let's define that as well. I can say const emit is equal to define emits, and it will be on confirm. So here I can say emit, and I can say on confirm. Yeah, that's it. Let's save that, and now let's remove this div as well. And in order to use that basically within this form component, I simply have to do one simple thing. Here I can basically either on the top or either at the end, I can say alert model, and I simply have to, because the purpose of creating this whole stuff was to just to basically we can call this method from everywhere, so it will be a total you can say the dynamic model. So here I just simply have to confirm, whenever we commit on that, I have to do on confirm is equal to basically, let's say I can call delete category. I can copy that as we don't have this method yet, so I can scroll down, and here let's create that. I can say const delete category is equal to, it should be async, and for now I can simply basically copy this whole try catch block, and I can log in some basic stuff. So here I can remove this whole stuff, and here I can simply log in. I can say log delete category, and that's it. And whenever we are clicking on this delete button, I simply have to toggle the basically the is alert model value, this one which we created, this one. So I can come here, so whenever we click on that, so I can say on click is equal to, let's import that as well. So here I can say toggle alert model. Let's go to the top, and here I can say toggle alert model, and I can pass the true value. So let's save that, and let's see the preview of this. Let's go to the categories, and let's go to the add new, and if I click on this one, see we have this method. I can cancel that model is gone. If I click on that, if I click on this button, that model is gone. Now if I inspect that, and if I come to the console, and if I click on delete, and if I click on continue, we have delete category method. It means we are calling this method, and here we can do whatever we want. So I can again explain the flow. So we are here in this, but I can also basically do another thing. I can import is alert model visible, and instead of rendering this method every time, I can say be if is alert model, if this value is true, then show that. So we are here, we are importing, if we are checking if this model, if this value is true or false. So what exactly in this method is, if we go to the alert model, here basically we are using another component, and which is a model, you can say the Shadcn model. So here in this model, we are simply doing the some simple stuff. We are passing some props. These props are for now are basically static, but if you want, you can also, whenever in the form component, you can pass the title and description props, and then you can define the props here, just like we defined here, and they will be our total dynamic props. Sorry. And here we are passing the is model visible value, which basically we are getting from the store, because this is the computed value. So that's why we are you can say in reality these are both same value, this one and this one, but it's for just for the real purpose, because computed whenever this value will get update, this will automatically get update. So that's why we are using that. We are passing some props, and whenever we trigger the close on close method, which we are triggering from this method, whenever the update value get updated, because if we click on this, open value get updated. If we click on this, open value get updated. So we are triggering that. So that's now this is done. We can continue, and I can close that. And now let's create the API implementation for categories. For that, I can come here within the admin folder, not admin, sorry, server folder, and API, and then in the admin, and then in the categories. And instead of this get, I can simply, within categories, I can also say index.post. So we can create the category index.post.ts. I can copy this basic level this basic level. I can copy that. I can come here in the post, and now let's come to the basically the Nuxt Auth utils website. Next Auth utils. Yes, because we want to basically verify the request. So for that, we have some method. So whenever we want to basically, yeah, this one require a session, send back 401 if no user in the exist in the session. So I can copy that, and I can basically whenever because we this request is protected, so I can simply here, at the top of that, I can say this basically requires session. This user, it will basically if it's we will have the session in the request, it will be basically returning us the true, otherwise it will throw us the error. After that, we will have to do another step, which is basically if we can use this composable as well, get user session, and in the session what we have, if we come here, I didn't define that, but if I let's come here, and if I try to search, we will have the auto completion values. It's the user, and then we will have the role. Basically this route, all the routes which are in the admin category, in the admin folder, they will be only accessible by the basically they will be only accessible by the admin role. So not all the roles like get request will be accessible for everyone, because everyone can access the categories, and same goes to the products colors. But whenever we are creating the category, or we are updating the category, or we are deleting the category, they will be basically protected routes. So that's why here first of all I can say if session dot user exists, and session dot user dot role is equal to admin, then proceed. Otherwise, we will throw the error. I can simply say else throw create error, and the error will be status code will be 401, and status message will be unauthorized. You don't have. I can change these to two commas, and here I can say you don't have admin access. This is it. So here now I can create the category. For that, I can come to the registration, where we are registering the user, and we can copy this simple stuff where we are basically validating that. So I can copy that, and I can come here, and also basically I can import these two as well. I can paste that here, and instead of auth schema, we will be using the category schema, and here I can pass the category schema, and now it will give me the error, because in category schema we only have the name. So now if you see, we have the string. After the verification, I can come here, I can say const. Now let's create the category. Category is equal to await db dot category dot create, and in create we can pass the data, and in data we will pass the data on name, and for user id I have to say this one, session dot user dot id. Let's save that, and we can return the category. I can say return category. I can remove this return. So I can explain this again. So here we are checking if normal session exists or not. Otherwise, if we don't have, we are not basically logged in, this will throw us the error. Then here we are getting the session, and after that we are checking if session.user and session.user role is equal to admin. Then create the category. Otherwise, we are throwing the error. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the form, and here in case of whenever we are trying to add the category, let's call the method. Here I can say await fetch, and in fetch I can pass the API. Why it's not giving me the suggestions? API, I think maybe it's because of that. I can copy that, and let's paste that. Let's save. Now let's come again, because it should give me the auto suggestion. Maybe I can reload the function, reload the window. By the way, if you are in window, you have to press Control Shift and P to bring back that this menu. Control Shift P. Let's wait for some time. So basically, if our TS config is still initializing. So now let's try. That's strange. No problem. I can enter manually. So I can say admin, and then I can say category, and here I can pass method, and it should be post. And in case of basically body, we will pass the values object, and we can get the data, and in data and is equal to, so if we, oh sorry, it will be simple data, because it's we can get the real time basically the data stuff here for use fetch method, not the fetch. So if I overrun that, it's unknown. That's also strange, because it should give us the auto suggestions. So let's see. I think something is wrong, but I'm not sure. So let's try, and if we will see what is wrong. So I can come here, and I can inspect that we are adding the category. I can come here in the network tab as well. I can refresh that, and here I can enter the category. Let's enter category 1, and if I save that, okay, we are adding the category, so it means we don't have anything strange. So edit category. Just for the confirmation, let's also log this, log data, and now let's see again. If I try to add new one, category 2, and if I save that, form city 6, no, something is wrong, because it's getting refreshed. It should not be. Let me check. So I found the bug. It was strange. It was my mistake. But if you see, we are not adding that. It was when were testing the different stuff. Here, if you see, is editing is true, and I was calling this instead of this one. So it's my mistake. So here, let's change this to false, and here while we are creating the category here, and also the second mistake was, which was I think more kind of major, because if you see, we have admin then categories. So here I was using the categories, so here I have to say categories. And now if I try to post that, and if I save that, and if I come here, and if I say category 3, because while debugging I added two categories, I will show you. Save. Again, we have some kind of issue. It's not working. Why is that? Let me check. Maybe let's add that as well. Admin categories method is equal to post, and here await, because I tested that. And if I save that, and if I try to go to the add, if I refresh, I can remove that. So if it's here, at least it should show. So let's save that, and let's now try. And I can also open the console as well. And now let's add the category 3, and if I save that, yeah, we have 200 response. See, it's working. and if I come here in the console 78 line, and we are creating the new category, category 3. Now if I come to the database, and here you can see, if I come to the database and if I come to the category, we have 4 categories: category 1, category 2, and these two basically are category 3 and category 3, which we created now. So we have 4 categories now, and now let's also implement the basically fetching of the single category, which where we are using this one. So now based on the ID, so I can before I think fetching this one, I think we can, yes, we can use that. We can use that. So we can create that. So here in the category ID, I can come here. I can basically copy this stuff, this one. We don't need that, because in case of fetching the single category, we don't need to use the session. I just simply can copy these two line, this line, because we only need that. So in get request, let's paste that here at the top, and here I can say const category is equal to await db dot category dot find unique, and where id is equal to event dot context dot params dot category id. So here I can simply say this one, because if you see here in this, we are passing as the params, right? So basically this same name which you defined here. Imagine you have something in within the curly braces, you have something else. So please, if you change that within this, you also have to change that. So this one and this one should be same. And now here I can check. Basically, it will either return us the null or a category. So basically, we can simply return the category. That's it. We don't need anything extra, because if it's for example, we don't have any category here, so it will simply return the null. So we are good to go. We don't have to. I don't think we need any error handling. If you need, you can basically check if category exists, then return. Otherwise, you can throw the error. So let's save that, and now let's come here in the form, category form, and here let's check the category. Now let's also do the other stuff. Basically, if we have the category, then we should change these values, and for that we will use the watch effect. After this, I can add the watch effect. Watch effect, here I can say arrow method, and here I will say if current category dot value, if it's true, or in case of if it's true, in case of true, we have these all this method by default. So if it's false, then what should I do? I should change the title value to, it means we are basically, we have something else here. In case of new, imagine that, because in case of whenever we are fetching the category, we are using this route param. So it means this new is not kind of any id. So so it means we are trying to add the category, but imagine that we are entering the genuine category ID, then we will have the category here. So it means we will tell this page we are trying to view the category. So that's why we have this kind of. So imagine that we don't have any category. So here all the stuff should be related to the adding, not the editing. So here I can say add value is equal to create category. The in case of description dot value, it should be add a new category, and in case of action, I can say action dot value is equal to create category, and in case of is editing, it should be false. Is editing dot value is equal to false. Yeah, that's it. And here in case of here, I should not be saying add, I should be saying by default edit category, description edit category. Yes, category here, it's toast message should be category added and not. So it was, I think, right. So here it should be toast dot message dot value should be category create added. Yeah, that's it. In by default we have editing, action save change, editing is equal to false. And if we don't have any category, then we are, it means we are creating the category. We are created to change this to create actions, and now here instead of in here I should be saying the toast message instead of title. I can say toast message dot value, and yes, I think that's it. Let's save that, and let's now copy this category ID, and let's in case instead of new I can paste that, and let's see. See, we have the edit category, and this value is by default here. That was the magic of basically this form schema where we are giving the initial values. I'm saying if its current category value exists, then initial values should be current category. Now, just for again for again testing purpose, I can copy this category one value and I can paste that here. I should have here category one. Yes, it is pre-filled. Now, if I enter something wrong here, let's say new, we have create category and we don't have any value here. So we are done with the create category. Now let's enter the basically we can delete the category, and then we will also implement the deletion as well. So let's copy that and let's paste that here. We should have deletion button here. I'm not sure why it's not coming. So if it's is editing, we should have that button. Why we are not seeing this button? What is the value of is editing? Maybe we can check that. Oh, here it should be true. It was my mistake. So by default it should be true because by default it's all the edit stuff. So if I save that, yes, we have that button. So now inspect console, and if I delete, we have this button. So on confirmation, first let's create the API and then we can implement that stuff here. So within that, I can simply add another method. I can say indexed dot delete dot ts. Here, as it's the delete method, so it means it will be protected. I can simply copy this stuff. I can paste that here, and let's yeah, here we don't need this one. Let's remove that, and here instead of create I can say delete, and here I can simply pass where, and in where I can say id, and it should be just like this one, event dot context dot param dot category id. I can come here and I can pass that here. So I can remove this line because we don't need that. First of all, we are checking the normal session. If we have that, now we are getting that. And then we are also checking the role of that. If it's admin, then delete that. Otherwise, we are throwing the error. You don't have admin access. Now let's save that and let's come here to the form, and in the delete category method, I can simply copy this one. I can paste that here, and here I can also copy this stuff because it's the same. So I can copy that, and in categories I can paste that here, and let's change this commas to this one. So see admin categories, and then basically I am passing the category ID, and here it should be delete, and we don't have any body. I can remove that and we are good to go. We have this URL, we are passing the params as because in on top whenever we are editing, it means this deletion button we are only showing in case we have this URL here. So that's why it will be, always we will have this ID. In case of, we will not have any kind of array, we will not delete any other stuff. Even for some reason user try to access this request, it will not be deleted. The actual we will have some error. So now this is also done, and now let's see the at least the implementation of that. I can also show the navigate to categories and show, let's show message as well here. So at least we can see that. And here I can say show, instead of this I can say delete category, and here I can navigate to the user page, and let's save that and let's see the preview. So I can continue. I can also open the network call. I can cancel. Let's do again. I can continue. We are in the categories page, and if we see the delete request, we have 200 response, and we have this complete category as well. Now, if I come here and if I refresh that, we should have three categories. That took a lot of time, but still we have three categories. The category one is deleted now. So we are done with the deletion of as well. addition of as well, deletion as well. Now let's add the editing of category. So I can come here. Let's first create the API. It will be same. So I can copy that this one, because patch request is also protected by the basically the admin. So I can say index.patch.ts. I can save that, and now here instead of deletion I will update that. So here I will also basically validate that. So I can copy this schema, I can come to the patch, I can paste that, and then I can also get this line, I can copy that, I can come here, let's paste that here. Now here I can say instead of delete I can say update. I can remove that db.category, sorry, db.category.update, and in update I can pass object, and first of all obviously it will be where, and here I can say id, and in case of id it will be simple event dot context dot params dot category id, and here it will be data, and within the data I can pass the name. That's it. So here I can say the question. So we have the updated category and we can return that, and let's save that. And now let's come to the form component, and we can simply, let's remove this one extra stuff. Let's also remove this one. Don't need. Let's copy. I think I can copy this one. I can copy that. Let's remove this one. Let's paste that here. Let's remove this one. And here instead of delete, it should be patch. And I can pass the body. And in body, I can pass the values. Let's save that. Let's also remove these extra lines. Let's also remove this one. Yes, is editing. Now it should work. Let's save that. Let's come here. Let's remove network request. Let's copy this category 3 ID, not this one, category 3 ID. Let's copy this one, cancel. Let's come here and I can paste that. Let's clear. Let's also clear console. Now here instead of 3, because we I can enter the category 2, and let's see the preview if it's working or not. If I save that, we have 200 requests. So it means the category is edited. If I refresh that, so I can see refresh category 2, category 3, category 2. So we have now two categories, just for the again basically for again basically if I change this to category 1, I just want to see. Now if I refresh that, now we have category 2, category 3 and category 1. So it means editing is also working. Now we will implement this page basically where we will fetch all the categories. So we can show that within the table. This table, first let's create the API, and we can show the all the categories here, and after that we will start the table, because just like all these basically table is we will use in all the pages for sizes, for colors. So that's why we will create the dynamic table, so we can just copy paste and we can use that for all that. So let's create the now get request for fetching all the categories. So just like index here, I think yes, here we will have all the categories. So it will be quite simple API. I just simply have to return const categories is equal to await db dot category dot find many, and the only request I have to say order by, and I can say created at, it should be descending. That's it. And here I can say return categories. By the way, if you want to somehow filter the categories based on the user, right, then you can also add where request as well. Just like you can say where, and here you guys can say user ID, and you can filter based on the user. You can say user, uh, you can get the basically user session using the subject, and you are good to go, right? But we are not doing that. I want to just tell you, you can also implement this as well. So if I save that, and now let's come to the form. Basically we will not use that here. I can copy this request, and I can come to the index.client. Yeah, client. Here we will be showing all the categories. So I can paste that here, and I can simply remove this stuff, because we are only fetching the categories. So we should have all the categories array, but we have error. I can simply say add API admin categories. Yes, that's it. If I enter 3 and here I can say data and let's save that. If I refresh, I should have the categories. Yes, we have all the categories. So just to see more in a clear way, I can paste at the bottom. Let's save that. And now we have all the categories. Category 1, category 2, so category 1, category 3 and category 2. One thing, if I go to the home page, now if you try to go to the categories page, I just want to show something. App.view file, here let's add another basically called Nuxt loading indicator, Nuxt loading indicator. So if I add that and let's refresh that, I just want to show one thing which is very useful. So if I go to the categories page, okay, we have that. Let's refresh. We have all the categories. Ignore that. I will show this loading indicator stuff later because currently maybe I can show it because it should work because for some reason it's not showing me, so I can because internet is too fast, so that's why. If I let's change this to regular, maybe 2G, good 2G, and now if I try to go to the categories page, see it is taking time to fetch the categories. If I refresh that, I will have that. It will take time because our internet is slow. Maybe I can, for now I can change this to no throttling. Let's refresh one more time. So now we have all the data, and now if I change this to the regular 2G, and now if I go to the categories page, see it took a time. It's hard to show, but basically I will tell you later once we have more data because it will be hard to explain. So let's ignore the thing I want to show you. It's related to basically use fetch. I will show you later. So for now, let's ignore that. So in we are now done with the fetching of the single categories, fetching of all the categories, editing of categories, deletion of category, and addition of category. So you guys can say complete. Basically, we are done with the complete CRUD of categories. Must the only thing remaining is the data table. Let's create the dynamic data table, and for that we can come to the dialog, and within the dialog, not dialog, sorry, Shadcn website, and here we can come to the data table where we have table. Let's come to the data table documentation, and let's come here and we will move basically through here step by step. So now we have the data table, basically the documentation. You can read that in table of contents. First we have the installation, then we have the example. We can ignore the example, and we can basically start installation of that. I can copy that, and let's basically cut that and let's install that. Although we already installed that, but as this basically you can say module is, it will be little hard to explain, so that's why I just want to basically go step by step, so we all are on the same page. Let's wait for the installation to finish. I'm 100% sure it will give me the basically the menu where it will ask me this already exists, do you want to override. I think we should do that. Yes, I can say yes. Now let's also install this one, npm install 10 stack view table. Let's copy that and let's save. And now let's wait for the installation. Oh, sorry, it should not be npm install, it should be pnpm install. That was the mistake, because otherwise we will also have the, if currently if I show you, we have the this log file. If I should have continued this project, I should have another log file other than this, so it's not good practice. So I can enter now, and yes, I think we are done with installation. Yes, we are done with installation. Now let's come to see, we can ignore this example. I can pre-request this. I can also ignore that. Let's come to the project structure. So this is the file structure Shadcn is recommending. So, but we will not create that as we already know. So the my structure is little change. Currently, for example, if we have the payments page, payments table kind of example, we will have the columns in it. We will have the data table in it, and we will have the data table top down in it. But I changed the structure. I will have the data table. Basically, imagine that we have some kind of module in data table. In this case, I can say categories. So in case of categories, yes, according to this documentation, we should have this kind of structure. But we will change that because we will use the data table in every module. So there is no kind of you can say make sense to have this component in every category. Same it will be for sizes, for colors, for products, for orders. So we will have these components in our own basically shared state, and these columns and selection will be for each, because each module like sizes, colors will have their own columns and also their own selection button. So we will create that kind of structure. So just for that. And now let's basically according to this basically the column definition, for now we can ignore that. Render the table, we can also ignore that. Update the cell formatting, we basically I think I can copy this one by one. So first step is to create the column definition. I can copy that. I can come here, maybe I can run that project as well. So we have project is running pnpm run dev. I can come here. So I can come in the categories, and within the category I can say column dot ts, and I can paste that here. But obviously our column will be a totally different. So let's create that. I can come here, and here I can say let's create the interface for the category. I can say interface. I can say category, and here I can say id. It will have the id, then it will have the name, then it will have the created ad, and it will be string. Now here instead of payment I should be saying category. Then here we will have one object, and it should be basically accessor key. It will be just like accessor key, and it will be name, and then we will have the header, and the name it will be simple name, basically the label name. And now here in this case we need the selection, so we can create the total that separately. So here I can also create another folder file, sorry, I can say selection dot view. So selection is basically the same as here Shadcn is representing table drop down dot view. So I think selection is kind of more clear. So it will be a drop down menu. So I can come here into the Shadcn and drop down menu. So it will be a we can copy that basic stuff from here. I can here drop down menu just like that. So I can copy that. Although a lot of stuff will be deleted, but let's copy the basic stuff. I can copy that and I can paste that here. So here in this button, instead of outline, we will have the totally different button. So I can just paste that. It will be a totally, we will have the button. Variant is worst. The width is this one. This is for only basically a reading purpose. So you can you can ignore that. We will have only the icon here, and icon is like this one. And within the drop down content, I can remove this because we will not have any kind of basically the group stuff. So I just need one menu item. I can copy that, and I can delete all this stuff, the separator and all that stuff. I can delete all the menu content, and I just need simple menu item. I can paste that here. One thing is basically here I should also add a line. A line, it should be end, and there is no need to give any width here. If we need, we will add that. So in basically in drop down menu item, first we will have the icon. So I can copy that. Here I can say copy, and first it will be the copy. So icon name is copy. So I can say copy, and here I can say basically width is same just like that width, but the only we will have to add the margin. And in basically here I can say copy category, copy id I can say, and here we don't need any shortcut. I can remove this one as well. So we'll have this simple menu item where we will have the icon and we will have the label for that. So let's save that and let's remove all of this random stuff because don't need that. I can save that, and now let's come to this one and we can use that here. So after that we will have another item as well. So created ad basically. Now this one is done. Now we have to create this. So I can copy this one. Accessor key, it should be created ad, and the name should be, I can say, created, but with kind of label. I can say created ad. And now here, in case of this accessor key, so it will be a custom. So here I can say actions. By the way, you can read all the basically if you want. Now let's come to the previous. So here you can read it's Shadcn has mentioned all these stuff you can read if you want in detail. Although I'm explaining what exactly I'm doing, but still if you want to deep dive how things are linked with each other, you can basically check that. So here I can say enable, basically enable hiding, it will be false. Enable hiding, it should be false. And then here the cell, I can remove this header, we don't need that header. And here in cell, because we will not have any header for this basically cell, so in cell I can say row, and within that let's remove this for now, not remove, kind of comment that. So here I can say const category is equal to row dot original, and after that I can say return. Basically it will be just like that. I can copy this one, and here in div, and after that I will have the class, and class will be only relative. And here I will pass the h, another h element, and I will say h, and I will pass that element, the drop down action we just created. I can import that, import drop down. I can say, I can give any name, action menu from X selection. I can copy that, I can paste that here basically, and here basically we can pass the props for that. But for now we don't need that. I can, so for now we will do that, but later. For now I can ignore that, and I can give any name. So let's save that. Okay, that's strange. So here, not here, I can give any here. Yes. Okay, this is also giving me error, so we can import that here from 10 stack. I can say import type from 10 stack view table, and here I can say column depth. So I think now this will also go on. If I remove that, then yes, we will have that. So now we have the category basically as a reference. This basically. So even I can now, if I try to basically row dot original, I have that. So it will be a kind of ID, a complete category stuff. So let's save that, and now let's come to the basically the data table. I can create, basically we have that. Not we have to create that. So I can, where we were here, I can now copy this whole stuff, this one basically, and we are good to go. I can copy this one, and let's create in the root directory of components. I can call data table dot view. I can paste that. If I come here, so now if we see basically, so here we need to basically pass two things, columns and data. So now let's come to the client component for the category, and here I can use that. Let's ignore this one, and here I can say data table, and here basically we can pass that. First it is columns, and in columns we can pass the category columns. We can import that category columns from the components, and then admin and category, and we have, by the way, capital letters. So I can say components, admin, then we have category, and then we have column. So yes, we have that column, so I can pass that columns here. After that I can pass the data, so that data will be categories. If you see, it is giving me auto suggestion. So here I can pass either this data, so it will be a unknown. I'm not sure why it's not giving us the basically the suggestions. So if I come here, that's the strangest thing happening to me. Why it's not, if I hover on that, so define event handler. If we see here we have the why it's giving us define event handler. Just give me a second, I can check why it's not giving me the type suggestion. It should give. I try to, but still something is wrong. I will look into that. I will tell you. Honestly, I don't want to spend time on this, so we know. But as it's working, so I don't want to basically, do something strange here. I will look into that why it's not working. So now I can pass the either data. So if data exists, because it can be null as well. Like you can say we don't have any category. So here I will say maybe I can rename this to categories, and here now I can say categories. If we have categories, then pass the basically categories. Otherwise, we can pass the same, empty array for ignoring, because we have this TypeScript, because it's saying something is basically I should be passing the category. So that's it. It's giving me the error, so I can ignore that. I can say view expect error, so we will not have any warning here. And also one thing I can say, status, basically the status values, we should only show this one once we have v if status cannot is equal to pending. So once we are done with the fetching, then we should show this data table. Now if I save that, and I should also save this one as well, and let's see if we have something here or not. So if I go to the categories, see, this is what I was mentioning. Now we have the loading indicator. Okay, now we have the data table. See, we have the name, we have created at the label, and we have the actions here. So if I come here and if I show you the selection, not select in the columns, so accessor key, and in case of header, so here instead of accessor key I should be saying id. So now we will, this should be gone. So now it's gone. So I hope you get it. So in case of this one action, we are basically kind of creating the custom drop down menu, so we have that as well. We will also format that, but just give me a time, we will do that later. Now imagine that if you decide to change this label to name one, we should have name one here. So let's back to the normal. Now let's implement the next stuff, which is basically the self formatting. We will not implement this self formatting, because basically this self formatting is like if you want to create the custom component dollar amount, or whatever amount you want to show, but we will not need that. Row actions, we will add that, but we will add that later. Yes, we can add this copy function. I can copy that, and it will be basically within the drop down component. In our case, it's the selection, so I can copy that. And now let's come to the selection, and here I can paste that. But if you notice, we have to pass the this id from the props. So I can in our case I can copy that. It will not be payment obviously, but it will be basically the category. So I can paste that here, and here instead of payment I can say category, and it will be the id. And if I now let's call that function here, in this case how they are doing, they are just simply copying that. So I can copy that here. Whenever we click on that menu item, I can click, I can paste that here, and instead of it should be category.id. Let's save that, and now let's see the preview. Let's also show some kind of toast message, so we can show the user, it's copied. And for that we can use our normal, use store method to show that message. So I can say on top, I can say const star that, I can say show. Okay, it will not give me address suggestion unless I use store here. And here now I can say show message. I can also say show error, and because we will also implement the deletion as well. Now I can say is loading, is alert model visible, toggle alert model, toggle loading as well, toggle loading. So now we have that. Now once it's done, I can say show message, and here I can pass the title. So I can say title, category, ID. Let's save that, and let's see if it's working or not. I can come here, I can copy that. We should have the message. Let's see why it's not working. Something is wrong. Okay, prop star category is undefined, because I think we are not passing that. So if I come here in the columns, yes, we are not passing that. So here I can now pass the prop in the edge, and after that I can pass that here, and I can say category. I can simply pass this whole category, this one. Let's save that, and now let's implement that. If I copy, see, category ID is copied, and if I here, so yes, we have that ID here. If I click on that, copy, category ID is copied, and we have that category. So we are done with that. Now let's implement the deletion. For deletion, I can simply come and I can copy that basically from the form. It will be almost same, but slightly different. I can simply copy that this method and I can come to the selection and I can paste that here. So instead of route params, we will need that ID. So I can simply say here, instead of, I can say remove this whole thing, I can say category.id, category dot, oh sorry, it will be props. So here I have to say props, const props is equal to this, and here I can say category, oh sorry, I here I'll say props dot category dot id. That's it. And here delete category, I'm loading the true value, then we are calling that category deletion. And here by the, yeah, it's done. So here we should just refresh that, and we will do that. Yes, we can do that basically here. If I come here in case of client, so where we are fetching that, here basically I can also assign the key to this one. So whenever we do that, we can refresh that data. Here I can say key, and here I can say categories. And in order to refresh that data, this is the Nuxt magic. If I come here now to the selection, so here I can say refresh Nuxt data, and I can pass that categories. So it will refresh this Nuxt data, and we are already to the categories page. We don't need this one. We deleted the category, we loading state message, then we are refreshing that, we are showing the error. We are now again basically uh, assigning the value to the label as loading to the false. Now let's implement the deletion. For that, let's copy that item from here and we can paste that here. So we have the deletion method. So in case of this one, whenever we click on that, we should toggle the alert basically model. So I can remove that, and here I can say toggle alert model, and I should pass the true. So it means we also have to import the alert model here as well. So I can come to the form and I can copy that. Now I think you will understand why we created this alert model. We can call this method from anywhere and we are good to go. And on confirm, we will call this delete category method. That's it. Yes. Now let's save that, and I think yes, it should work. It should work. Now let's come here and let's try to delete this the third category. If I delete that, okay, I can cancel that. Inspect. If I click on that, delete, cancel. So this is the bug. I think I got it by because maybe you guys are not noticing, but we have two models open here. It's very hard to see, but in case of we are showing currently two models. So instead of toggling the directly this method, I should be toggling the directly this method. This value is alert model visible. I will fix this model, but first let's at least see if deletion is working or not here. If I try to delete that, if I open the network as well, if I try to continue the model, the category 2 should get deleted. See, that's why I was saying we have now two model. I can cancel that. One thing is for sure, the that category is deleted, but we have you can say a lot of models here that should not be happening. Main thing is that category was deleted and data was automatically fetched without even calling. You can say here this call was made by the Nuxt automatically when we call the refresh Nuxt data. Now we can handle that deletion as well, but before that we can also let's also implement the editing of that, and then we will do that because editing is quite simple. I just have to copy that and I can paste that here. Here the in case of editing, I can say edit, and the icon will be user. So I can say not user, I can say edit, not, I think pencil maybe, yes, pencil. And there here instead of this one I can navigate to that particular page. So I can say navigate to, and here I can pass the basically the ID of that. So I can say admin, then to categories, and then I can pass the category ID here. So I can say category dot ID, and that's it. If I save that, and now if I try to go to the edit page, edit, I should go to the category 1. I am in the category 1. Now if I go to the edit to category 3, I am in the category 3 page. So we are done with the data table. No, not still something is remaining because we not didn't. If I come here, we have the, and if we hover on that, we have the filtration as well, we have the pagination as well. So now let's come here and row add following data table, update column definitions. We don't need that. Yes, we need the pagination. So for pagination, let's come here and add pagination controls. So for pagination control, the first step is basically this one. We can view use table. I can copy that, this one, and I can come to the data table, and here where we're importing this only this one. Yeah, this one. Let's update that because we have to import this one. And after that, let's also update this one, view use data table. So let's paste that here. So we are good here. Let's save that. And now the next step is basically to add the buttons. So here we have four, here we have four. So now let's add the buttons, and it will be after the button is this one is done. So I can copy that, and after the table we have this one. Let's also create another div here, and after this basically, okay, sorry, it should be div, and I can move that up, and after this border stuff, basically this div, I can add that buttons, and if I save that, and if I save, and let's see the preview if it's working or not. So we have that button, but I think we have to give the number of items per basically table we want. So we can see if we want to, if how we can customize that. By default, I think it's 10. Let me check. So in order to basically see the pagination if it's working or not, I can come here in the use view table. I can set the initial state, and you can also basically see how you can customize that. If you see here, they have the mentioned this basically in this first step. This will automatically paginate your rows into pages of 10. See the pagination docs. You can click on that and it will redirect us to here, and we can set the page count and row count if you want. So for in order to set that here, initial state, then I have to say pagination, and within the pagination I can say page size. I can set the page size to, let's see, by default to 1, because currently we have 2 categories. And if I come here, now we have the next button is now you can say active. If I click on that, I'm in the category page. Now next button is disabled. Why? Because we don't have any other categories. If I go to the previous, we have that. So it's working, but I think 10 size is decent size, so I can remove that, and we are done with the pagination as well. Now let's add the more things. Sorting, if you want to add, you can add that. It's pretty simple, but we don't want to add that. Then yes, we don't need. Then let's add the filtering. In order to create the filtering, let's come here and we can import that stuff. First of all, let's copy this one because we need column filter state. Let's copy that and we can import that here along with column definition. Then next thing we need is to value this basically if we already didn't import that. I think we already have, but let's see if I find that. No, we didn't imported that. By the way, still, just to clarify, if we have this method or not, income, yes, we don't have. So let's copy that as well. Let's paste that here. So you can copy that, but we need updater from 10 stack view. I can copy and let's import that from the 10 stack table. I can say import type from 10 stack view table, and here I can say updater. Yes, updater, and let's save that and we can import that here. After basically this one, I can import that. Now here it will be a dynamic field. We can search any field, so that's why we will pass the prop. So I can say column to search. It should be string. We will pass the basically key, and next we can come here. We don't need this whole stuff. We don't need anything. Yes, we need this one, get filtered row model. Basically I can paste that here where we have to, where it is, yeah, here I can paste that. And after that we need this column filters. I can paste that here, and after the column filters, get core row model. We don't need, we have this one paginated row, we have this one. Now we don't need this one, we don't need this one, we need these two. I can copy that and let's paste that here. And we also need this one but without sorting, but we will remove the sorting. So I can paste that here. Let's remove that because we don't need sorting. Oh, sorry, why it's not getting selected. Let's remove that, and we have that. Now let's add the input where we have to filter. So I can copy that. It's on top of the table. So it means here I can copy that, and here instead of email I can pass this props dot column to search. So where we have the email, I can say props dot column to search. I think it will work. Yes, it is working. So get column and here as well, and I think it should work. It should work. So here instead of emails, I can say simple filter. Let's save that. Obviously, we need to pass that because otherwise it will give us the error. So let's come to the client, and here I can say category filter by column to search. I can pass the name. Let's save that and let's see if it's working or not. Yes, we have the filter, and if I select one, we have only one. If I select three, we have only three. So yes, now data table is also done now. So the category CRUD is complete, the data table is complete. Now let's basically, you can say the major module is complete, because next we will a lot of work will be copy paste, because we have the base for that. But before moving forward, we let's fix the basically alert model issue, where our multiple alert models are opening. We can fix that as well. So I found the bug. What was the exactly issue? We should not be using this global value in case of this one. So because as I mentioned, in case of this composable, we are using this stuff everywhere. So it will be, basically this state, no matter in how many components we should use, it will be basically considered as one value. So it means whenever we will set this to true, and we are using the alert model at three places, so we will have the three components. So that's why let's remove that. It was my mistake. I should not have done that this way. I can remove that, although now we have to remove from a lot of places. Maybe instead of removing that, because we will have we can have the issues, let's fix that issue first, and then we can see how we can do that. So now let's come to this alert model. So here let's not pass that. I can remove that, and here I can create the define props thing. So we can we can pass the props basically, and here I can say is open, and in open it should be boolean, and here I can say this one, and now here instead of this one I can say is open, and now instead of this toggle alert model to false, I should emit that. So let's also create another emit. So I can say on close, and here it should be like props. So I can say const props is equal to define props, and here I can say props dot is open. Yes, is open. No, is open. Now we will have that, and I can pass that, and let's save that now. And now let's go to the where we are using that. See, we have these errors. So first let's come to the selection. So here now instead of this one, we can reuse use that. And here let's create local variable. I can remove this, basically this one we don't need, and also toggle alert we don't need that. And here I can say local variable, I can say const is alert model visible. I can say ref, and I can say false. I can copy that. I can remove this one. We don't need that. I can copy this one, and instead of toggling this one, I can simply change that value. And here I can say it should be this one. This, just the alternate that. And here I can say pass is open is equal to is alert dot visible, and when we have on close I should do the same stuff. I should reset this to false. I can say false, and now let's save that, and I hope it will work. So if I come here to the here, and now if I try to basically delete this one, see now we have only one. Basically if I click cancel, it's not working. Something's wrong. Console column with id undefined doesn't exist. Maybe I can refresh that. First let's also fix this to basically in farm component as well, and then we will see. So if I come here, I can simply copy this stuff. I can locally create that. I can paste that here, and I can also copy this basically where I'm using that. I can simply copy this stuff, and I can paste that here. And now we don't need this one. We don't need this one. Now the error should go on. Yes, where we have the error. Okay, we don't need this one, so I can copy that. Not this one. Selection. I can copy simply this one where we are basically showing that model. I can copy that. I can come to the form, and I can paste that here. Sorry. Yes, we have still extra one. So let's save that, and now let's come here. Let's refresh. all one time. And now let's see, try that, delete, cancel. It's still not working. Let's see why it's not working. So if I come to the alert model, okay, here I'm still doing the wrong thing. So on, basically, yes, here we have to change that. So here I have to say, instead of toggle this model, I simply, yes, I have to change that here. So I have to omit the on close. So here I have to say omit, I have to say on close, and same goes to this one whenever I'm clicking on this one. So it's my bad. Let's save that and let's remove this value. Let's save that, and now I think it will work. If I click on that, yes, that is gone. If I click on delete, cancel, it's gone. If I delete, it's gone. And now if I delete, if I continue, that category 3 is gone, and now we have only category 1. So we are done with that. So overall it was quite, I know, quite major basically module. Now let's move to the sizes or colors, maybe. Let's see. So let's go with the colors module. So if I see, if we see the color screen, it's almost same with the categories. We will have the same type table just like we have here. And in case of, how we'll create the color, it's almost same. If where is it? If I zoom in, so yeah, here it is. In order to create the color, we have this tab up. It's also same. So we can come here in the where we have colors module, and I can show you. Let's come to that. And here within the, let's come to first to the pages, and in the page where we have admin, I can copy this category stuff complete. I can copy that, and let's paste that, not in the pages, within the admin. So I can paste that. Now I can rename to this to colors. I think I have to close the project, otherwise it's not allowing me to rename that. So I can do that now. So maybe I can delete that completely, and I can copy step by step. Yes, I know I have another folder, so I can say colors, and then within that I can say index.view, and I can basically copy this one, not this one, this one, copy, and I can paste that here. I can save that, and then I can also copy this, and here I can say within colors I can paste that, and instead of category ID I can say color ID, and after that I have to say index.view, and I can copy this one and I can paste that here. So first we can do that. We can change this to, so I can copy that, not this one. Now let's come to the components, because we have already these components. So I can come to the admin, and I can basically, I have to copy this category stuff. So in admin I can create another folder color, and within that I can say client.view, and within that I have to copy this client stuff. So I can copy that, and here I can paste, and if I save that, and now let's also change stuff to the home page, so we can at least go to the to the colors page. So I can copy this one, I can here say colors, and here I can say, if I save that, and if I go to this, I have to refresh. Okay, I think I close this one, sorry. I can rerun. Meanwhile I can change that. So now let's change some stuff here, because it will take some time to run. So here I can say, instead of categories, let's control F and press these two buttons. So we can also keep in mind the capitalized stuff. So here I can say colors. Now all the capital colors are changed. Now let's select these small categories, and now press Control D, and here I can say basically colors. Yes, that's it. Admin colors, yeah, here as well. Now let's also copy this columns stuff. So I can copy this one as well, copy, and within color I can say column cl.ts. I can paste that. Let's also copy this action. So I can copy that. I can say cell action dot view, and I can paste that. I can save. Why it's giving me error here? I can say cell action. I think it's we can reload that. Basically, it's still initializing. Let's see. Meanwhile, I think now our project should run. If I refresh, yes, it's running fine. Yes, that error is gone as well. So if we see the schema, what exactly we will have in the colors? In the colors, we will have the name and value. So one value is extra. Yes. So if I show you colors and the basically create color or edit color, we will have this kind of screen. So for value and for even for showing the colors, where we have this one, or we have to create this new stuff here as well, this new component, so we can create that as well. So I can come here, and in the color, maybe I can first, let's see the at least what is exactly the screen is looking. So I can come to maybe admin, not admin, home page, and let's go to the colors page. So this is how our we are it is looking. So why it's still saying categories? So why it is saying, because if I come to the colors page index, instead of admin category client, I should be saying admin color client. Yes, I can copy this one and let's paste that and tag as well. And now if I save that, and if I refresh, okay, that's strange. If I go to the color and then to the client, I didn't save that. So let's save. So this is how it is looking. So obviously it will not give us any error because this API don't exist, right? So before going to complete the UI part, let's first complete the API part. I should have done that first. So it's my bad. So we can create the APIs first. So we have to copy this categories stuff, so I can create another folder here within the admin colors. Within that I have to say index.get.ts in order to get all the categories. Then I can also copy basically this one where we have to create the color. So I can copy that and I can paste that. Now let's come here in the index.get. Okay, I can copy from categories, copy. I can come here, I can paste that, and here instead of categories I can say colors, and here instead of category I can say color. That's it. Now we can fetch all the colors, and then in the post, if I come here in the category, it means we need the category schema as well. So first let's copy that. We can paste that here. Normally I can paste that. We have now category stuff. Now let's create the category schema, color schema, just like we have the category schema. So let's come to the utils within the validation. So here I can copy this one, and in case of name I can say color schema, and then we have the name. In case of name, it should be minimum one. And by the way, here we are adding the default message, like, but we can customize the message as well, like whenever we want something else to show to the user, the validation message. So here I can say color name is required. Let's object, and let's create another file as well. So here it will be object based, sorry, value, and in case of this one it will also be string. Required value is 1, and here I can say color code is required. And by the way, we should also enter the default, and default is basically black color, or this one, yeah, 0 0 3 4 5 and 6. So now we have the color schema as well. So let's come to the where we are creating the color. Here I can come instead of category schema, I can say color schema. I can copy that. Here I can paste that. So here I will also have the value, sorry, here it value, and here I can say color, and here I should also pass value. Yes, we are good to go. Now here I can return the recently created color. Unauthorized, you don't have access. That's it. That's why I was saying it will be so easy to implement. We just have to made some tweaks. So we are also done with the creation of the colors. Now let's also complete other, basically the two, I think three. Yes, three. We have three. I can copy this name, and within the colors APIs I can paste that, and within I can change this to color ID, and within that I can say index dot get dot ts. I can copy this one, copy that. I can come here, I can paste that, and here instead of category I should be just simply saying color, and here let's change this to color. That's it. Let's save that, and now let's also copy this deletion. I can copy that. Let's, okay, I have to name that. I can say index dot delete dot ts. I can paste that as it's in deletion, so that's why we have session user checking. And here now let's select the category and change this to color, and here let's also change this to color ID. Deletion is also done. Now let's copy this patch one. I can copy that, and it will also be simple. I can copy, I can say index dot patch dot ts. Let's save that, and here instead of category schema, control D, I can say color schema, and also obviously it means I have to change this to color. I can select all of the categories, I can say color, and here I have to say value as well. Value and then value. Yes, that's it. Let's save that, and the patch is also done. So all of the APIs are done. It's simple as that. So now let's come to the basically at for color module. So now we can come to the client, and here let's complete the data table stuff. Maybe first we can complete the form, so at least we can create the color and then we can show that. By the way, we have another method to basically if we want to create the color. If I open DevTools, let me show you this stuff as well. Even before going to that part. So if you come here, you can select this one, and here you have the plugins, timelines, and here this one, server routes. If you click on that, mine is already open. So we have all the basically APIs here, and we can create the request. We can make the request from here. Now, if I come here, if we need any basically query, we can pass that, but we need only body. So I can come to the body, and here I can pass the color. So I can say red, and the value should be, I can say 00FF, I think FF or FF, and then all of the 40. If I send the request, okay, undefined, that's changed. Oh, sorry. So basically here I have to mention the key. So it will be name, and here it should be red, and also I can add other, and here I can say value. So basically it was the Zod error. If you see form related error. So and here I can say FF0000. Now if I send that, I can click on that. So color is created now. So we should be able to see that here. By the way, we can see that if I was making call to the post request, and now if I make get request, I can get all the colors and they are in the array form. Yes, see, that's why I was saying. So now let's change the columns stuff so we can see that. So here we have the name, but if I show you the value, for value I have to create the custom component for that. Within color, here I can also create another component called value. Yeah, or yes, value is fine. Value dot view, and here we will have some, I can say basic setup. We will have the props as well, so I can say define props. I can pass the object here, so it will have only color code, and it will be string, and here that's it. And here basically class will be flex, then the items will be center, and the gap between x is 2, and after that here we will have the color code, and after that the circle of that color. So here I can say class at 6, width is also 6, so rounded should be full, so we'll have the full circle, and let's also add the border, and the style will be dynamic, so I can add the color. So here I can say this one, and I can say background color, and it should be basically the value color covered. That's it. So let's save that, and now let's come to the columns, and here we have to add another one, and here I can say value, and here I can say string. That's it. We have the category. Obviously we need to change this to color, and name. After name I can say basically, let's copy that, it will be custom column. So here I can say value, and header should also be value, and after that I can say cell. I can basically copy this. Let's remove this, all of this, because it was for other purpose. I can copy this one. I can paste that here, and instead of basically this category or row stuff, we need row. But here in the D, I can mention the basically our own component. So here I can say color value. We can import that basically here. I can import, and here I can say color value, and it should be color value here, value, simple value. So I can copy this one, and I can mention that here, and basically now we have to pass the props just like where we are passing here. So I can basically cut that. We don't need all of this stuff, so I simply have to mention the props here. So I can say color code, just like, keep in mind the it will be same string. So I can copy that, and here I can say color code, and it should be row dot original dot value. So basically it will be after the original, we will have all these values accessible here. So now let's save that. We need anything? Yeah, here let's also change this to color, and let's save that where we have the error. That's change. Oh, this one. Now where we have the error. Why it is giving the error? Oh, why it is giving the error? Because if you see, we have the selection menu as well, and we are trying to pass the color, basically props. So it's related to the wrong prop. So here instead of category, I can say color, and we are good to go. If I save that, oh, let's fix that as well because this will also give us the error. So I can say color ID, and color ID. Yes, that error is gone. So that's the benefit of basically the TypeScript. So here we were trying to pass the different stuff and it was giving us the error. So now let's save that and let's see if it's working or not. The colors module. It is working, but we don't have this column. That's strange. Let's come again and let's come to the category client, and if we see, we are passing the columns, but the columns are from the category. So here let's change this to color. Yes, color. And here let's also change this to admin color. Yeah, that's the fine. So I think now it should work. If I save that, okay, let's change this to, instead of this one, I can say this one, components, and after that admin, then we have color, and then we have columns. If I save that, now we should not have error. Yes, it is working. One thing is, I think the rounded is not working. So let's go to the value. Rounded, yeah, it's not fill, it's full. If I save that, yes, it is working now. First, maybe we can capitalize this one. Do we need that? If I go to the, not this one, if I go to the, where we have the data table, we can make that, but we don't need. Let's ignore that. Let's not implement. One thing I totally forgot about, I have to format this state. So let's do that as well. So we can also implement the Nuxt magic here. So basically we can transform these values, So in order to transform, I can say transform. So I can pass the, here we will have all the colors, basically colors. Basically these are the same colors. So here I can say colors, and after that I can say return colors. If I hover on that, we have the, I don't know why Nuxt is not giving me the types. That's strange. I will look into that at the end of the, basically it happened with the categories as well, but we can do that. Let's follow that. So we will return the item, and basically in item here I can also say return, and the return object will be id, and in that item dot id, and then name item dot name, then value item dot value, and then created at, and it should be use date format. So we can import that from Vue use date format. If I hover on that, it's from the Vue use. I can show you Vue use. We can search that use date format. See, we have this basically. We can modify according to our own usage. Yes, we can copy that. We can come here, use date format, and here we can pass the basically date. So I can pass new date, and then I have to pass item dot created at, and after that the different format setting. You can play with that basically. So I will pass MMM, month's complete name, then a single day, then we will have the year, a complete year, and here I can say dot value because it will. Now why it is giving us the error, I can ignore that. That's the strangest thing. Yes. Now I can pass the basically colors here. If I hover on that, we have now any type. Why it's giving us the error? Okay, we can remove that. It's saying it's unused. Now let's save that and let's see if our colors are modified or not. Yes, they are modified. So you can play with that. All the documentation is mentioned here. You can play if you want to, like if you want a complete month name, you have to use this. If you want this format, you can use this format, you can use this. So you can play with that. So if you want to improve, so let's also implement the same stuff with the categories as well. So I can come here to the client component, and here I can paste that. So but obviously we will not have this value. Other than that, I think it's same. So let's save that. And if I come to the home page, and if I go to the categories, yes, this is date is also formatted. Now let's go to the colors. So we can see the colors. Now let's create the basically add new color component. If I click on that, I am here, but I'm showing the category page. So we can change that. So let's come to the, first of all, to the colors, and here let's create the form component. So here I can say form dot view, and we can paste that from the category. I can copy that and I can paste that here. So let's now change all of the categories to the basically colors. So where we have first category, where is that? So let's select this one. Keep in mind, find and select all of these. If you are VS Code, select this one and first one, and then select Control D. So all of the category will be selected where we have category in capital exact format. So now here I can say color, and then yes, these categories. So where now again Control D, all of the API call will be changed to colors. After that, yes, category ID. We don't need that. We will have the color ID. Select Control D and say color ID. I think that's it. Now we will do the now let's come to the first of all, let's change this to schema. So we will not have the where we have the schema. Are we importing that to type schema? Yes, here we are passing the category schema. So instead of category schema, here I will pass the color schema. Yes, and here we will have the yes, here now we have to pass the value as well. So it will be default value. So here I can say value, and it should be 00000 black basically. Otherwise, I will pass the the fetched values. So if this is the current category. So instead of current category, I should be saying current color. We will fetch the current color. Let's save that. This one is done. This one is done. Now, whenever we are handling the basically the submission, we are again checking if we are editing is true. Then basically edit the color patch. We are sending the patch request. If it's not, then we are creating the color. We are passing the values. Then we are showing that we are navigating to the colors. We don't need to refresh that data here, because whenever we will be navigate to the previous page, it will basically fetch the newly created data. If it didn't, we can refresh that. Then delete category. So instead of delete category, I should be saying delete color. And if we hover on that, we have colors, deletion, delete color, and that's it. I can remove that and let's save. And now one thing is remaining, because we are not adding another field for color. So I can copy this one. It will be same. So instead of name here, it will be value. And here I can say color code. And here the types placeholder will be color code, and not color code. Let's enter the default value, so user will have the idea. So here, but the type, we have to change the type. Main thing is type, so I can say type is equal to color. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. First thing I have to change, if I go to the page, yeah, in the page is admin colors. Here I have to change this to, instead of category form, I should be saying admin client, admin color form. Let's save that and let's see it. Refresh, and we have the new, and basically the URL was same, but now we have create color, add color, color name, color mode. Let's create the color. First of all, color name is required. Now we have the custom messages. If I go to the validations and then to the color schema, if I remove this whole message object and I do use the default one, now if I refresh and now if I create color, see, these are the string must contain at least one. So this is not a good looking basically message. So I can save that, and we should have the kind of good message. Color name is required, user understandable message. And if I enter the name, I can say blue. So here I can select the color. Okay, sorry. Add to custom colors. Basically, we have to change from here. I can select that. Whenever you have to make the change here. If I select OK now, and if I create color is added, and now we have newly created color. So now let's also test the deletion as well. But I think I have to change this action value, so we can at least we can test the editing. But let's change this menu as well, so we can adjust these two colors as. So if I go to basically selection, but should be related to the colors, and if I come here, first of all, let's change this to category ID to control D. We have color ID copied, and then instead of delete category, I should be saying delete color. And here, let's select the categories, and I should be saying colors. And here as well, control D. I should be saying delete color. And yes, here we have to refresh the data. I can refresh that to colors. I can remove this to do open menu or OPRD. Yes, I think that's it. Yes, now it should work. Just if we are editing, we are navigating to the colors page. Yes, that's it. So now if I click on copy ID, color ID is copied. If I click on edit color, admin color, then we have pre-filled this value. So now let's change this to green and let's change this color to green. Yes, okay. And we have green color. If I save the change, okay, server error. Why is that? If I inspect console, okay, it's related to somehow. Let me check that. So let's see the in basically in request what exactly we are passing. If I come to the network and let's try to pass again save changes. Okay, we have server error. If we come to the request, we are passing this one. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's strange. Network response internal server error. That's strange. Let me check. Let me debug. So basically this was a mistake. If I come here in the color ID, so when we are updating the color, here we didn't change this to color ID. Let's save that and now let's see the preview. Let's refresh and let's try to update this to, yes, it is the updated one. I can say okay, and now let's save that. So it is updated and now instead of blue we have the green color. So it's also working now. Let's save. So color now only the deletion is remaining. I can, let's try to delete this red one. If I delete that, we will have this. Are you sure this action? I can say cancel. Now if I see delete and continue, that color is gone. So color CRUD is done. Now let's come to the next one, which is sizes. It will be almost same. We will have the name and value. So first step is let's create the first step, which is to create the schema. We have the use name and value. So it's, I think it's same as colors. So I can come to the utils where we can create the validation. Sorry, I can create the schema. So I can come here and here I can say size schema, and here instead of color I can say size name and size code is required. So here we should not have any default value. I can remove that and I can save that. And now let's create the APIs first and then we will move to the UI part. So within the colors, let's also in the admin folder I can say sizes. Within that I can say index dot get .ts in order to get all the sizes. Sorry about this background noise. So index, I can copy that. I can come here to the sizes. I can paste that here. So instead of colors, I can say sizes, and here I can say size, and let's save that. Yes, size is done. So now let's also create the post request as well. So I can say index dot post dot ts. So basically to create the size, I can copy that, I can paste that here. So here instead of color schema, it should be saying size schema. And after that we are checking the session is admin name value, and here instead of color it should be size. That's it. Let's save that. And now let's create this one as well, size id. So here I can say size id, and within that I can say index dot get dot ts, and within that let's copy this one, index from color. I can copy that, I can paste that here. So here instead of color I should be saying size. Let's save that. Yeah, this is the mistake. Here I should be saying size id. Let's save that. And now let's also create the deletion. So I can simply create another request. I can say index dot delete dot ts. Let's copy this one and let's paste that here. And here I can say instead of color I can say size, and here as well I can say size id. Yes, let's save that. And now let's implement the last one, which is the patch. So I can say index dot patch dot ts. Let's copy that, let's paste that here, and here I can say instead of color schema it should be size schema, and then here instead of color it should be size, and here instead of color id it should be size id. So let's save that. And now let's move to the UI part, and for that we have to repeat the same process. So which is to, we can copy this stuff, So here, first of all, let's create the pages. So I can here create another folder file. I can say sizes, and in that I can say index.view, and in that index.view I can copy that one and I can paste that here, and here instead of color I can select it should be size. I can save that, and then within size I can also create another page. I can say size id, and within that I can say index dot view, which I can copy from here from the color. I can copy that, I can come here, I can paste that, I can select, and here instead of color I can say size font. Let's save that, and now let's also here within the admin I can say size, and within that I can say client dot view. Basically I can copy one by one everyone, so I can copy this one, I can paste that here, it will single one basically work. We already have that. I can copy columns one, I can paste that here, then I have the form, I can copy that and I can paste that here. So by the way, we don't need value because if I show you the screen, we have only this simple value, so there is no need of that. So I can come here and let's first basically change the client stuff, so we can at least we can see that. So for that I can copy from this stuff and I can paste that here. So first of all, let's change the strings. Instead of colors I should be saying sizes, and after that let's select these colors. I can control D, and here I can say sizes. After that, yes, I think that's it. This will remain same. We have sizes anywhere in the, yeah. Let's now come to the columns. So we can change that, as it is giving us the error because we don't have this component. So it will be a simple just like that. So I can remove the cell from here, and other than that it will remain same. Name, value. So instead of value, maybe I think I can say size. No, I think it's same. Let's keep it value. Created and actions. So here we will pass the basically size. So here I can say size. Let's save that, but it will give us the error. So we can come here in the selection and let's change this. I can select Control D and change this color to size, and also let's change these colors to sizes, and here let's also change this color to, instead of delete color I should be saying delete size. And do we need, yeah, here as well I can select this one and I can say size. That's it. Yes. This selection is also done for size. We have client, and in client now we have to, instead of color I should be saying here size, and I think we are good. Yes, we are good. If I come here and if I go to the, let's also then to the index.view file. So index.view, and here along with colors I can say sizes, and here as well sizes. Let's save that, and first let's also create the size request as well, one size, so we can have that. This is the best way. Okay, I think I have to refresh, so I can refresh. So let's see now. We should have sizes, basically the request. We close categories, colors. That's change. We created the API, didn't we? Yes, we have that. Why it's not showing? Maybe I have to rerun because that's changed. So after rerunning the project, now we have the APIs. So let's create the size. So here I can basically I can create the size. So come to the body, and here I can say name, and the name should be, I can say extra large, and let's add another key, and here I can say value, and here I can say XL, and let's send the request. Yes, we can see that. So it is working now. And now let's come to the home page, and we should have in the sizes, we should have that. If I come to the sizes, see we have the extra large now, extra large. By the way, the one thing I wanted to show you guys, if I click on sizes, okay, it's I will show you, maybe I can show you. So just notice we will have the basically loading indicator here. So by the way, we can remove that. It's hard to explain. I will show at the end. I don't want to complicate things. We will see we have this loading indicator. So by the way, Nuxt is by default use fetch. Whenever we use fetch, basically if you see, whenever we are fetching the colors or sizes, we are using the use fetch. So by default, Nuxt will basically block the navigation. So it will not basically it will not allow us to go to the next page where we are trying to go unless we are done with the fetching. But you can basically uh, uh, prevent that by entering this value. Lazy should be true, but the problem with this is not the problem. The only thing you have to handle here is basically you will be immediately to the next page, in this case to the sizes page, and then basically you have to handle this pending state. That's it. I just wanted to show this one. So by default, Nuxt has this loading indicator, which will basically have, you can say, kind of loading state. But if you want to prevent that, you have to create your own loading state. So this is also done. The creation is done. We are also can see the basically you can say the reading of the sizes and creation of the sizing. So now let's click on that. But before that, let's check the deletion is working or not, copy is working, deletion is working or not. If I continue, all of the sizes are gone. Now let's implement the basically editing and creation of the color. So let's come to the form component, and here, yes, let's change some stuff according to the basically the schema we have. So let's say in this one we have to change something here. No, we don't need. So we have form field name is same. Yes, we have value. So I think only have to change this type to by default, which is text, and here instead of color code I can say, oh sorry, we have to change here instead of color name I should be saying size name. Oh man, sorry, I'm making the change within the color. I should not be doing that. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. So let's remove and let's come to the form here within the size. So here, let's come here instead of color. Let's select that. Keep in mind Control F, they should be selected, and now press Control D. So all of the big colors in this format will be changed this to size name, and after that size we don't need size code. I can say size value, maybe size code. Let's keep that. And here let's remove this because we will have the by default. So here I can say instead of placeholder this one I can say Excel, so user can have the reference how it will look like. So size code, we have this one, edit size, upload size changes. Yeah, now let's change this colors. So I can say Control D, I can say sizes. Current, instead of current color I should be saying current size. Form schema, instead of color schema I should be saying size schema. And here instead of this one, let's don't enter any field here, name, and this one on submit we are submitting to the sizes, passing the values. Same goes to the creation sizes, and instead of delete color I should be saying delete size. Yes, this is also done, and let's see if it's working or not. So I can come to here, and here let's add the new size. Yes, it's working. Let's see if it's okay. I can say size name large, and code I can say LG, and let's create the size. Yes, size is working. Let's create another one, and here I can say extra large, and here I can say XL, and let's create this size. So it is working. Let's edit this one, and I can edit, and here let's, okay, that's strange. It's not working here in because if I see I am on this basically thing, and it should give me the editing size, edit chart. It should be giving me that. Let's check that why it's not working. If I come here, admin size form, then in the size form where we're fetching the current size, admin size is, oh see, that was a mistake. So I can say size ID. I think I have to change in other places as well, because I think somewhere, yes, here we're using this. So I can select Control D. Yes, save that, and now it should work. Yes, now it is working, and the values are pre-filled. So instead of extra large, let's say small, and here in case of code I can say SM, and let's save this changes. So we have now small. So size editing and addition is also overall we can say the complete CRUD for sizes is also done. Now let's come to the, I think, the best part, which is the products, where we will merge all this stuff. But if I show you the create product, we have this upload and image stuff as well. We will be basically uploading the image, but I think we will implement this at the later. For now we can just copy the different stuff we are doing so far, and then we will implement these changes we need. Recording. Hello, testing. So it's working fine, I think. Let's see. So let's see how product schema is looking. I can come here and let's come to the Prisma file and schema. If I come to the product, where it is, yes, product, we need category ID, we need name, we need price, we need these two properties, we need size, we need color, and then the image as well. So first let's create the schema file. So I can come here within the utils and then in the validations. So I can copy this one. Oh, sorry, I can paste that. No, I can copy. I can paste that here, and here I can say product schema, and here we need name. First of all, let's remove this value. So the name, and here I can say product name is required. I can copy that, and here images. So for images, you remember in the readme file, I mentioned this one as well. We will be using the Cloudinary. So I will explain that Cloudinary setup, but you can say we will upload our images to the Cloudinary, and Cloudinary will provide us the string URL, just like that string. You can imagine that, and then basically the typical URL. So we will store that to the database. We will not store directly our images to the database. We will store our images to the Cloudinary, and then from Cloudinary we will get this URL, and then we will save that. So here for images, I have to say z dot object, and within, first of all, it should be like this, and then within that we will have URL, basically the image URL. Then the type of that is z.string URL string. And then after this, basically curly braces, object curly braces, the type of this is array. So it will be array multiple. And here I have to say minimum, it should contain at least one image URL. So here I have to say one, and then I can pass this message, image is required. This one. I can remove this complete extra, this one, and here I can say image product at least. I think product image is fine. I can say product image is required. And now let's copy this name again. I can paste that here, and here I can say price. So we will have the price, and then the type of this will be, instead of string, I will say chorus, and I can remove this string stuff, and then it will be number, and then it will also be minimum. So it will be required, but we don't need this number, so it will give product dot number. Sorry, I can control Z. I need the curly braces. Oh, sorry, I need curly braces. Now I can say product price is required. I can copy this one. I can here say category ID, basically category ID, and it will be string. So I can copy this, complete this one. Here I can say product category is required. Then we will have color. So here I can say color ID, and here as well color, product color is required. And after that we need size. So here I can say size ID is required, size, and here size. And after that we will have is featured or is archived. So here I can say is featured, so we don't need, so it will be a boolean value. So that's why here I can say z dot boolean, and the default value is default value is false, and it is optional. I can copy this is featured one, I can paste that, and here within the is featured, here I can say is archived, and it's now this is same. Everything else is same. Boolean default false. And yes, we have now product schema. So now let's come to the server, and here within the admin, let's also create another folder called products, and within that I can say index.post.ts. So first let's start with the creation of the product. For simpler stuff, so we have the reference. I can basically copy this stuff from the color creation. So I can come here in the colors, then in the index.post.ts, sorry, I can copy this complete file from the colors where we are creating the color. Let's copy that. And now let's come to the index.post within the products. I can come here, and here basically I can paste all this I copied stuff. Now here within the product we have all the basically color creation stuff. Now it means we have to remove. So I can remove this complete. I can completely remove this one and this one as well. So here instead of basically where we are importing the color schema, we need to import product schema, and that's it. And here obviously here instead of color schema you have to say product schema. And now I can import all the stuff here. So here I can say name, I can say category ID, I can say size ID, I can say color ID, I can say images, I can say is archived, I can say is featured. Yes, that's it. So one thing is missing, the price. So I have to say price. Now let's create the product. So for creation of the product, I can say const product is equal to await db dot product dot create, and within the create basically I can pass the data. So in data I will be passing name, then price. After the price I can say category ID. After the category I have to say color ID. After that I can say size ID, and after that in case of the images, if I show you the schema, it's the array of this image. So it means we will also create the image as well within the product creation. So here I can say I can come here, and here I can say images, and within that I can pass the object, and within the object I will say create many, and in create many basically I can pass the data. So I will say create many, then I can say data, and within data, so if I hover on that, this is how our images will look like. So it will be array. So I can map that. So here I can say images dot map, within that image, and I can say img. So this is how it will look like. Now after the images I can say is featured, and I can say is archived. So why it is giving us the error? Yes, user ID is missing. So here after the is archived, I can say user ID, and it should be user, not sorry, this one basically I can say session dot user dot id. So it should return us the product. I can say return product. Oh, sorry, project, not product. Yeah, that's it. So that's the easiest way to create the product. Now in order to see if it's working or not, first of all let's save that, and now let's come to the basically our preview where our project is running, and I can come here, and obviously we don't have any UI, so I can test this using DevTools. So I can come here. I think I have to refresh, otherwise DevTool is not showing me that. If I close categories, colors, sizes, still not showing, I think I have to rerun the project. So let's do that. So now the basically project is rerunning, and we have basically product schema. If I close these categories, colors, and now if I come to the products row, I can come here, and here I can add the body one by one. So first we have the name, and here I can say product one, and then we have price. So here it's the number. So here I can just to verify, I think it's the number. So if I hover on that, yes, it is number, and here I can say basically 10, and then we have another value. I can say is this, we don't need this one. So here basically I can say images, so images, and within that is it array allowed? Okay, we don't have, so we won't be able to test that. I think we have to create the UI. It's my bad. I don't think we can test this by this way. So maybe we can create the UI. So now let's come to the UI part, and for that it means I have to come here in the pages, within the pages, sizes, and now admin. Within the admin, let's create another folder called products, and within that I can say index dot view, and here I can say v base simple basically setup, and here for now I can say products page, just like basically within, if I go to the colors, and if I within the colors, if I go to the index.view file, just like that. So maybe I can copy that so we don't have to worry about anything else. So I can come here within the products now, and here I can basically paste all the stuff I copied from the colors and index.php. So here, as this doesn't exist now, so I can remove for now, and here I can say products page, and let's save that. Now let's also create this, so we can create the product. So within this product, let's create another file here, product id, and then within that index.view. Here I can also copy the stuff from the color id index.view file. So I can come here where we are showing the admin color form. I can copy that. Now I can come here within the product id index.view file, this one I can paste that here, and here basically I can say admin product form, copy that and also paste in the end tag as well. So now here we have the product admin product form. So now let's save that, and now let's come to the components part, or components. Within the components, after that to the admin, and within admin I can create another folder here, product, and within the product I can say form.view. So for basic level basically stuff, I can come to the color, and within the color form I can copy all this stuff so we have the reference. So I can copy all this one, I can come to the form, I can paste that here, and now let's replace all the color with the product. So in heading we don't need anything to replace here as well. And let's ignore for now this form component, we will look into this. Yes, here instead of delete color I should be saying control D, I can say delete product, and here route schema we don't need anything here. Yes, instead of edit color, so let's copy this color. Remember control F, these two should be selected, and after that now again select the color, and now press, after selecting this one, select control D, it will basically select all the remaining part. So color, control D, control D, control D, control D. Yes, all of the colors are selected. So here now I can say product, and after that here we don't need this one, basically it should not be colors. So select this one as well and press control D, control D, control D, control D, control D. So all of the colors now should be products, and here instead of color ID I should be saying select the color ID, you can say control D, control D. So I can say product ID. Now let's see, yes, here instead of color schema I should be saying product schema, and here instead of current color, if you see instead of current color I should be saying, let's select all the current color stuff and I can say current product, and here let's also enter the default values. So we don't need value, so after the name I can say images, and it is empty array, and after that I can say price. By default let's see 0, and then I have category ID. By default this should be empty string. I can copy size ID, color ID. So here instead of category, here I can say size ID, and here I can say color ID, and after that I can say is featured is false, and is archived is also false. Yes, these are the basically initial values of basically default values. But in case of current product I have to do another thing, is to basically parse this stuff. So I here I can say instead of this I can say if it exists current product value, then what should we do? We should have basically like object, and I can destructure this current complete current product. So here I can say current product dot value, and in case of price I can say price, and it should be parse float, and within that I can pass string, and in the string I can say current product dot value and dot, so if it exists, sorry, value dot price, and here instead of r symbol I can say this current product dot value. It should give me the if I enter here, sorry, let's try, it's my bad. If I try to enter console log current product dot value dot, oh, I got it. It's the same issue we are facing. It's not basically, we don't, if I hover on that, we don't have any basically type, so that's why. So here you can say it will be, I can say price, so we are good to. And for basically this error, if I hover on that, so it's types related error, I can say type ts ignore. So now after this, let's enter all the fields we need. So if I come here, first we need the product images. So for now, let's ignore that. Let's complete all of these and we will see how we can set up this Cloudinary. So I can come here, and first stuff is the basically the after this form field, this one here we need the name, so let's keep that as it is. So instead of yes, we have product name, so I can remove this one and let's copy this product name one. I can paste that, and here it should be price, so I can say price, and then here price as well, and the type will be type number, number, and here I can say product price, and yes, that's it. Now let's copy this price one, let's paste that. So here it will be category, so let's change that here as well. Here I can say instead of price, it should be category ID, and here I can say category, and here instead of simple input, it will be select values, but before basically select, we need the basically the all the categories here as well. So in order to get the categories, it will be simple as it is. So if I come to the clients, just like here we are fetching the categories, we can fetch the categories in product as well. If I come here and here, I can basically paste that, but we don't need to transform. I can remove that. We don't need key as well. So here I can simply say categories. So how we can use the select? Let's come to the Shadcn Vue website. If I come to the components and then to the select, here it is. So we can select the fruit. If I see the code, we have this stuff. So instead of this one, we will be using the components, not this one. Yes, we can use that. I got it. So let's copy this whole, this select stuff. I can copy that. Now let's come here. So after this within the form control, I can paste that, but obviously we have to adjust this stuff. First of all, let's move this select to the top of the form control here as well. Let's remove this form description, and within that select, here I can say bind is equal to component field. After that we have the select trigger, and I can remove this one. We don't need static width. Here in the select, instead of select a fruit, I can say select category, and within that select content. After the select trigger, I can close this form control. I can cut that and I can close this form control, and then we will have the select content, then we will have this select basically group, and then we will have this single item. So I can remove this one. So we will have the loop. So by the way, I also have another choice to just assign the types. Here I can say category. I can import from product schema. See, now we will have the category, and if I hover on that, so it will provide me that. So here I can say array. So if I hover on that, so either it will be a null or category schema. And now let's come here. So I can loop through that select item basically. We don't even need this label as well. We only need select item. So, and here I can say v for is equal to category in categories, and I can say key is equal to category dot id, and then within the value it will also be category dot id, and here in for label I have to say category dot name. Yes, that's it. So we will apply the same stuff to the sizes and colors as well. So I can copy that, and here I can say, oh sorry, here I can say colors, and here as well colors, and here I can also import the color as well. I can also import size as well. So let's copy this one as well, and now here let's replace colors with sizes, and also replace the types. So here I can say color, and here I can say sizes. Now let's copy paste the category stuff with the size and colors for color and size. I can copy this category ID form item. I can paste that here, and obviously here I have to say instead of category ID, I can say size ID, and here I can say size here as well. And here instead of category, I can control D, control D, control D, and here I can say size, and here instead of categories, I can say sizes. Now let's copy this one, the size item, and we can do the same for colors as well. So I can select the size ID and I can say color ID, and here I can say color, and here instead of size I can say it should be color ID, color, simple, and here instead of sizes I can say colors. See, we have all this stuff. So now let's save and let's see if how it is looking basically. So if I save that and if I come to the style, so let's also enter the products basically URL. So I can come to the index.vue file, and here instead of sizes, here I can say products new. So at least we can see the product. So here I can say add product, and let's save that and let's come to the home page. Let's come to the product. Yes, if I select the category here, if you see we have all the category, and if I select the size, we have all the sizes. If I select on green, basically we have all the stuff, all the existing categories, all the basically existing colors, all the existing sizes, and now here it's saying me we need the product price. So if I try to create the product, it will give me error like name is required. See, product name is required, product category is required, and if I select that and if I now enter the create product, this is still error. So now let's implement the image stuff. How basically sorry, one thing is still remaining, is archived and is featured, and for that I can come here and we need the checkbox for that. So let's come to the checkbox. Yes, we need this one. So let's come to the here, and yes, this one. So I can copy this form field completely. I can copy that and let's come here to the form component of the product, and after this one I can paste that. So we don't need this checkbox stuff. Here I can simply say is archived. Yes, flex row item start space should be gap. Yeah, gap, we can say gap x3 space y should be also 0, rounded should be empty. We should have border and padding 4. So within the control checkbox here I can say if it's checked, use this value, and for update I will say handle chain. That's it. And here obviously we will use the different form label. Here I can say not this one. Here I can say archived, and here instead of this whole stuff, here I can say this product will not appear anywhere in the shop. Yes, that's it. So now let's copy this one and let's paste that, and we can do the same for is featured. Here I can say featured. Here I can say this product will appear in the features product section. So basically this is functionality if you want to show some special products, like if you are giving some kind of discounts, or they are good. So that's why we can add this is featured flag for that. So now let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So this is how it is looking. Now let's add the Cloudinary stuff. So for that, let's come to the Cloudinary website, cloudinary.com, and here you can log in or sign up. I will do the login. Even sign up will be basically pretty easy. So here you can say login with Google. Login with Google. I will also prefer that. I will have this account, but I will not use that. So let's see login with Google. We will have this kind of screen. You can select the account. I can select this one. I will say continue. So we will have this kind of basically overview. By the way, all the installation we don't need this one because we already did that, and you don't have to worry about because we have the module for that, and you can read all the basic stuff related to. I have provided the documentation in the readme file. So we need this module, and this module will handle all the stuff for us. And if you want to see all the details, you can check this website. So we can ignore that, and now let's come to the basically here I can say dashboard, and here basically if I show you our env variable, basically we need env variables. So if I show you, we need the cloud name, we note the upload preset name, we need the Cloudinary API key, we need the API secret. So let's come here. First of all, we have this cloud name by default. I can copy that. Let's paste that here. Then we need basically upload preset, and for that, if I first let's see, let's come to this go to API keys. So let's copy API key. Please use your own. I will delete all these URLs and these application. So I will delete all these application after I'm done with the recording. So if you guys try to copy mine, you will get the errors. So now we have the API. Now let's also copy this secret. I can say, okay, they sent me the code in the email. I can open in another window. So I can paste that and let's approve. And how I can, yes, I can copy that and let's come here. Let's paste that in the secret. Again, I'm saying, please don't use mine. I will delete that. So now we need the preset. So for that, I can come here in the upload presets. I can copy that. Basically, you can give any name. So let's give office preset Ecommerece. And here, keep in mind it should be unsigned. We can keep all the other stuff as basically default. And now let's save that and let's copy this one. And I hope everything will work. So let's save that, and now let's obviously we have to rerun our project. So project is rerunning. So now let's come to the basically Nuxt Cloudinary website, and basically we will use the widget component. Get started. You can explore. They have a lot of cool stuff. So basically we will use this upload widget component. I can come here. So this is how we can use that. So now let's come here in our own code and let's create another folder. I can close this env, and within the I can, yes, so it will be root of the component. So here I can say image upload dot view. Let's enter vbase, and here I can say class. So basically I can simply copy this one and it will work. But if you see our design in the edit, we will also have the preview of the image, then deletion of the it, and if we want to upload more images, we can do that. So that's why we will have a slight different basically the layout for that. So here I can say the margin from the top bottom should be 4, then it should be flex items center, and gap between items should be 4. After that, so here I will show all the uploaded images so far. So here it will be loop, but before creating the loop, let's define the interface as well. We will have for the basically props. So here I can say upload image props. It will be value. So all the images basically, but it will be string, arrays of string. After that, we will have allowed formats, basically the formats we want to allow user to upload, like png, webp, all this stuff. So I can say allowed formats. It will be optional field, so that's why I will say like question mark, and it will be string array. That's it. So let's create the props. I can say define props. I can pass the interface here. I can say upload image props, and that's it. And now here I can say p for image in value. So maybe inside, yes, let's keep in value, and the key will be img, and let's add the class. Here I can say relative, as it's confusing. So maybe for now we can ignore that, and simply I can basically show this stuff like value here. So at least we can see how it is looking, because I know it's confusing. So once we have that, I can show it. For now, let's focus on the upload widget. So I can simply copy this one. I can copy that. I can paste that here. We need the slot, yes. So here instead of basically upload preset just like that, we can use our own. So here I can say const is equal to use runtime config. And here we need the public one. So I can say public, and within that I can get the upload preset. So here I can pass that. So here I can say upload preset. It should be upload preset, and after that here I can say on upload is equal to on upload. Obviously we will create this method, and here basically I can say on basically the options, different options. I can pass that, and here client allowed formats, it should be allowed formats string we have here, and after that the multiple, it should be false. We are not allowing to upload multiple files, and then the maximum files it should be 3, not more than that. So now we have the button, so this button should be capital, so it should be Shadcn button, so I can paste that here, and it should be disabled when we are loading. So how we can get the loading value? Simply from store, so here I can say use store, and I can import the is loading value. So here you can say is loading, and here I can say it should be disabled when we are loading. The variant should be secondary, and now we need the image, basically icon as well. So we need that one. So here I can say icon the name is equal to lucid image plus this one not play plus, and here I can add the class. So from margin right it should be 2, and width should be 4, and height should be 4, and I can not like this, sorry, I can paste that here, upload an image. So now let's create this function. It will be pretty simple. So here I can say const on upload is equal to this one. So basically it will give us the it will have particular result. So we will have the particular interface. So let's create that so we can basically ignore the TypeScript errors. So here it will be info, and within that we will have secure URL, and the type will be string. So after uploading it will give us the error. So here I can say result, we will have ref, and the type of ref will be result. So here I can say basically we need to emit that stuff because we will upload that in the form component, not here the basically product form here. So here I can say const emits is equal to define emits array, and within the array I can say on change, and we will also have on remove. We will use this later. So but here first of all let's log the result. So I can say result dot value, so you can also see how it will look like, and after that I will omit emits on change, and I will pass the secure value. So here I will say results dot value dot info dot secure URL. Let's save that, and let's implement in the form component. So I can come here, let's close this one, and let's copy the first one. So please keep in mind it should be above this grid. So I can come here. So after the exactly it will be direct child of form. So here instead of name I can say images. We will have the form item, and then form label I should be saying product images, and in form control I will use the basically this not this component, I will use image upload, which we just created image upload, and that's it. Here obviously we need to pass the some props. Here we need another along with component field I need another field as well, so it's reset field. So on change here I can say on change what should we do? I can say as we if I go to the image upload here on change I'm passing the URL, so it means I will have the URL here. So I can say URL, I can say reset field, and within that I can pass the value. So it will be object, and within the object I can say value, and I can say value, and then here I will say component field dot model value, and along with I will say URL. So basically it will be array, not simple. So in value it will be array. So here I will cut that. So sorry, it's not simple object. Instead of cutting, it will be object. So just like that. So now this error is gone. Now let's add the missing props. So here I can say value. It should be component field dot model value dot map, and we will have the image, and the type of that will be image. I can import from Prisma, and here I can say image, not this image dot sorry this image. So now where we have the error, okay, here it be. So I can remove this one, and here I can import the image. So now all the errors gone, and I hope it will be okay. So let's save and let's see how it is looking. So this is the I can refresh. Okay, now let's try to upload the image. Let's see. Yes, we have that. So click on that and let's see if it will. Basically, either you can choose from the browser or you can also upload from the Unsplash. So I can click on that. I can say connect to Unsplash, and here we can choose any image. So let's select this one. Let's select go to the next. Here we have to select the size. Let's choose the smallest one, and now let's try to upload that. Yes, see we have the URLs here, and if I show you the console on upload what we are getting, so this is the basically on upload response. So we have all that. So if you need anything else, you can basically we have all the details here: thumbnail, URL, all that kind of stuff, asset ID, batch ID, all that kind of stuff. We will have this information. If you need anything else, you can use that as well. Now if I go to basically here, I should have that image. If I refresh that, basically within the media library and then in the assets, and I have recently uploaded image. So it means the Cloudinary is working. So now instead of these simple arrays, I can say the preview of that. So if I come here in the image upload, so let's remove this one and let's simply it's quite simple. So it's let's paste that. So obviously we need this delete image function. Let's implement that as well. But for now, I can show you we are looking through the value, and then we have a box, simple box with some width and height. Then we have this absolute button where we will delete the image. The Z index is it should be at the top of the image, and then at the bottom I'm showing the image. So instead of yes, we have this simple image where I'm showing the URL. So now let's create this delete image function as well. So I can come here and here I can say const delete image is equal to, it should be async, and here the URL will be string, and after that here for now let's simply I can say log and I can say delete image. We will implement that but later, and here I can just log out the URL. If I save that and we don't have any error, and let's see how it is looking now. So we have that. So one thing is I think I made the mistake. So here instead of this one it should be outside of the top div. Now if I save that, so this is how it will look like our product images. Now let's see if uploading of the images, creating of the product is working or not. So let's also inspect, and I can clear this one and this one as well. So we have the image, we have the product name. I can say product one. Let's select the price to 100. Let's select the category one. Let's select the size large. Let's select the color green. Is archived, is not is correct. Let's see. Okay, we have server error. Let's see what is wrong. Internal server error. Let me debug that. So the error was quite simple. If you see, this is also saying basically we have something wrong here in the data. And if I looked into that, it's basically instead of data should be array, not object. So that's why we had this error. So here I have to pass the data, and now it's simple as that. Now let's save that and let's try again. If it's working or not, let's come again to the network. Let's clear this one and let's see, create product 200. So it means product is done with the creation, and we are back in the home page and we have that. Yes, it means it is working. So now let's come here and let's create the remaining APIs, and then we will create the UI for that. So here I can say in the products, let's also create another folder file basically called index.get.ts. I can copy the stuff from here, colors, it will be just like that. I can copy but with some modification. I can paste that as it's the get request, so we don't need any basically the protection. So here instead of colors, I can say products, and within that order, and I can also pass some include. So as we will have the size ID, so I want to include all the stuff. So here I can say okay, instead of color, here I should be saying product, and here basically I can include all the values. So here I can say must include images. Okay, sorry, instead of this it should be true, and here I can say category as well, it should be true, and then it should have color, it should also be true, and then we have size, it should also be true. Let's save and let's see how it will look like, but let's create a remaining as well. So here after that I can create file product ID, and within that I can say index dot get dot ts. So in order to get the single product, and it will also be pretty simple. So I can copy the color one, I can come here and I can copy that this color one and I can paste that here. As it's the get request, so we don't need, so I just have to control D. Instead of color ID I can say product, simple product, and here instead of color ID I can say product ID. And one thing is, just like in the get request, where we included all the other stuff, here I should also say I can copy this one from the products. I can come here in this single product as well, and I can simply paste that. So we should include the image data category link to that, color link to that, and size link to that. So let's save that, and now let's implement the patch and deletion. So here I can say index dot patch dot ts. So let's copy the color one, the patch index dot patch. I can copy that from the color and I can paste that here. So here obviously instead of color schema it will be product schema. Yes, product schema. Now for this line I can come to the post where basically we are importing all the stuff. So I can copy that product schema stuff. So here I can paste that. Yes, that's it. So here the update of the product will be a slightly different other than that. So first let's come to the where we are creating creating stuff. So I can copy all of this data, just like, because it will be same. So I can copy that. Now let's come to the patch, and here within the data, first of all, let's, instead of color, here I can say product. Even I don't need that because we will do the update in two steps. So here I can say db dot product dot update, and here instead of color ID I should be saying product ID, and I can pass all the data here. Sorry, I can pass all the data here, db product update, and all the data from that. So but instead of this one, here in the image object, first of all I will delete all the existing images for that. So in delete many I can pass all this one, and now here after this, here I can say const updated product is equal to. So you can say here in first step we are only deleting all the images, and in second step we will update that. So I can copy, it will be just like that, exactly same, but the image stuff will be changed. So I can paste that here, and here instead of this one it will be just like this one. We will create the new images. So I can copy this from the create product, create many stuff, and in the patch I can paste that here. Create many, then data is array, and then images, and we are passing the image. So that's it, and here I can return the updated product. Yes, that's it. Let's save that, and we are done with the update of product as well. Obviously we need to test this one, but before that let's also implement the deletion of the product. So I can say index dot delete dot ts, and here let's copy this one from the color, just like we have in the color. I can copy that, this one, and now let's come here in the product id in the delete file, and here I can say paste. Obviously we have to change this color to product, but we need another thing here. As imagine that we created this product, the first product, and we deleted that. But if you see here, although we are deleting the product from the database, but we didn't delete this image because we are storing the image here in the Cloudinary. So we should be deleting that image from the Cloudinary as well. So we have to do that here as well. So therefore, before going to basically this step, the deletion product, here I should be saying const product is equal to await db dot product find unique. So first we will find that, and here I can say where user id is equal to user dot, not this one, user dot session dot user dot id, and here I can say id. Sorry about this background noise. I can copy that, and here I can say product ID. Then after the where I have include. So include I should be adding images to true. For now let's comment this one. So we have the product. So now let's here check if product exists. If product not exist, then we should be throwing the error. So here I can say throw create error. By the way, we should I don't think we added this for colors or for sizes, so we should add that. Another thing I noticed, we didn't add this as well, so it means so other user can also delete the other product as well. So you can add that. I just noticed. So here the status code should be 404, and the status message should be no product found. And after that, here basically I will delete all the images. So here I can say delete Cloudinary resources. So here, as you know, we will have the images are array, so we will have the for loop. So here I can say for const image of product dot images, and within that I will say const name is equal to. So here basically how we can get the resource name from the product, because we are not storing that. So we will use the Cloudinary for setup for that, as we will also require in the front end side as well. So let's create the utils for that. So here in the utils, I can say not like that. Within the utils, it should not in the server utils. The utils which are in the which is in the root of the project. So let's create another file. It's called index.ts, and here I can say export const get resource name is equal to URL. Basically we will pass the product URL, and then within that I can say return. Maybe if I can show you the URL, copy original URL. So this is how it will look like, and we need this basically this name, the before JPG, this stuff. So we need that. So how we can do that? I can say I can simply paste the logic. So instead of URL, I can copy this one and it will be resource URL. So first of all, if you see, we are splitting that with the dot. So it means it will be, I can show you. I copy that. Let's copy that. And if I come to the console here, and in the console, here I can say scan one digger when pasting, and here I can paste. Okay, allow pasting. Yes, I can. Now if I say split, and if I see by dot, see this is how it will look like. So first first item, second item, third item, and we need basically this item, this one. So that's why here I'm saying resource dot after the splitting. Again, if you see, it will give us the array, and within that array I'm again splitting and -2. So not the last one, we need this element, and after this one I'm splitting with the basically this. So here it means I will split by this one. I basically I will show you. So I will split by this one. So we need this last one. So if you know the JavaScript, the pop method removes the last element from the array. So it will return the last one, and that's why we need only this one. So now if I copy basically this one after the split, if I do this one, and again because we don't have the hard coded, so if I say here this one dot split dot by dot length -2, see we have now this one. Now if again split by bracket, and now if I do the pop, I will have the last element. So we need this one, and we get this by this logic. I hope you got it what I exactly did. So let's save that, and here basically in the product I can import that. I can copy this one, and here in the index I simply need this one, and here I can say get resource name, and from name here I can pass the get resource name, and I can pass the image dot URL. And now we need to delete that. So in order to delete that, because we will also be deleting the basically if I show you in the index upload image, so we need here the method as well. So that's why instead of creating the logic here, I will also create the utils, but keep in mind the utils should be in the server utils. So here I can say Cloudinary.ts. So I can paste the logic. First of all, I'm importing the Cloudinary, and then I have this method delete resource name. Within that, we will pass the resource. The type of that will be string. Then we will pass the resource type. Basically, by default, it's image, and we will be only using the image. So that's why let's keep it that. And after that, I'm getting the use runtime config, and within that, we need API keys. If you don't need, If you don't pass this, we won't be able to delete that. Cloudinary API secret, and then API name. And here basically we can use the Cloudinary method, and this is the that's it. We will destroy resource name and resource type. Let's save that. Basically, this is the predefined syntax, so there is no thing to explain here. So now let's come here, and here after the URL I can say await delete resource from Cloudinary. We can import that. Although after refresh it will auto import, but for now I here I can pass the name. Okay, it's undefined, so here I can say if name. If name exists, then delete that. So now the error is gone, and that's it. So now we are deleting the resource, and here I can say const after this one. Here I can say const delete product. So I here delete it product. I can say db product delete where, and here I can pass the user. After this one I can pass this one, and another thing, it should include the images. So here I can say image should be true, and let's save that. And the deletion of the product is also done. Obviously we didn't test that, so now let's implement the UI part. And for that, first of all, let's come to index.vue, and here instead of admin color client, and let's remove this product page, and here I can say control D, and here I can say admin product client. Let's save that. Obviously this component doesn't exist, so we can come here in the product, and I can create that. I can say client dot view, and for basic stuff I can come to the color. Why this category is giving us the error unused, so I can remove that. Okay, let's close this one. So let's come to the color, and color client dot view. So I can come here and I can simply paste that. Sorry, first of all I have to copy from the color client.view. I can copy this one, and now let's come to the product client, and I can paste that here. So here, let's where we have the colors, let's remove the control D, and I should be saying products, and here instead of colors I can say let's select all of the colors. In this format I can say control D, control D, control D, control D. So here I can say products. We are passing the pending column to search name, products array, and here obviously we need to import from the columns, from the product column. So for now let's keep it that just like we have. And in the transform admin products, so here we have to modify that, so I can paste that basic stuff. It's simple. We will create this formatter, so for now please ignore this one. So we are simply modifying this stuff. So here we can also do the file type, basically correction. Here I can say product from Prisma client, and we are good to go. So here we will have the products array. Now this transform is giving the error because we are modifying some value, and del function is on. So maybe for now I can remove that. So let's ignore that, because otherwise we will have the TypeScript related error. So now let's create this function. So I can come here in the pages, not pages, in the utils, and I can pass that in the index.ts file. It's simple formatter, new international number. Basically the language is EN/US, and the basically style of the currency, and basically we want to pass this currency as USD. So our currency should be USD. So now let's come here, and that error is gone, and we can pass the price here. Is featured, category, size, and here we are using the from view use date formatter, and let's see how it is looking. I can remove that. I even can remove this one. And now let's create the columns for product, and for that I can come here in the color. I can copy that color columns. Let's come in the product, and here let's create that. Here I can say columns.ts. Let's paste that. So first of all, let's basically define the prop for product. So it will be simple. We will have ID, name, price, category, size, color, created ad, is featured, and is archived. And basically we need this color value. So instead of importing from here, I have to import from the top. So here I can say this one. Let's go to the color, and from color import the value. Selection we can create that later, but let's first of all let's complete the other stuff. So here I can say let's copy this name. So here we will have, after the name I will have all this, basically this stuff is archived. It's quite simple. Archived is featured, featured, price, price, category, category, and then size, and then size. So it's simple. That's why I'm copy pasting this one. So here instead of value, it will be color, and here I can say color, and here instead of value, I should be saying color. So by the way, why we transform the products, if I show you. So otherwise it will give, if I don't transform that, it will give, in case of category, it will give me the complete category object. So that's why I'm transforming that. So because we only need the name, we don't need the ID in UI. So that's why we are transforming that. So after the color, we have the created ad. It will be just like that. And here in the actions, so instead of color, I will be passing the product, and here I can also pass the product. But obviously we need to create this action selection. So within the product, I can create another component, cell action dot view. And now let's come here in the color selection. It will be almost same. So I can copy that. I can come here in the cell action dot view. I can paste that here. And now let's do the changing. First of all, let's change this to color to product. So I can select this one and press Control D, Control D, Control D. So all of the colors are selected now. So here I can say product. After that, here let's select this color, big capital letter color as well, Control D. So here I can say product, and here instead of colors, I can say products. Here instead of delete color, I can say delete product, and that's it. We're deleting the product, we are showing the product, we're copying, we are editing, and that's it. So let's save that, and let's save these values as well, the clients one. And here instead of color columns, I should be saying product columns. Let's save that, and let's save the remaining one as well, this one. Okay, why it's giving us the error? Maybe let's do another time. Here I can say selection.view. That's same. Let's refresh the window. Yes, that error is gone. So let's save that and let's see the preview. Okay, yes, it was refreshing. It is still refreshing. Let's refresh. Okay, something is wrong. Yes, something is wrong. If I open the inspect, maybe I can rerun that project. Let's rerun. Let's rerun. So after rerunning the project, everything is fine, and we can see that we have the name, we have the is archived, is featured, then we have the price with dollar sign, category name, size, color, and that's it. So now let's try to copy. This is working. Now let's try to edit the product. See, we have all the images. So if I try to edit just for testing purpose, and these two is featured to false. So both of these are false. And if I save changes, see, now we have the product edit. Both of these are false. So everything is working as so. Addition is done, editing of the product is done, adding of the product is done. Now let's test the delete of the product. So let's delete the product and let's continue. Okay, we have server error. Let's see what is wrong. Product where unique input need at least one ID argument. Okay, let me check. I think something is wrong. If I go to the where we are deleting the product, this is the mistake. Here I should be saying product ID, not color ID. And here I should be returning the delete product. So now let's save that. But one thing I'm sure 100% happened. If I come here, our image was, this image should be deleted. See, that image is gone now. So it means deletion of the image is done. So if I cancel that, and if I go to the products now, let's just try to edit, basically view the product. If I go to that, I should not have any image here. If I refresh, I should not have it. Okay, why we have this URL? Although basically this image is deleted, but not from the database, it's from the resource. But I think it's the Cloudinary magic. Still, we can see that although this image doesn't exist, maybe I can if I try to copy this one, and if I copy, and if I open this image to private window, and if I open that here, cannot be displayed because it contain errors. So it means something is wrong here. And if I try to open here, still it means that image is gone. But here we are still seeing, maybe it's Cloudinary something, but we won't be able to see that. Now if I go back, first let's delete the product, and let's see if it's working or not. Now if I delete the product and continue, see, delete product is done, so deletion is also done. Now only thing which is remaining the product is basically when we delete the image here. So if I try to upload the image from Unsplash and connect to Unsplash, let's upload this product now, and small, and if I upload, and now if I want to delete this image, how I can do that? So for now, let's create the URL for that, not URL, sorry, API. So here within the products, here within the admin, here I can say Cloudinary, and within that I can pass the resource name, and here I can say index dot delete dot ts, Cloudinary, resource name, and index.ts. So it will be quite simple. We will get the delete resource from Cloudinary from the utils, then we will have the simple as we are using that, because here we don't need to basically add the check the server stuff and all that, because we will be calling this. Maybe we can check that just for the security purpose. So I can come here, and here basically I can copy this whole stuff. I can come here and I can paste that here, but instead of this whole stuff I can simply cut that and I can paste that. So we need to pass only here in the route params as the resource name, and we are good to go. We will be able to delete resource from Cloudinary. So let's save that, and now let's come to the upload image upload, and here we can use that. So here in the store, let's also import some other stuff as well, like toggle loading, show error, show message. So here I can say let's remove this one, and here I can say try catch block. Then we should have also the finally as well, finally, and here I can say is loading, toggle loading true, and here you can say const resource name is equal to get resource name, and I can pass the URL which we passed here in the delete image, and here I can say await fetch, and here I can pass the API, so it will be API, then we will have the admin, then we will have the Cloudinary, and after that we will have the route params. So I can pass the resource name, and the method will be delete. So here I can say method, it should be delete. Once it's done, I can say show, not show error. I can say show message, and I can pass the title. I can say image deleted, and after that I can emit that. I can say emits, and I can say on remove, and here I can pass the URL, and within the catch block, it's standard the way we are doing. We have to handle the error and the toggle loading state. So I can just simply fetch this simple stuff. One thing now we have to do, if I come to the form component for the product, this one here we are not handling the reset stuff. So on, basically what should we do when we do the on remove? So I can simply copy that. So here I can say reset, and within the reset it will be array, but instead of this like this one, I will be saying component dot model value. So I will say filter model value dot filter, and we will be basically filtering that particular URL. So here I will say current image, and type of these images basically just like here map, we can use the image, and here I can say okay, sorry, it should be here, and here I can basically wrap this in the curly braces. Now here I can say current voids, not giving me this suggestion, I need this one. Current image dot URL cannot is equal to the URL we are passing in the on remove. So here I will say on remove. We will also pass the URL of that. So after that, here we will check the image URL. It should not be equal to that. We will filter that. Technically, it will remove that image from our basically the UI. So now let's come here, and now let's try to delete that image. Image is deleted and our UI is clear. Now let's try to upload the two images, so you can also see how it will look like if I go to the Unsplash. And by the way, we should also see here as well. So let's upload these two images. Okay, we can upload one at a time. So I can come here, small one, let's upload. We have this image, let's upload another one. I can select this one. Next, upload. We have another image. If I refresh that, we should have two images here. Yes, I have two images. Now if I delete basically this image, now that image is gone. And if I, this should not exist. If I refresh, okay, something is wrong. Let's see if it's working or not. Maybe I have to refresh. Let's one time refresh that. Are we calling that method? Yes, I think we are calling that. We have that method. Yes, and we're calling that. Let's see. Now let's see that. Upload an image. Okay, let's go to unsplash, connect to splash. Maybe I can. Okay, we have two images now. Let's delete this one as well. And now let's try to upload that image again. This one, next, select the size. Is it the smallest one? Yes. Upload. So image is uploaded. And now let's try to delete that. So it is giving 204. No content. If I refresh, I still have that. I will look into that why it's not working. Although we are not getting any error. Let me look into that. So after a lot of debugging, I found the bug. So if you notice Cloudinary resources name, I'm using here resources name, and when I am using the get route param, it's resource name. So that was the mistake. So that's the, you can say, guys, because I copied this whole stuff from my existing component, so that was the mistake from my end. So don't copy paste stuff. So resources name here, it should be resources name, and now we can pass through. Although this Cloudinary should throw the error, but it was not throwing the error, so that's why we were facing this bug. It was not working. So now let's test again. If I upload the image, currently we have these images. I will try to upload new image. If I upload unsplash, connect to unsplash, let's sample. Let's select this one. Next, small, upload. And now if I delete that, first of all, let's see if it exists. If I refresh, we have this image. And now if I delete, product image is deleted. We should also, it should be gone here. Yes, that image is gone. So this is also working now. So we are done with the products CRUD as well. Now if I come here, what is the progress? So here the dashboard is remaining. Products CRUD is done. Categories, color, sizes. This one is done. So order management and dashboard is remaining, which will we do at the end. Now we will move to the shop part where we will create our home page, and this is how it will look like. Now before going to the home page, basically we will also create the nav bar. So now let's come to the shop part, and let's start the APIs we integrated. Let's see how we can use them in the shop part. So let's create our nav bar. We have this design. It's quite simple. So first we need logo, and for logo I can come to this website, logo placeholder, and we can download any website here. Mipsum basically. Yes, I remember. And here you can download any kind of logo. I'm downloading this one. Download as SVG. Now I can come to the directory in the downloads. I can rename this to logo. Let's copy this. Maybe cut that. Let's come back, and here within the public folder, place that. Yes, paste that. Sorry. Now let's come to coding, and here maybe because now we have the logo. Because if you see, we need the this will be a drop down menu. This will also be a drop down menu. So let's also come to the Shadcn website as well, and here we can copy the components, the drop down menu, this one, and basically we can copy this one because we need that. But before that, let's create the basic layout structure for that navbar. So within the components, root of the components, I can create navbar.view, and here let's create the basic structure. I can say vbase, and here now let's add basic classes, because if we will have the basically border here. So I can say class border b, and then the index of this should be 10. After that, I can say, because if I see these are flex items. So this should be flex, height should be 16, and after that I can say the items should be vertically centered, and tx from left and right it should be 4, and justify between. And here I can place the logo. I can say image, and in source I can say logo.svg, and also I can add the class, and I can say cursor should be pointer, and I can wrap this basically this image to Nuxt link. So we can, whenever we are in another page, upon clicking on that, we should be basically navigate to home page. So here I can say to and this home page. Now let's save that and let's see how it is looking. Obviously we didn't use that, so I can come to the layout default dot view, and here I can say layout nav bar, and let's save and let's see. So this is how it is looking. If you want to reduce the height, you can reduce the height of this logo. I'm happy with that, or maybe we can reduce that. Here I can say class height should be 40 pixel. Oh sorry, I'm adding. I can cut this one and I can paste that here. Okay, 20 is too less. I can say 30 pixel. Yes, I think that's good. So after that, now let's add these drop down menus. So I can come here. We have already installed this one. So let's copy this basic one, not this one where we have the, not this one. I think we have to copy this one, the top one. Yes, because we need some stuff here. So I can copy this template part. Yes, drop down menu completely, and now I can come here in the after this basically nav link. I can say nav. Here we can wrap this basically element with header, and here I can say nav, and within nav I can paste all the items we copied from basically the template part of the menu. We will change that obviously. And here first, now let's add the items to the nav. I can say class. It should be flex, because if I show you, we have multiple items here, so they should also be flexed. Flex items should be centered, and space between x item should be 4, and upon large screen the space should be 6. So I can say 6. Here first of all, this basically these two items, admin and this user profile stuff, they should be visible only to those users which are basically logged in, because this shop part, everyone will be able to basically see the products. They will be able to even place the order, even they don't need this login functionality. But the cart functionality will be for everyone, but these two items will be for only logged in user. So that's why here we will say template, this drop down menu item, it should be only for those who are logged in. So therefore if I come to the index.view where we are fetching the user, so here I can copy this basically user session object. I can copy that. Now let's come to the nav bar, and here I can paste that, and here I will check if user exists, then show this nav bar. We have user, then show this item. Now let's save and let's see is it working or not. Okay, I can refresh because this user is currently I'm logged in, that's why I can see that. And by the way, why it's not vertically centered? Okay, sorry, this nav should be within div item. Yes, now it is flexed, and here now just to check this if it will work or not, instead of showing to logged in user, maybe I can show if user is false, then show this user. So now that is gone, which we need to change. So after that, let's create the cart item as well. So for that, I can simply, it will be a button with some text. So here I can say button, and the class will be class relative. It should be rounded full, and px should be 5, py should be 1, and height should be 8. And within button we will have the icon. So I can say icon. The name of the icon is Lucid Shopping Bag, and we will have the class with height should be 4, width should be 4, and mr should be 2. And then we will have here, that's for now. Obviously we will have the different stuff here, the basically the cart item, but currently I can just simply paste 5. So we will have the 5 items. So now let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So this is how. And by the way, whenever we click on that, we should basically add, I can add the Nuxt link. So I can say Nuxt link. So whenever we should click on that, we should navigate user to the cart page, and here I can say I can say cart. Let's save that and let's see. So if I click on that, I will be go to the cart page which don't exist. So let's come back to the home page. We will create the cart page later. So now let's fix this drop down stuff. So another thing, if you see, we have this drop down menu item. It will be only showed by to those to that user which is admin. So normal user will not see this first drop down menu. They will only show this avatar one. So that's why here now let's add basically first of all let's remove the extra stuff. Maybe let's create the admin stuff, and then we can copy this button, because we will have the we will remove all the extra stuff. So maybe I can do that now. We don't need this group stuff, so I can remove that. I can remove all of these, and here basically I can also remove this one. We don't need separator, and here as well we don't need that. So here in the drop down menu trigger item, first of all the variant should be, instead of outline, it should be secondary. After that, class should be relative, and here instead of open I should say admin, and here I can add the icon. So for icon I can just copy this one, and here I should say instead of this one I can say Chevron down, and instead of MR it should be ML from left. And here now let's save that and let's see. So this is how it will look like. And in the menu items now I can add the different stuff. So in first basically menu item, let's remove all of these, and here I have to say analytics, which will basically redirect us to the admin page, this one. And here first let's also fix this menu content as well. We need width 56, and after that I can say align should be end. And now let's remove all of these, and here I can copy drop down menu item, and here I can say we will have all the pages. Basically maybe we can copy the index one because we need all of these. So I can copy that, and here we can paste that. Let's comment out. I just want to test whether this will work or not. So if I copy this one and if I paste that here, and within that if I paste drop down item, will that work or not? Let's comment out, copy paste, and here I can say categories, and here as well categories. Let's see if style will work or not. So if I save that and if I see, if I go to the analytics, yes, it is working. So yes, categories. So now let's remove all of these and we can use link one by one. First we will have the categories. Obviously we don't need for now. Let's change this analytics to sizes, and after these categories I can say colors, and for colors we need this colors link. Colors we have admin colors, categories, sizes, and we have to show products. So here I can say products, and for products the link is products, and on top of that I can add the analytics, and for analytics it is the admin page. So I can remove the sizes, and here I can say analytics, and if I save that, this is how it will look like. Sizes, I'm in the sizes page. Categories, I'm in the categories page. Colors, I'm in the colors page. Products, I am in the products page. So this menu is done. Let's remove all of these, and now let's create another menu for user. So here I can say if show this drop down menu only if user dot role is equal to admin, only show that. And now we will be showing this drop down menu for every user. So this is simple. So here I can remove all of this because this will be shown to every user, and here this button will be totally different. So I can come here in the Shadcn website, and let's come to the button. We will need icon button. Let's see if we have that. Yes, we need this button. So I can come here and I can copy that, and let's paste that here. The only thing I have to add here, instead of outline it should be scanned, it should be ghost, this one, and instead of Chevron I will use my own Nuxt icon. So we can copy that from here. I can paste that here, and here it will be Redix icons and user icon. So I can say Redix icons, and it will be avatar, and we are good. If I save that and let's see how it is looking. So this is how it will look like. So first of all let's remove this MR stuff, and now let's see. Let's add some classes here as well for button. So here I can say class relative width should be 8, height should be 8, and rounded should be full. If I save that, this is how it will look like. So here we can also wrap this icon to the avatar. So I can say avatar, and let's wrap this one, and let's see how it will look. So now we are good. So we have this menu. So obviously we will remove all of these menu items, not all of them. We will keep just one, and other will be removed because we don't need this, all of these. So first we need the drop down label. So again I can come to the drop down menu and I can copy the label stuff. If I come to the code, and here we have the drop down label, so we need that. I can copy that, and within the drop down menu content, on top of that, after the basically trigger, not sorry, within the content, here I can paste that drop down menu label. So I can remove that and I can basically paste the basic stuff. So we will have the drop down menu label, then we will have some basic div, and with some classes. For here instead of username we will be showing the user name, simple name. So if I save that, let's see how it will look like. If we come here, so we will have the username. After that we can add the separator. So let's come here in Shadcn website and let's copy that, and let's paste that here after the label. Now let's see how it is looking. So this is how it will look like. We will have the name and then this one. Now we need the drop down logout basically item. So for that I can simply copy. Let's copy from here. So I can copy this drop down menu item, and after basically, because it will not be a link, so after this operator I can just simply paste, and here let's copy this icon. So here instead of credit card I can paste that here, sorry, completely here. So let's change this icon. So here I can say the icons will be solar, and after that logout broken to broken, yes, this one. So here instead of billing I should say logout, and now no need to add this shortcut. And let's see how it is looking. So it's not that bad, it's looking good. So now let's add the link, basically just like in the index.view. So I can copy this one logout function here, I can copy that, and let's come to the nav bar now, and here let's paste after this user session, and I can here say where we have the drop down logout item, I can say on click logout, oh sorry logout. If I save that, and now let's try to log out if it will work or not. If I log out, yes, it's log out, and I am in the login page. Now let's log in again. And by the way, if I go to the home page, okay, I won't be able to go to the home page because it's protected, so I can remove this middleware stuff. If I save that, and now if I go to the home page, I should be able to go to the, let's refresh. And now if I go to the home page, yes, I'm in the home page and everything is working. And by the way, this admin and user menu, we can't see that because it will be only visible to the log user. So now let's log in, and here we are. So we have these menus now because we are logging. Now let's create this hero section and this feature section. So let's come to code part, and here within the components I can say hero dot view, and let's create that. And here I can say v base t setup. So inside of the here I can say section, and I can the background will be rows, so I can say vg rows 100. Then we will have the relative position. So it's UI part. By the way, I don't want to spend time on this, we can save our time. So maybe I can copy that, basically the basic stuff, because it's only CSS, nothing dynamic or Nuxt related. So please forgive me for it's basically if you want to copy, you can basically pause the video, and now I'm showing all the classes I'm using, so you can see that. So now we are good. So here only one mistake I'm seeing. So instead of this one, I should be using the link. So I can say next link, and within that I can here shop lesson, I can say class equal to products. Yes, this one. Now if I save that, and let's see how it is looking. Obviously we are not using these components everywhere. So now we have this hero section. Now let's come to the index.view file. So now let's remove all of this because we don't need that, at least for now. And here I can say hero section, so hero, and if I save that, yes, this is how it is looking. I think I also have to change this one as well, this link. And if I go to the hero again, yes, here I have to change that. So instead of edge element, I should be using the Nuxt link. Here I can say Nuxt link. Maybe I can copy that. I can copy this one, paste that, and let's copy these classes. Oh, here instead of class it should be two. And now let's copy these classes two, and now let's copy this span stuff and this one as well. And within that I can say explore products, and let's remove this. So it's same, exactly same, and it will redirect us to the products page, but we have to create that. And so we are done with the hero section. Maybe I can now totally remove this one, and yes, that's it, we have that. And now let's come to this hero section, as these are the only featured products. So maybe we can fetch, currently we can fetch all the products, but later we will basically see how we can get only the featured products. So let's come here, and here after the hero section, maybe I can say let's come to the first index.view file. After this hero, I can say if you see these items are centered, so we will have the container type stuff. So I can say mx auto, from margin left and right it should be auto, width should be full, but maximum width should be 5 xl, and the from padding from top and bottom should be 16. And when we have the basically smaller and above screen, it should be 32. After that, here I can say flex it should be column, and gap y should be 8, not x. Y px should be 4, and whenever we are on smaller screen, px should be 6, and on lg px should be 8. And here now I can add the product list, these basically these product list. So for that, let's create another component. Within the components, let's say called product, and within the product let's create a component called list.view. Keep in mind root of the components product, and then we have the list. So here let's say v base and ts. Currently let's only keep that simple. And here in the index.view file, here I can basically fetch the product. For fetching the product, it's quite simple. I can say after this, basically I can remove all of this, and here I can say const is equal to use fetch. It will be just like if I come to the admin within the product, and where we are fetching the within the clients. So it will be just like that. Maybe I can copy that. Let's copy that, but obviously we will not transform that. We will keep that as it is, not here in the index start. So let's paste that here. I can remove all of this and I can keep that as it is, but one thing I have to add here, because I don't want to wait for that, basically don't want to block this. So here I will say lazy should be true, and here we have the products and we have the status. For now let's simply say show the pre, so at least if it is working or not. So here I can say products, and let's see if it's working or not. Index.view, after the hero we should have the product list. Okay, if I refresh, why we don't have any products? Let's see. If I come to the admin and to the products, okay, we don't have any product, that's why. Let's add the new, and I can add the new product. First of all, let's upload the image, connect to a splash. Let's create this image. Next, small one, let's upload. I can say product one, price should be 100. Let's select the category, let's select the size, let's select the color, it should be featured, and let's create the product. Now let's go to the home page, and I should have that product here. See, we have complete product, we have the image related stuff, we have the category related stuff, we have the color, and we have the size. So now let's style this one. So here now let's come to the list, because we will do all this stuff here. So if I show you basically the design, here we will have the 3 items, and also we will have the title for that as well. 3 items and with different details related to that. So here I can come here, and here I can say class space y should be 4. After that we will have the h3, and here we will have the class. It should be font should be bold, and the text should be 3xl, 4xl, 3xl. And here maybe we can define the props as well, because we will be passing the product here, single product here. So here I can say import from Prisma client, and here I can say type, and it should be product. Yes, so we will be passing that. And here I can say define props, and here it will be basically we will have the title, basically section title, it will be string. After that we will have the items, which will be basically representing the product array. So I will say product array, and then we will have the then we will have the is loading state as well, is loading, and here I will say boolean. So it will be boolean, or it will depend basically. So here now I can say title. Here I will say now here we will show basically if we don't have any result, here we will say no result component. Obviously I have to create that, and after that basically I will say grid, and let's add some the items will be grid calls 3, and gap should be 8, and here we will have the basically the card item, where we will show all the basically products. So here I can say product card, and here I will say I will show the loader state. So I will say loader. So now let's create these components: product card, loader, and no result component. First let's start with the no result component. So within the root of the component I can call new component, which will be no results. No results mean when we don't have any basically empty array of the product. So it will be quite simple product. So I'm just showing basically this flex item center, and here basically this button will clear all the filters implementation. We have the filters implementation as well. I will explain that later, but one thing I want to change here, it should be not like that. I should be saying yes, here I should be saying Nuxt link, and here I can move the user to the home page. So instead of this navigate, I should be using the link. Let's remove this one, and here I can say class not class, to link item basically to the products page. So let's save that, and now let's come to the list page, and here I can use that. Obviously I will add the condition, but maybe for now let's use that, and at least we can see how it will look like. So after that, now let's create this loader, basically the product loader. So I can also in the root of the folder I can create another component called card loader.view. I can paste that. It's also pretty simple. Basically we are using the skeleton, and it's almost the same as this product card. So the way if you see, we have the height of 170 pixel, which we can imagine as the image. Then we have these absolute stuff, where you can say we have the feature tag and this tag. So we have, that's why 2 items here. Then we have the width and height for these texts, these 2 items, and then we have the footer, where we have this add to cart button. So it's almost just the duplication of this basically the card product, single product card. So we are also here I can show the basically loader. So here I can say card loader. Let's also show that, and let's say, so maybe we I can show that. So here let's say v for I in 3 and key is equal to I. So now let's save that, and let's import the product list item here. So here I can say product list, and obviously I have to pass the items. So if I hover on that, I don't have any type, but I can pass the type. Here I can say product, I can import that product product and it will be array. So now I think the error should be gone. So here if I pass the product, and here now I can pass the title, I can say featured products, and its loading should be false. So for now at least, why not, why false, we can pass the status. So I can say loading, if status is equal to pending, then it means it's loading, so it will be true, otherwise it will be false. So here it is saying basically it's related to the date, but we can ignore that because there is no, I don't think I should be, it's not critical. So instead of view ignore, I should be saying view expected. So let's save that, and if I come now, this is how it will look like. We have no results with clear filter which will redirect us to the home page, and now we have this one thing is missing. We should have that card here. I'm not sure why it's not working. If I come to the card loader, why this is not working? Maybe let's see the inspection. Okay, maybe we have to add height here. I can say class on, sorry, not class, I can say minimum height should be 170 pixel, and let's see how will that work or not. It's working, but it's still not showing. And maybe here I can say height, minimum height, because it should work. If I save that now, we should have the background PG foreground, I can say muted. Will that work? That's strange. Let's see. We don't have this skeleton. How do I have to add with 100%? I will look into that why it's not working. The core part is now we have this type of stuff. So now let's come to the list page, and here we can add another, basically the product card. So let's design the product card. Maybe instead of designing, maybe I can create another component here. So here I can say card.view, and within that I can say vbase t setup, and here let's start creating there. So instead of div, we will have the card here, just like the loader. Maybe I can copy from the loader. Here it will be just like that. So I can, first of all, maybe here I can say I can copy this basically too. I can come here and let's paste that here. Obviously we need to copy this one from the end as well. It should also have the card content. Yes, this one. Now let's add some classes here. I can say class, it should be border, not be complete border, and then it should, from the padding, it should be 3 from all of the places. The shadow should be none, shadow none, and within the card content now we will have the same div just like this one basically. I can copy that and I can paste that here, but we will not have this minimum stuff. I can remove that, and now here we will have the image, product image basically. Now let's only add the classes because we don't have any data. So here I can say class height should be 200 pixel. Maybe I can add the props, and we are basically we can implement that stuff as well. So if I come to the card, so from the props it will only have, I can say define props, it will only have the product. So here I can say data, and it will be only type of this will be product from the Prisma client. So here we have the product here. So now why it is giving me the error? If I add the div, not this, if I add the div here, let's refresh the window because that's strange. Let's see, I will see why it's not working. So for now let's add the source here. So here I can say in source data dot image, we have the image. Okay, yes, I got it why it's not working. So if I show you, okay, let's come to the schema why it's not working. In the product, if you see, I'm importing this stuff. So although it has this image array, but for some reason it's not showing me that, even because this is the relational item. So that's why maybe we can create our own item, the type, not item, basically the type. So let's come to the types. We created the types, and within the types where we have these custom defined types, here I can also paste another items. Basically we can import these categories. It will be a product, say product, and here I can say import type from Prisma client, and I can import all the product, I can import category, I can import size, I can import color, and I can import image. So now we have the save products. Let's save that. Now let's come to the list, not list, maybe index, because we are using the, yes, here instead of product, here I can say it's the save product, and I can import that from the types. So here I can say types, and it should be save product, and now we are good. So now let's come to the list. I should also change that. I can copy this one in list, I can paste that here. So it should be save product array, and now we are good. And now let's come to the card, and here I should also, basically I should copy this type stuff, and here I should paste that, and here it should be save product. So now we will have this data and image stuff. I can say data dot image sc, and we will show the first image because the product can have the multiple images, and then I will be showing the URL of that. And in the alt, I can say data dot product name, and let's see if it's working or not. So let's save this card component, and now let's also save this card loader, and now let's come to this, basically this one, and here I can say show this v results only when we have this items empty. So here I can say v if items dot length is 0, then show that, and this card item, so here I can say product card we will only show when we are in the loading, when is loading is false. So here I can say this one, and it should be v if is loading is false, then show that, otherwise here I will say template, and here I will be saying v else, show this. Now here let's pass the prop. So here I can say v for item, in items key should be item dot product item dot id, and the basically we can pass the product, and in product I can pass data is equal to item. Now let's save that and let's see how it is looking. See, we have this image. Now let's all the other stuff. So here after the card, after this image, keep in mind within this relative content I can add the basic badge. If the product is featured, then show that, because our product is featured, we will have this featured basically badge. Now if I basically just to test, if I remove that, if it means if it's not featured, don't show that, so that featured flag is gone. So after that, after this, now let's come out of this overflow hidden tag. So now let's add this, basically if I show you, we will add this tooltip, this one. So let's add that. So here for that I can also copy this one, so I can paste that here. So but it will not be like that, it will be a little different. So here absolute top 2 instead of left 2, I should be showing right 2. I can remove this one because it will be for every product, and here within that we will be using the tooltip provider. So let's remove this one badge, and we will have the tooltip provider, and within that we need tooltip, and within that we will have simple button. So I can say expand button, basically with icon. I can, for now let's remove this because we will implement that later, and let's also remove this one. So it will be a basically to expand the product, we will have this slider or model which will show us the complete details of the product. So after this button I can say the tooltip content, and within that we will have the p, and we will say review product. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. Okay, I think icon is not working. If I refresh, it should work. It's the lucid icon expand. Maybe let's add the color text white, or maybe I can add the variant. I can say variant secondary. Oh, one thing, yes, now I got it, because we will have the tooltip. After the tooltip we should have the trigger as well. So here I can say tooltip trigger, and within that we should have that, and here I can say as child, and now let's save that and let's see why it's not working. Maybe I can come here in the tooltip. See, that's what I'm trying to implement. Tooltip trigger code. Maybe let's copy this one and let's see if it's working or not. After this overflow hidden, maybe I can paste that and let's see if it's working or not. Yes, it is working. Then why our own is not working? Maybe I can copy that here, and if I paste that, the icon is not working for some reason. Maybe let's change the icon to something else. Maybe we instead of icon shopping bag, because that is working. Shopping, oh, this one, shopping bag. This card we have that, this icon, and then why not the expand one is working? Why not this is working? Okay, I think we have space. Now if I do that, yes, it is working. So it was this space. Now if I click on preview product, we will have the view. Now let's add the remaining items, these prices and name stuff. So it will be pretty simple. So after this overflow hidden, I can simply paste that. We will have the h3 and 2 basically the p tags, and if I save that and if I come here, this is how it will look like. Now let's add the button where we can add item to the cart. So it will be a simple button, so I can copy this one and let's paste that, and here instead of these size stuff, we don't need icon size. So here I will say variant. It should be secondary, and we don't need this rounded full item. We only have empty from the top. It should be 4 and width should be full, and here I can say add to cart. Let's save that. So this is how it will look like our product. So now let's implement this basically the model stuff, and for that we can create the model. So I can come here in the composable, so because this preview model will be used in 2 to 3 places. So that's why we will have the basically a component. So I can here create use preview model.ts. So just like in the store, I am basically creating the global state. We will also have the for preview model. We will have the global state. So here we will have different stuff I can show you. First of all, we have the is open state for controlling if we want to open the basically if model is open or not. Then we have the selected product because within the model we will be only showing a single product which is currently selected, and this product will be either undefined or it will have the say product a complete product. So here then we have the state, and here I'm basically I explained this earlier as well within the use store. So I'm converting this to refs, and these two methods are just to basically handle the model and the product state. So whenever we are opening, it means we are setting the is open to true, and we are selecting the we are defining the product as we are passing the payload, and on closing we are just setting the state to false and this selected product to undefined. So it's pretty simple. If you don't understand, please let me know. So now let's create the model. So here within the UI, within the component, and then within the product, I can say model dot view, and here I can use our own model. I can say model v base basically first of all, and we will use this our own model which we created here. So we will use this one, the global one. So here I can say model. It means now we have to pass the props. So here I will say is model visible, and also on close what should I do? On close what should I? So obviously we will use our own preview model composable here. So I can say is equal to use preview model, and here it will return us the is open and also on close. So here I can is model visible, I can pass the is open, and on close I can call this on close method, and also we will have the selected product as well which we will show here. So here within the model currently let's just only show the p, and here I can say just show selected product, so at least we can see that. So let's save and just check if it is working or not. So here in the card, how basically upon clicking on that maybe we can open that. So here I can say let's also import basically this one. So I can copy that card, I can paste that here after the type, even after this one. So here I can say on open, and whenever we click on that, here I can say when we click on that on open and pass the data items, and let's also show that model here. So we can see that here I can say product model, and let's save that and let's see if it's working or not. So if I click on that, see we have that product, although we are showing all the details. So if I click on outside, it's too big, so that's why we have the issue. So maybe here I can say select the product dot name. So if I save that, so this is how it will look like. If I close that, now that's gone. So if I again click on this, we will have the product. So now let's design this. So instead of this, now let's so it will be pretty simple. First let's add this div. Basically we will have the grids items here. After this we will have another items, and basically here we will use the carousel. You can use that from the Shadcn. If you come here we have that, you can check all the guides. So basically we will use that, and it's pretty simple. In carousel content we have carousel items, and in carousel items I'm passing all the product images, and then we are providing the different URLs for that. So after the this div, basically we will have another div for product info. So I can create that, and here I can say class sm call span should be 8, and on lg the call span should be 7, and here we will have another component here. So it's called product info. So let's create that. I can pass the info dot view, as this product info is pretty basically simple. So that's why I'm copying the different stuff, but obviously let's remove this one. I will let you know once we will implement this feature, this card item. Let's remove this one as well. So basically in product info we will be passing this stuff. That's okay. Why this is not working? So I can cut that. So yes, this thing is missing. Let's move that up, and let's remove this extra div, and now the errors are gone basically. Now let's paste that here, the icon link. So this is how it will look like. I can show you. We have the h items where we're showing the product name, then we have the pricing styling, then we have the size styling, then we have the colors which we will be using, and then here upon clicking on that we will be able to add the item to the cart. So obviously we need to add this this functionality, but for now you can basically just check that. Now if I save that, and now let's come here. So here I can use the product info. So I can say product info, and basically I can pass the selected product here. So here I can say data should be selected product, because we already check the condition here. If it's selected, then show, so that's why we don't have any error. So if I save that now and let's see the preview how it's looking, let's refresh. So let's click on expand. So this is how it will look like. So we have the product, we have the items, product name, price, then size, and then color. Let's fix these small issues. So in product info, so let's move this to here and let's see. Yes, now it is centered and now it's also well defined. So let's fix these issues. So let's click on inspect and let's see why this is going outside. So let's remove these paddings, whether this will fix or not. Let's remove by here instead of going. So if I remove these paddings, not gap, we don't have any. Let me check on that how I can fix these styles. So I fixed the styling. So if you see for previous carousel, previous button and next button, I added some classes, previous button and next button. If you want to add these classes directly as a Tailwind classes, you can also add that, but I added just like this. So in the style, I basically by default what exactly this is doing. So this is how now it is looking. So our carousels were here and here. So what I did from top and from top, I added 100 pixel plus 30 pixel. So because if I do 100 pixel, they were like here and here. So I did that, and also from left 50% minus 40 pixels. So when we have the previous button, so to keep the distance between these two, so I am adding the minus 40 pixel and here. So now these are the good styles. So if we let's add this in this product a multiple image, so we can also see that as well. So let's close this one and let's come to the products and let's edit this product, edit, and let's add more images. I can come to the unsplash, let's add this image, next this one, and let's upload, save changes. And now let's come to the home page and now let's come to the preview product. Yes, now this is the active page and we have to more images. So now let's close this one and now let's implement the basically the products page, where we will also have the filter product as well. Hello, testing. So just trying to see if it's working or not. Testing, mic testing, initial testing. Let's create the products page. So if I come here, so I have the design for that now. So this is how our products page will look like. Inside we will have the filter and here we will have the product. So let's come to the code part and here within the pages I can close these components, and within the pages, yes, here let's create another file. Here I can call products, and then within that I can say index.view. Let's define the basic stuff. I can say vbase, and we have the basic setup for that, and let's add some stuff here. First of all, if you see, it will be centered, so let's add the container classes. So here I can say mx auto, and then maximum width should be 6xl and width should be full, and from margin top and bottom should be 4. And after that I can say px should be 4 and padding from the bottom should be 24. After that we will have the grid, so I can say lg grid, and on lg screen the grid calls should be 5, lg gap x should be 8. So here we will have the mobile filter, which we will create later, filter, and after that here basically I can say hidden. Basically these filters will be only visible to the desktop page. So here by default it will be hidden, but on whenever we are on screen larger than this lg, it will be visible. So here we will have the filters. I will create that later. For now let's complete the other stuff. So it will be almost same, just like in we have in the home page. So I can come here and maybe I can come to the product list, yes, here, and maybe let's copy that because it will be almost similar to this. So I can copy that and we will make the change accordingly. So I can come here, not here, in the products page. So after this block here I can paste that. First of all, let's paste that. Obviously we don't need this h3, we will not use that. And here I can say from the margin, from the top, I can say empty 6, lg call span 4, and on lg the margin from the top should be 0. So here it means we need the product. So for now I can fetch all the products and later we will filter that. So here I can say const is equal to, maybe I can copy that as well from this page. So I can copy that and let's paste that here. Now we can fetch the products, right? Maybe I have to import this say product, yes, I can import that as well. So here instead of loading, obviously we need the status. So here I can say products. So instead of items I can say products. I can say if products, or either it's null or product products length is null, then show no result stuff. And then here in grid, within the grid, I have to make slight change. So instead of this one, it will be same. I here the gap is will be 4, but whenever we are on the basically smaller screen, I will say grid calls. By default, it will be grid calls will be 1. Then if we are on SM, then I will say grid calls 2, and if we are on the LG, I can say grid calls 3. So let's remove this one and we are good to go. So here instead of if loading, I can say if we have this thing. So if status cannot is equal to pending, it means we are done with the products fetching and we have the products, and also products is not empty, then we will show this product card. And here I can pass the, instead of basically the, I can say items, I can say the products, and now I can pass the data in the product card, and else I will show the loader. And here I also have to exactly the, it will be grid, and I can copy that. So here I can say div, I can pass the classes, and we can show the loader. So instead of 3, let's do it 6, and let's see how the products page is looking. So that's why I created these components, because now we can reuse the components, because the layout is 100% same. If you see that this layout and this layout, these cards, both cards are 100% same. We just made slight change in terms of how much items we will show in different screens. So now if I go to the shop collection and in the products page, okay, it's not found. I have to refresh that, because whenever we create the new page, we have to refresh. See, we have this, although it's not working as we were expecting, but at least we can see the product. So maybe I made some, so if I do this one, something, okay, no, it should work. This item and this item. Let me check why it's not working. So I did nothing. I just basically stopped the project and rerun the project, and now it's working fine. Maybe it was some kind of cache issue, but one thing I surely did, I added new products in the, basically if I show you, if I come to the products here, so now we have a lot of products. So I added new products, new categories, so we can have a clear UI, so at least we can see that. One thing I just also noticed while I was testing, so here we should also have the status should not be pending, then we should show this no result stuff, otherwise we should not be showing that. So here I can say this one, and I can say and I can basically wrap this to the curly brackets. So status cannot should be not be equal to pending, and then and if products is empty or null, then we should show this no result stuff, otherwise we will be showing the product just like we are showing. So now let's create these filters. So for that I can come here in the components folder, and I can create here filter.view. So let's create the base component. I can say this one. So in basically in filter we will have the following props. So in data, either we will pass the size, which will obviously import from the Prisma. So it will be either size, color, or category. Then we will have the name of the filter. I can show you basically. If I come here, so here it will be basically the name of the it, and then we will have the value key. What exactly the value of this particular thing is, it will be more clear once we will develop that. And in terms of UI, it will be a simple badge. I can show you. So this is how it will look like. So basically we will have the overall, if I show you basically this is the overall title, so sizes, then that's why we have the h name. Then basically in the data we will pass all these current sizes we have, which obviously we will get from the API. And then here basically now let's implement this stuff, route query. So for that I can import, I can say const route is equal to use route, and now that error should be gone. So I will check the basically value key. So if route query, so in basically what will be passing here, in whenever we will search that, we will be passing like this. So we will have the size ID, or we will have the color ID. So this key you can say it is representing the here in our case the value key. So we will also have and the category ID. So we will have these type of stuff. So if it's is equal to filter.id, so filter is basically the we will be passing that, or imagine that the value key and this filter ID, if they are equal, it means this is particularly this particular filter is selected. Then we will show the different basically style for this batch, otherwise we will show the outline, which is the default. Now let's create this on click function. function. So here I can say on const on click is equal to, and in on click basically we will be passing the string. So I can say id, it will be string. So in case of size it will be size id, in case of color it will be color id, and that kind of stuff. So here I can say const query is equal to new url search params, and here basically I will pass, I can say route dot query as, I can say route params. We can import basically the, if I go to the types we have this route param, so let's import that. So here I can say import type from types, and here I can import that, and here I can mention that route params. So we will have that, and then here I will check if query dot get props dot value key is equal to id. So if both are equal, then I should delete that query, because imagine that I selected the extra large and we have the id here, and now if I click again I should remove that, because there is no purpose of clicking, otherwise we don't have any choice to basically clear that. So that's why if both are same, then what I should do, I will delete that query. So I will say props dot value key, and otherwise what should I do, I can say else query dot set, I can set that. So I can say props dot value key, and I can pass the id. After that obviously I have to update the route as well. So I can say route, not route, just like route we also have the router. So I can say router, and here I can say use router, and here I can say router dot push, and I can pass that. First I have to pass the path, I can pass the route dot path, and after that I can pass the query object. So for query obviously I have to say object dot from entries, and here I can query dot entries. Sorry, obviously this is a function. So now let's save that and let's see how it will look like. So now I can use the filters here. So within these filters here I can say we can use the filters here. I can paste size id, value, and category id. So basically we can pass that. Now let's fetch these sizes, colors, and categories. How I can do that, it will be pretty simple. So here I can say first I can say const, maybe we can copy that from the sizes where we are already importing that. So I can come here in the sizes, let's come, I have to say admin size client, and basically here we are already using that. So I can copy that. I don't think we need that, but it's my bad. I can now paste that here. So obviously we don't need this transform stuff, but we can pick this stuff. So I can pick, and here I only need basically the id. Maybe let's ignore that, we can, because it's not that much payload. So let's remove this. Let's keep the key here. We should not remove that. And here one thing I have to do, because we will be fetching every time we will load this page. So one thing is we can use the Nuxt magic. So we can basically use the cache data. How we can do that, let me show you. I can say data dot column is equal to cached sizes is equal to use Nuxt data, and here I can pass the basically keys. Keep in mind this key, it's very important. The same key we should also be using here in the client admin size. So this key is very important. So if you are assigning your own key, so you can get the data if exist already. So cached sizes, so here I can say by default we should be return cached sizes dot value, and here instead of status I can say size status. We will apply the same to the other categories and sizes, colors as well. So here instead of cached sizes I can say cached colors. Obviously here I have to change the key as well. I can say colors, and here I can say color status. Now we also have the categories, so I can say paste, and here I can, let's first of all I can say cached colors. I can select that, and here I can say cached categories. Do we have categories? That's my bad. Yes, we have the categories. So cached categories, and here instead of colors I can say categories, and here instead of color status I can say category status. And now these errors are gone. So now let's refresh. Let's basically save, and let's see how it is looking. Yes, we have the basically filters now. Let's check if it's working or not. If I click on extra small, extra large, it's not working. Maybe I can refresh and let's see. Let's extra large. Yes, it is working now. Let me remove this and I can show you. So in case of red, see, we have color ID and 4a. Notice if I click again, that is removed. If I click blue, we have this ID. If I click on green, now this is replaced. If I extra small, see, now we have another query. If I click on extra large, we have that. If I click on category, and also notice these are selected. complete. So we are done with that. Now let's also create the mobile filters. It will be pretty simple. Then we will upgrade our API so we can basically fetch the products based on the status, based on these query parameters, because currently I'm showing all the products. So first let's create the component. Here I can say mobile filter. Within the components I can create mobile filter dot view. Let's create the base component. I can say v base. It will be quite simple, so that's why I am copying there. So this is how it will look like. We will have simple button, feed button, and then we have these sizes and colors. I can basically, we will be passing these sizes and colors as props, so we will have also the simple props. I can paste that here. Then it means we have to import these types as well from Prisma, and that's it. It's similar to the desktop filter we had in this page, and we just added the sheet so we can basically show that. So if I save that, and obviously it means I have to use that here. So here I can say mobile filter, and now I can pass the props. So I can say sizes is equal to sizes, colors is equal to colors, and for categories I can say categories. Let's save and let's see how it is looking on the mobile device. So if I inspect right, so if I click on this filter button, so this is how it will look like. Let's also test if it's working or not. So let's change this sizes category 3, and let's focus on color ID if it's working or not. So yes, ID is changing. So let's remove that and I can come. Now let's update our API. So I can come here within the server, then in the API, then in the admin, and then in the products, and then in the index.getJS. So here before fetching the products, here I can say, sorry, not this way. I can say const query is equal to get query, and here we will have basically I can say const will have category ID is equal to query dot category ID. So now, sorry, I have to pass the event here. So now this value will be either basically in this format. So I can copy that. We will have color ID, we will have size ID, and we will also pass is featured or is archived. So I can select, I can say is featured. We will also have is archived. So I can say is archived. Keep in mind the spelling should be same. So maybe I can copy that archived and here as well. So now let's create the object. I can say const query param is equal to, it will be any. So here I can say any empty object, and then based on the basically the value I can select that. So here I can say if category ID exists, then what should I do? I can say query param dot category ID is equal to category ID. So we will have to repeat for all of them. So here I can say this one, this one. So here instead of category ID I can say color ID, here I can say size ID, and same goes to is featured and is archived. So here I can say is featured, and here I can say is archived. So for basically these values, sometimes the query param consider this as string, so we convert this to boolean. So because this will be a true or false, so these two exclamation marks will convert this string even if we have, for example, true. So they will convert this to in this format. So that's why we are using that. So now let's save that, and here we can pass the it will be quite simple. We just have to say where, and I can pass the query param. That's it. Now let's save that, and now let's come to the products page where we are fetching the products. And here basically where I am fetching the product, I have to do another basically simple stuff. I have to pass the queries here as well. So I can say query, and within the query I have to pass the object, and for that it means first I have to get the route queries. So basically the route queries we are pushing here. So how I can get that? First of all, let's import the type route params we defined from the types, and here I can say const color ID is equal to computed route. Okay, maybe I have to define that. Here I can say const route is equal to use route, and here I can say route dot query as route params. It means I have to this one, and here I can say color ID, and now I have to repeat same for category and size. So here I can say size ID, and here I can say category ID. So now these will be either obviously here it will give us the string because we defined that. So either it will be undefined or we will have the value. And now I can pass the category here. Keep in mind this value is ref, but when I will pass the query here, I have to pass the complete basically category ID and then category ID, not dot value. Otherwise it will not work. Why I'm saying that? Let's come to the Nuxt.com website. If we come to the docs, if you come to the data fetching, and here we have to come passing. maybe I can scroll down because I read that here. We have to scroll down, client only, not this one, refetching, not this one, page headers, not immediate, passing header and good keys. Sorry, no, I read that somewhere. Computed, maybe I can say that. Computed caching and refetching, not this one. Computed URLs, yes, this one. Yes, yes, yeah, here it is, here it is. So sometimes you may need to compute a URL from reactive value and refresh the data each time these change. Instead of juggling your way around, you can attach each param as a reactive value. Nuxt will automatically use that. So this will basically refetch the data. But if we pass the data like where it is, if we pass the data, here we have the example. Sorry, yes, here if we have this, note that watching reactive value won't change the URL fetch. So it means even if we watch that, it will not work. It will remain same because even whenever we change this ref ID and here we are watching that as well, this URL will not change because we are using the value. So it will keep fetching the same initial ID of the user because the URL is constructed at the moment the function is invoked. If you need to change the URL based on the reactive value, you may want to use the computed URL, which is this way. Why I mentioned this because I faced a lot of issues because of this, and finally basically they add this section in the docs because previously maybe it exists but it was not in basically I didn't had a look into this. I'm not sure when they added this block, but it's very useful, and so you can also have a look. So now we can add same to the color and size ID as well. Sorry if I explained too much. Here and here and here I can say color ID and size ID, and now I can say control D, and now we have color ID, and let's see if it will work or not. Maybe first let's refresh that. First of all, it's working. Why I'm saying it's working? Because we are passing the different categories and we have that no results, and if I clear filters, now we have all the products, and now let's click on extra small. We have only this extra small image. If I click on extra large, I have only extra large image. If I click on small, I will fix this why it's not working. I have only extra small stuff. If I'm clicking on that, I have only large. If I now click on blue, I have no result. Now see, this is the blue color is blue, so that's why I can see that. You can verify that from here. And if I click on green, we don't have any result. If I click on extra large, no. If I click on small, if I click on large, yes, this color is green, so that's why it's working. So our filters are also working. So now let's also implement this the is featured filter as well. So let's come to the home page. Maybe I can refresh, and instead of showing all the products here, let's only show the filter. So for that, it's quite simple. I can come to the home page, and here I can simply, first of all, let's change this to template string, and here I can say query, and here that's why I changed that boolean in the API, because here I am passing a string. So if I click on that, here I should have only featured products. Here you can see that I have only, now we have only featured products. Now let's implement this add to cart feature, because currently we are only showing this static value. So let's implement that. For that, I can come here and we can create the composable basically, and we can add that all this stuff. So here I can say use cart.ts, and here I can say const state is equal to reactive. So it will be a basically, first let's also create the interface for that. So here I can say cart state, and it will be only have items, and in items it will be a save product array. So it will be array of that. So here now I can say reactive, and within reactive it should be cart state, and it will be object, and by default it we can say empty array. I will fix that. Now let's create the functions. So we can basically at least have the function, all the function, and then I will adjust this, because also one important thing is we will be using the local storage. So we will store all the items in the local storage. So first of all, let's convert it to the refs, so we can use in multiple places. Here I can say to refs, and here I can say state. After that I can say const add item is equal to, will have the data, and in data the type of this will be save product. So here I can say first of all, let's get the current items. So I can say const current items is equal to state dot items. After that I can say const existing item. Let's find that. So I can say current items dot find. If it exists, then what should we do? I will let you know. I can say item dot id is equal to data dot id. If the item we are passing here in the add, if it's exists in the existing items we have stored in the basically cart, then what should we do? We should append the quantity of that. So I can say existing item. If we we have that, I can say return, I can say show message. So basically we need to use another composable here which we already created. Here I can say use store, and I can here basically you can say show message, and now I can use that. I can simply show message and I can pass the title item already exists, and then here I can say variant should be destructive. That's it. So if not exist, then we can add that. Otherwise, state dot items is equal to array of existing items, state dot items, and then I can add the data here. That's it. So we also have to update the local storage. So I can say set storage data. So if I show you, we are using the basically if I come here in the package.json file, we are using the Vue use core. So they have the item. We can just verify that. I can say Vue use. Let's search the function set storage. Sorry, it's my bad. We don't have this type of function. We have to create our own. So I can come here and within the utils, here I can create another in the utils, not in the server utils. Here in this utils, I can come here in the index.ts, and after that we can paste that. It's pretty simple. So this function get local storage data. What exactly it will do? We are using the TypeScript generic. So here we will pass the type, the basically the type of data we want to get. Then we will pass the key, because whenever we store the item in the local storage, we have to pass the key. So what exactly will be the key of that item which we want to get? So here first we will check if the client, we are in the client side, because window doesn't exist on the server side. And then what exactly we will do, window.local storage item, we will get the items, and if data exists, then we will pass that data and return as key. For example, if we are passing the here as string, then it will return as string. Otherwise, if we are passing null, it will return as null. So the type will pass here, it will return that. And if the data doesn't exist, then we will return null. In same case, if we are on the server side, we will return the null. And what exactly this such storage item is doing, it's also same. We are passing the key, but along with key, here we are passing the instead of token, let's say the take data. And if data exists, then what we should do, we can set the item, and that's it. Now let's use that in the use card, and here I can say set storage data, and here I have to pass the item. I can say save type, save product array. It will be a save product array. Then I have to pass the key. I can say cart storage YouTube, just to assign give because maybe I can already have this key. State dot items. That's it. Insert storage data. We have to pass the type, key, and data, and we just pass that. And after that, I can say show message, and within that I can say title should be item added to cart. That's it. Same, we will have another function which will remove that. So maybe I can copy that, and here I can say remove item. So for removing item, here I will say state dot items is equal to array. I can say state dot items dot filter item dot id cannot is equal to id. So basically I will just assign to state to those items other than the item we will pass here. So it will be a simple string. So here I will say id. So basically the product id we will pass that, and then we will filter the state items and we will remove that. So we will have that, and after that I can also set the storage data. So I can remove currently all this stuff, this one, and here I have to say set storage data. Sorry about this background noise. And state dot items, and here I can set the storage data which are the latest, and here I can say item removed from the cart. We can remove that, and we will also have another method which will be remove all, which will basically empty the array. So here I can say state dot items is equal to empty array. I'm really sorry about this. So here we can also cart storage item. So here instead of empty array, we can pass the null. So we should have null. And here I can say instead of item removed from the cart, I can say cart is empty. Now let's return these functions. So I can say return add item, remove all, remove item, and here I can say cart items, and here I can pass the items. Now let's fix this issue. So instead of because each time we will run the user will land to this basically will come to our page, it will always get the empty array. We don't want to do that. if user have items in the cart and he closed application, he should have the previously added item. So how we can do that? It's pretty simple. I can say if get the local storage items, if we have that, then assign those items, otherwise assign the array, empty array. That's it. Now let's use that. How we can do that? Now let's come to the product cart, product components within product, and then to the cart. So here we can add the function. First let's import the composable here, and I is equal to use cart, and we only need add item, and here I can say add click. First of all, let's do the type should be button, and I can say click is equal to add item, and in add item I can pass the data. That's it. Why we have the error is strangest error. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. Let's close this one, and if I add, maybe I can refresh that. Let's add. We should have toast. I think something is wrong. If I console, why it's not working? We should have the toast message. So if I come here, whenever we are adding the items, we are showing the message. Let's log something here. If it's working or not, I can log out the data, and let's save and let's see. Okay, we are not reaching this function. So let's come here again here. Maybe instead of this, I have to, let's see, at least I'm not sure, because in my opinion it should work. If I do the log console dot log add, maybe let me close the project and refresh that, because it should work. Can you imagine this? Why it's not working? Spelling mistake, click. So if I save that, and now let's see the preview. If I add the item to the cart, item added to the cart. If I let's try to enter again, item already exists. If I try to enter this item already exists. So it means, first of all, let's fix this one as well. So I have to do the same. I can copy this one and I can go to the nav bar, and in the nav bar component, let's paste that here, and instead of basically using this, I can say cart items. So it will be a simple array, and I can simply use the length. So I can copy that, and here instead of 5, I can say cart items dot length. If I save that, it should have 2. So imagine that it's null. What should I do? I can say this one. If cart item exists, then cart item dot length. Otherwise, I can say 0. That's it. So we have the cart items now. Hello. Testing. Let's see how it is looking. Testing. Initial testing. Now let's start the cart page UI, because functionality is done. If I show you the design, so yes, this is how it will look like. We have page, and we will have the two parts. Here we will have the order summary, and here we will show the product and its details. So let's come to the code part, and here within the first, let's come to the page folder. Yes, in the page, and it will be in the root of the page folder, and I can call cart index.vue file. Now let's create the basic. I can say vbase, and here we have. So from the, maybe I can, if I come here in the products page, no, we don't need. So here let's add the classes. I can say class is equal to px4 py16 sm px6, and on lg px should be 8. And after that we will have the heading, and here I can say this one, shopping cart. After that we have another div, and here I can say class is equal to empty12 lg grid calls 12. Then I will have lg items start, and gap should be 12. Here I will have div, and the span will be 7. So I can say class lg call span 7, and here we will have all the cart items. I can say cart items, and here basically we will have another div for cart summary. So here I can say cart summary. Let's add the basic classes for title as well in h1. So I can say text 3xl, font should be bold, and text should be black. Let's save that, and let's see how it will look like. So maybe I can show the items as well. So here I can say const is equal to use cart, and here I can import the cart items, and here let's show that 3, and here I can say cart item. Let's save that, and let's see how it will look like. So if I click on this page, this button basically, okay, not found. Let's refresh that. So this is how shopping cart will look like. If I come to the home page, and let's add some items in the cart. If I refresh, and let's add this item to the cart, item added to the cart. Now here you see we have the counter, real-time counter. So now here we have the items as well, cart items as well. Now obviously we have to design this. So for that, let's come here, and I can create component, another component in the components folder. Let's call folder called cart, and then within that I can say item.view. So this cart component will be pretty same. That's why I'm pasting that, so I can show you this is how it will look like. So first of all we have L. I'm giving, maybe basically I can show you the design as well. So here basically if you see it's in the flex shape, so that's why we have the flex, and I'm adding some padding from top and bottom, and then I have the border which you can see this one. After that we have the image and basic classes for the image, and basically we don't, by the way, we don't need to import this. Yes, we can use that. And here each item, you know, it will be a it's a product, so that's why we are passing that. And here I'm using the use card composable, and I'm just removing that item. And whenever we click on the on click, I'm calling this on remove method, and I'm calling the remove item and just passing the item id, product id. So that's what we need. If I hover on that on remove item, if I go to that, and in remove item we just need the product id, and I am removing that and resetting that. So let's explain the other things. So after the image we have another flex basically items, this one, and this one. All of these are justify between, and first item is basically the icon. Then we have basically the two more items. First is representing the name, second is representing the basically color name. This is the basically product name. Then here it is representing the color name and size name, and this is representing the price. So this is how it will look like. Now if I save that and let's use it in the cart product, and here let's remove this, and here we can use the cart item. Here I can say ul, and within ul I can say cart item. I can loop through the cart items. I can say vfar is equal to item in cart item, and I can pass the item. I can say key is equal to item dot id, and in data I can pass the item is equal to item. And let's also add the condition. If it's empty, then we should show no cart items found. So here I can say if cart item dot length, if it's null, then what should I show? I can say no items added to the cart. Let's add some basic class as well. Styling, I can say class is equal to text neutral 500. Let's save and let's see how it will look like. So, okay, this is how it is looking. Let me refresh. So I think our local storage is not working properly. I will look into that. First let's complete this UI. So now let's work on this card summary, and then we will look into that why this local storage is not working. So for card summary, I can come again here, card, within the card I can say summary dot view. So if I show you the summary component design, so here we will have a simple order total, then this checkout button, which will basically we will navigate to the checkout page. Basically we will call the API. So but let's create the first UI. So for that I can first let's see let's create the basic. I can say vbase, and here we have the first component. So here I can add the different classes. I can say class is equal to these classes, some margin, paddings, background classes. Then we will have the h2, and here I can say order summary for this, order summary for this. Let's also add basic classes for h2. I can say class is equal to this one. After that, before moving forward, let's set up the basically the prop stuff here. Not props, basically we need the composable basically. So I can say is equal to use cart, and here I can basically get existing items. I can say cart item remove all. First let's because here if you see we are showing the total price, so let's get how we can get the total price. I can say const total price is equal to, it should be computed, so it should update real time. So here I can say return not object. I can say cart item dot value dot reduce, and here it's total. Then I can say item, and after that I can say return total plus number item dot price, and then here I have to pass 0. That's it. So now let's show this price item here. So after that we have this simple basically the margin from the top, and then order total. If I show you the design, these are the flex items, so that's why I created that. We have flex justify between some border classes, then order total, and then basically we are formatting that, and total price. Now if I save that and let's come to the cart page, and here I can say cart summary, and let's save that and let's see how it will look like. Our style are little messed up. Why? Because I think I have to refresh. So let me refresh my screen, basically refresh the project, and I hope it will be okay. So if I refresh, so it's refresh, and let's see how the basically our, okay, this is not good. Okay, let me come here in the cart. Yes, here I have to say. So instead of this div, it will be, because if you see where it is the cart summary item, here we are giving the span. So that's why I have to, instead of this div, I have to say like this. So if I save that, now it should be fixed. Yes, now we have 5 basically columns for the order and 7 items for this cart item. So now let's add some items in the cart. So we can also see this. Let's add this to cart, this to cart. By the way, just to show you, because we added the tested the add to cart functionality only in the back screen. So if I add this item to the cart, this item to the cart, so here we are also seeing that. Let's add these items as well. So it's updating real time. This item to the cart, and now we have the 4. If I go to the screen, now here we have all the 4 items and we have the total price. No, now let's remove one. Now it's update real time. If I remove this one, it's getting update real time 100 and 100 200. So now let's add the remove all button here as well. Summary component, and after this basically I can say button, I can say checkout. It will be disabled if cart items is equal to 0. So here I can say cart item dot length. If it's empty, then it should be disabled. And after that, the width should be full. Class is equal to width full, and empty should be 6. Let's save that. Now we have the checkout button. So in the checkout button, I can say const on checkout is equal to async. Here basically we will call the API call, but for now I will show only the basically the cart items we will be passing. So here I can say const cart items is equal to cart item dot value dot map, and within that item and item ID. So basically we will be only passing the product IDs. So here I can log out, log in. Basically I can say cart items, and let's see how. So let's call this function on click. So I can say on click is equal to on checkout, and let's also define the type for this. I can say type is equal to button. Now let's save that and let's see is it working or not. So if I inspect and then to the console checkout, so we have all the product IDs here. So now let's create the API for checkout button. So let's come here in the admin, basically in the server, in the API, and within the API directory. Keep in mind, not within the admin, or within the API. So here I can say checkout, and it will be a post request. So I will say index.post.ts. So here let's start. I can say export default define event handler. It will be a async event, and here I will say first of all let's get the product IDs from the body. So we will pass in the body. So I will say product IDs equal to await read body, and here I can say event. Here we will have the basically the product IDs complete array for us, and then I can say if product IDs are null or product IDs dot length is null, then what should we do? We should throw the error. I can say throw create error, and within that the status code should be 400 and status message should be product IDs are required. After that, let's create the products. Basically we want to fetch the product, basically not fetch, we want to check whether these product IDs we are passing in the basically the checkout button, they will they whether they exist in the our DB or not. So user can pass any type of IDs. We don't want to create the stuff order for that. So here I can say products is equal to await DB dot product dot find many, and within that I can pass a where, and within where I can say ID, and I can say in product IDs. So here we will have all the products basically which we are passing here. So here now I can say const, let's create the order item. So order basically we will create the order here. I can say const order is equal to await db dot order dot create, and in the create I can say data, and within the data I can say is paid. So it should be false because it should be updated to true when we are done with the payment. So payment is remaining, but before that we will create the order and it will be false. So after that I can pass the order item. So I can say order items is equal to create product IDs dot map product ID. The type is string because we know that it should be in the curly braces, not this one, like this. And here I can say return, and within that product connect, and connect it should be ID and product ID. This one, not this product ID. So here we will create the order. If I show you the schema in order items, what exactly we are passing. So each order contain order items, and each order item basically contain order ID, which will be obviously from this order, and then we will have the relation. So this is for the relation purpose. We will have the product ID as well, and here we are just assigning the basically we are creating the for order items we are creating the product array. After that, here we have to implement the stripe stuff. So stripe session which we will create just after some time. So at least first let's see how it is looking. So here I can, for now it's temporary, I can return the order and let's see if it's working or not. So now let's come to the basically the cart page, and here let's implement not this one. I have have to go to the card summary component where we are calling that. So here now let's call this API and let's see if it's working or not. So here I can say await, maybe I can log out, log as well. I can say await fetch, and here I can pass API checkout. It's the post method, so I can say method is post, and basically the body, in body we will pass these cart items. Obviously we have to move this to the top, and here I can log the data what it is. And also once it's done, what should I do? I can say window, not window. Here basically I have to clear the I have to, because once it's done with the checkout we should remove all items. So here I can say remove all, so cart should be empty. Let's save that and let's see how it is looking. So if I refresh, first let's add items to the cart. Our local storage is in not working, it's still in the pending. I will see, let's add item this to the cart, and if I go to the cart and let's inspect console and let's see if it's working or not. Let's also check the network. So if I click on checkout, we're calling the cart is empty now and it's 200. And if I come here, we have the order item, we have address, created at ID, paid, updated. So in short, we have the order items. So if I see in the here as well in the response, we have the cart item. So it means it's working. So now let's implement the Stripe. For Stripe, let's come to the Stripe website, because for Stripe, first basically step is to get the env variables. If I show you, we need this Stripe public key, we need Stripe secret, and we need Stripe webhook secret. So we need these. So I'm already logged in. So if I go to the my dashboard, you just simply have to create the account. It's simple as that. After that, you can also visit this dashboard. Let's create the new, basically the, keep in mind you should be in the test mode. Let's create the new account, and here I can say Nuxt Ecommerece. I can say create. By the way, you can have multiple accounts. I have these all of these. So you can also create, if you made some mistake, you can always create new one. So now for basically the keys, I can come to this developer section, and I can come to this API keys. Now I can copy this, basically this is public key, so I can copy that, and here we can paste that, and not here, it's env.example. So I can come here in the .real env. Again, I will say I will remove these, all of these keys, so please don't use mine, otherwise it will not work. So we also need secret key, so I can copy that, I can paste that here, and I can save that. Now we also need the basically the last thing, which is Nuxt Stripe webhook secret. So I can come here in the overview, then where it, so yes, in the events webhook, where is webhook home, maybe let's refresh, I can say webhook. Okay, yes, here it is. I think they changed the name, so it's my bad. So here instead of this, I can show you again. So event destination, let's create the event destination. So test in the local environment. So we have to do these steps. First step is to create the login, but before that you should have the download the CLI. You should have this, basically you have to set up that. So now let's come to the Stripe login, because I already installed the CLI. You can click on that, basically upon link, and you can set up the your own setup here according, if you have Mac, if you have basically Linux, Windows, you can set up this. It's pretty simple. You have download and all that stuff. But after that, once you are done with this step, you can come here, Stripe login. So here let's close that, and here I can do the Stripe login. Okay, there I have to visit this page. Okay, let me see my code. So yes, we can allow that access, and now let's come here. So Stripe login is done. Now if I see that, let's close this one. So it should be green. Yes, it's saying completed. And now let's listen to that. Obviously first we have to create that. So let's create this URL. So within the API, within the checkout, not in the API, directly in the API, let's create one function here, webhook, and it will be simple index.ts. For now it will, in this function we will do nothing, but at least we can create that. And here basically I can copy this one, Stripe listen, and obviously we need to change the URL. So first of all, it's the local host 3000. Keep in mind where your port is running. My Nuxt project is running in 3000, so you should have that. And after that we have the API, and then we have webhook. So localhost 3000 API and webhook. If you change for some reason your webhook location, so please change that as well. And now if I click on that, it should give me the basically the webhook, basically this key. I can copy that. We need this one. I can copy this one, and now let's paste that in the webhook secret. So I can save that, and keep in mind this should always be running, otherwise our Stripe will not work. So now obviously we have to open another terminal so we can run our project. So I can say yarn, I'm using yarn PNP, I'm using PNP. So I can say say pnpm run tab. By the way, if you face any issue within this stripe, please let me know. So now let's come to the checkout page, and here we will proceed further. First, let's see if project is running or not. Currently, we only did the basically the we can say for stripe integration, the first step, which is to set up these keys, the public key, stripe key, public secret, and web hub secret. Now we will create the actual basically the stripe session and all that webhook stuff. I know this project will run, so we can proceed with that. If we face any issue, we will look into that. So here I can say const session is equal to await stripe dot. First of all, obviously we have to import that stripe, but we can yes, I can say stripe dot checkout dot sessions create checkout. It should be small checkout. Okay, I think it's my mistake. First, let's create the utils within the server utils. Keep in mind, within the server utils, let's create this type basically object. So here I can say stripe dot ts, and here I can say first of all let's import the import stripe from stripe, and here I can say const export const stripe is equal to new stripe, and here I have to pass use runtime config dot stripe secret, and within that I also have to API version, and API version I can say 20 for this one, and here I can say TypeScript should be true. That's it. So now we will use this everywhere. So let's save that, and now let's come here. So instead of importing this type, I should be saying from the utils. So I can say from server and utils and stripe, and here I can import that. I can say stripe. Now let's choose that. So here instead of capital stripe, I can say stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create, and within the create I can say line items. It should be products dot map. We will have the single product. Here I will say product, and within that I should return quantity. It should be one. Price data, basically here I can say currency should be USD, and the product data, in product data we are only passing the name, so I can say name product dot name, and then after this the unit amount should be unit amount. It should be product dot price multiply by 100. So keep in mind this is important, multiply by 100. So after this now line items, here I can say mode should be payment, then the billing address, so I can say billing address collection. So here it should be required. It's optional, but if you want you can add required. So phone number collection, we can also enable that, but I don't think we need that. Let's do that, enable true, and then we will have the success URL. I can say success URL, then we will also have the cancel URL, and here it will be hard coded, but you can define the basically environment variable for this basically app URL as well if you want to, basically, because obviously when we will deploy that we need this variable in the environment. So just like we have these variable, you can also create the environment variable, the public, what is the URL of our application, and then you can replace this part with that. But other than that, this will be hard coded and it will remain like that. And in success I should pass the one, and now let's copy this one and let's paste that here. So here I can say cancel URL. I can say cancel is equal to 1, and after that I can say metadata, and in metadata I can say order ID should be order.id. So basically the order we created at the top. So now here instead of returning the order, I should return session.url. So if I save that and let's see, now let's try the checkout process, how it will look like. So let's come to the home page. First of all, I think, are we running the project? Yes, we are running it. Let me refresh. So now let's add some item to the cart, and now let's come here in the cart item. Yes, we need to modify that, because if I come here in the summary component, I'm doing nothing here. I'm just showing the log basically what exactly is the data. So maybe let's remove all for now, and let's see at least what we will get in the session, in the console, in the response. Basically if I do the checkout, see we have this session, we can redirect the user to this session. So here I can say if data exists, basically either it will be so type is unknown, but either it will be a string or null. So here I can say if data exists, then I get the window dot location dot href is equal to data. I can ignore that, basically here I can say ts ignore, because we know it will be a string. So let's say that and let's try again. So here I can say checkout. We are in the stripe checkout page. See we have the all of the data, product pricing we are showing that, and basically by the way you can modify all that stuff in this here. If you see in the order basically line items, I am just showing the product and product price and their name. If you want to show something else, you can also do that. And here we have to enter this this information. But before testing this, let's create the webhook as well, because if we don't create the webhook stuff, this Stripe payment will not work. So let's come here in the webhook file, webhook index.ts, and also just basically I just want to, this should always be running, otherwise we will have the error. So this should always be running, and also this location should also be same, the one we mentioned here, API webhook. So now here I can say export default define event handler. I can pass, it should be async. Here I can say event. First of all, let's get the signature. I can say const signature is equal to get header, and in header I can pass event and also Stripe signature. So this is very important. So it should be like Stripe signature, and here I can say as string. After that, const body is equal to await. Keep in mind, this is also very important. We should be reading the read raw body. Read raw. Normally we read normal body. Here it should be raw body. Otherwise we will face the error. So here I can say event, and after that, first let's create this simple Stripe. I can say Stripe event, and the type of this is Stripe dot. Let's import Stripe dot event. The type of this is Stripe dot event, and it's capital Stripe. Keep in mind. So here I will say try catch, and within this try catch I will say Stripe event is equal to Stripe. So this is small Stripe which we created above. So here I can say Stripe dot webhooks dot construct event, and in construct event I can pass the body, and here I can pass the signature, and after that I have to pass the webhook secret. So webhook secret, how I can get that? Use runtime config dot Stripe webhook secret. So we can ignore the, because we know we will have that. So here I can ignore that, ts ignore, and if we have the error I should be throwing the error. So here first of all log, so at least we can see that. I can say console log, and I can say throw create error, and I can pass the status. I can say status code, not this one. I can say status code, it should be 400, and here I can say status message invalid signature, because something is wrong with the signature. So I can say invalid signature. So after this catch block, now let's create the session. So I can say const session is equal to Stripe event dot date, Stripe event dot data dot object as Stripe dot checkout dot session. This is capital Stripe, the library one. So after this session I can say we can at least log out what is wrong with that if something wrong happen. So in session now I can get all the details which we will be entering here, all the customer name, email addresses, phone number, we can get that here. So here I can say const address is equal to session dot customer details dot address. So we will have the address, and same goes to the other. So I can say const address components is equal to, it will be array. So I can say address dot line 1, and we will have address line 2. Instead of 2 it will be city, and here we will have the 2, and after the city we will have address dot state, then I will have address dot postal code, then I will have address dot country. And now after address components I can create the address string. I can say address string is equal to address components dot filter and c, and in c I can say c if it's cannot is equal to null, then I can join this. First of all I will remove the null items, and then I will join basically by comma. After that I can say if Stripe dot not Stripe, Stripe event, basically Stripe event this one dot type is equal to checkout session dot completed. If it's completed, what should I do? Basically I can create the other item. So here I can say const not create the other, because we already created the checkout, we will update the order. So here I can say order is equal to await db dot order dot update, and in update again pass the updated data, where first of all let's find the which order we want to update. So I can say id session dot metadata dot order id. So keep in mind in index dot outpost we passed this basically the metadata, and this metadata we are passing the order id. So this name should be same, so we can get that here. So here I'm passing that session dot, so it can be basically like this metadata and order id, and after that here I can pass the updated data. First of all let's update the paid status. So I can say is paid, it should be true, then the address should be address string which we created, and in the phone number I can say session dot customer details dot phone. Here I can say like this, or in order to remove this error I can say it should be empty. So also we can include that. So include I can say order items, it should be true. After this order is done with the update, I can say const product IDs is equal to order dot order items dot map, and I can say order item and order item dot product ID. So here we will have all the product IDs which exist in this order. So after that, I can say await db dot product dot update many, and in update many I can pass the data. I can say where, in where I can say ID, and in ID I can say in. If it's in the product IDs, data should be is archived, should be true. So basically we can remove the products from the stock, so that's why we are doing that. So user will not be able to see that, because we will in our database we can update this to it means the products are sold out. So that's why obviously in reality we should have some kind of product count in the DB as well, but we are not implementing that. So just for that, you can keep in mind, if you want to upgrade, you can add this feature on your own, so you can learn on your own. So and after that, basically we can simply return 200, and let's see if this will work or not. So if I save that, and now let's come here and let's enter the information. I can say test, and here I can enter any random number 424242. These are the test basically card. Keep in mind it should be test mode, otherwise we will face error. 1234. Here I can enter any, and here let's enter name. I can say any random name. Here in the city, any internet. Now let's play that. Keep an eye here. If we face any error, we will have that. So 200, 200, 200. I think everything is successful. And if you see, we have the success URL here. So it means everything is working. And if I come here, this is also completed. Now if I come to the here, we should have the customer and product stuff here. See, we have this customer, even we have the basically transaction, all the basic stuff we have that here. But let's see the, because main thing is DB, if it's working in the DB, not Nuxt.com, in the MongoDB. If I sign in, so let's see the browse collection, and here if I see the order, we should have some order. Okay, we have 3 orders. Basically these first 2 orders are unpaid because we were testing, and this is one is paid. And if you see, we have the same phone number addresses we entered in this Stripe session. So yes, Stripe is now working. But one thing, if you know how I should be handling this, if success is equal to 1 or if it's cancelled. So in order to handle that, we can come to the basically the summary page. In the summary page, and here I can say on mounted. So on mounted, I can say if maybe we need query as well. So here I can say const route is equal to use route be if route dot query dot success. If it's if it exists, then what should I should show the message. In order to show the message, it means we have to import the use store as well. So I can say const show. Okay, maybe I have to enter use store, and here I can pass show message, and here I can say show message, and in message I can pass the title payment completed. And if we have the basically cancelled, so in that case I can say if it's cancelled, then here I can say something went wrong, and the variant should be destructive, not default, destructive. And here now basically after this location.href, I can basically also call remove all, and basically I can return. So let's save that, and let's see how it is looking. Now let's come to this home page, and let's create another order. If I refresh, let's add item to the cart, and now let's come to here, let's check out, let's enter again 42424244 1234. Here I can enter any random string, I can enter any random stuff here. Processing, I should have, yes, payment completed because success one was here. So now the shop part is 100% done. APIs are almost 100% done. Hello, testing. So I think it's working. Hello, testing. It's 0 dB, but that's strange. Hello, mic testing. Initial testing. Hello, initial testing. Now let's create the admin page, basically the dashboard. So it will be a dashboard. If I come to this analytics page, currently it's empty. So let's see how basically our design is looking. So this is how our design will look like. It's pretty simple. We will have the total revenue, sales, the the products in stock and the overall, the graph as well. So for that, we need the basically APIs. So first, let's create the APIs for that. So I can come here in the admin. Within the admin, let's create API and then admin. Let's create another folder called analytics, and within that I can say index.get.ts. So here I can say export default define event handler, and here I can pass the async, and here I can pass the event, and then here I can say, here basically we will return all the data, return some stuff. We will return basically const total revenue. We will have this one, we will have other as well. So we will have the basically the, if you see, we will have the total revenue, we will have the sales revenue. So here I will say sales count, then I will also have the stock count, and then I will have the graph data. So here I can say graph data, we will have that. So for that we have to create the functions. So in order to, let's create that in the utils folder. So keep in mind in the server and the in server utils. So let's also create here another file called analytics.ts. So here let's create the first function. I can say export const get total revenue is equal to async. It should be async method, and here I can say const paid orders is equal to await db dot order dot find many, and here we will get all the paid orders. So I can say where is paid is true, and here I should also return include order items, and within that I can say include product as well. So I can say product true. So here we will have all the paid orders. Now I can create the price and all that stuff. So here I can say const total revenue is equal to paid orders dot reduce, and within that I will have the total and order, and here I can say arrow function, and within that I can say const total order total is equal to order dot order items dot reduce. So we will have another reduce, and here I will pass order item, and another will be order item. So here instead of order item, let's call it order sum. So we will have the clear name, and item will represent the order item. So here I will say arrow function, and I should return order sum plus item dot product dot price. So this function will return all the basically the orders items, the price of that. It will calculate that, and then basically after that what we will return, I will first of all here I have to mention the default value, which is 0. So here I can say now return total plus order total. So we are basically now here I'll also mention the default value 0, and now we are good. So first of all we will loop through the paid orders, and each paid order basically contain the order items as well. So after looping through this, I'm looping through the because in single order we can have the multiple items. So this method is basically calculating the you can say price of each single order. So overall, imagine that we have the basically 3 items in a single order. So this will give us the total sum of that single order, and then this overall function is returning the sum of, imagine we have the 3 paid orders and each contain 3 items. So this will return us the sum of that overall. So I hope I was clear. So now in basically overall this function we can return total revenue, which will be a simple number. So if I hover on that, I will have that promised number. Now let's create another method called stock. I can say export const get stock count is equal to, I can say async, and within that I can say const stock count is equal to await db dot product dot count, and basically here we will have all the product other than the is archived. So here I'll say is archived. If it's false, then it means it exists in the our basically db or stock. So here I will say stock count, and that's it. So after that let's create sales count. I can say export const get sales count is equal to, it should also be async, and here basically I will say const sales count is equal to await db dot order dot count, and within count I can say where is paid is true. So that we will count as sale. I can say is paid is true, so it means this is the sale, and here I can say return sales count. That's it. Now we need the graph data. So graph data, first of all let's create the type. So I can come here in the types, and here in index.ts file, so graph item, so graph type will be, we will have the name, and then we will have the overall total. So I can save that, and now let's come here in the analytics, and here I can say first of all let's import the type. So here I can say import type from types, and it will be graph data. So here I can say export const get graph data is equal to async, and basically basically we should also mention the type. It will return, I can say, promise, and in promise I will say graph data array, so it will be array. So here now I can say arrow method, and here now I can return. We will do that, that's not the problem. So first of all, let's get the paid items. So it will be exact copy of this one, so I can just copy that, this one, get total revenue. So I can copy that and I can mention that here. So here we will have the first, we will have the paid orders. After that, here I can say const monthly revenue is equal to the, basically first let's define the type of it. So it will be a object, and in each object, so the key we will have the number, and the value will be also number, and default value is this one. So here I can say for const order of paid orders, and within that I can say const month is equal to order dot created at get month. We will get the month. Here I can say let revenue for order is equal to 0 by default, and after that I can also have another loop. I can say const item of order dot order items, and I can say revenue for order is equal to, basically I can say plus is equal to item dot product dot price. So it's the exact same thing, basically this thing, we did the same thing but with different methods. So I just want to show you the different stuff, so you can also have a look. You can also copy this one if you want. So here now I can say monthly revenue, and here I should pass the month is equal to monthly revenue, and I will pass the month if it exists, or I will say 0 plus revenue for order. So here after this looping, here I can say we will have the, basically the all the months and their data. So I can simply copy that, that's it, the names of all the months and then the total. It's just for the demo purpose. And here at the end I can basically return all the stuff. So here instead of this I can say monthly revenue, and that's it. So here error is gone and we have all the graph data. So it will be an array of this format. So now let's save that, and now let's come to the analytics API, and here basically I can say total revenue is equal to await get total revenue. So I can, here I will mention every function, and then I will have await get sales account. For stock account I will say await get stock account, and for graph data I can say await get graph data, and at the end I will return everything. I can return total revenue, this one I can say total. Why it's not giving me this suggestion? I can say total revenue, yes. I can say graph, let's change. I can say sales count, I can say stock count, and I can say graph data. Let's fix this count here as well, and that's it. So here we will have all the data. Let's save that. Now let's come to the admin page. Within the page, and here in the index admin, and then in the index.vue file. So first of all, let's add the flex. Here I can say class flex, and it will basically it will be flex column. So here I can say flex call, and if after that if I show you the design, so we will have the title and small description. So here I can paste that simple overview of your store, that's it. So here we will have the, we have already defined this variable heading. Maybe I need another tip. So this is how it will look like. We will add the heading and separator, and now let's save that and let's see how it is looking. If I save that and if I come here, this is how it will look like. After this div, basically after this separator, if you see we have basically three these items. So that's why we will have the grid. So here after the separator I can define the grid, and the grid columns are 3. And now let's define the each card one by one. So maybe before, because we will be showing the data, so we can also import the recently created API data. So here I can say const is equal to await use fetch, and here I can say API admin, and then here I will say analytics. And one thing I want to add here, the lazy should be true. Here I can pass the data, I can say data, and here I can pass the status. So in data I will have each and everything. So here after the grid item I will have for card for total revenue. So I can simply paste that here. Now obviously it will say unknown. So here I can, for now I can simply say any. So we are good to go, and that error will be gone because we know we have this total revenue item in the analytics, which we can see here. So we have this total revenue. So just remember that this should be same. So that's why I can copy that, paste that basically here and here. Now we will have here the total revenue. If I save that and let's see how it will look like. So here this is how it will look like, and here we can see the price total revenue for our basically our store. So after that we will have another item for which is very basically for the sales. We can look into that. So I can simply copy that, this one, the above one, and here obviously instead of total revenue I can say sales, and in case of card it will be credit card. And if I save that, so instead of total revenue it will be sales count, sales count, sales count. Sorry about this background noise. So now just instead of, obviously we don't need to format that, so I will cut that, I will save that, and here I will have the plus sign. So if I save that, and if I see, this how it will look like. The next one is basically the products in stock, so I can copy this one again, and here in heading I can say products in stock, and the card will be basically icon, sorry, it will be package, and here I can say what's the name, sorry, so I can say stock count. I can copy this one from the API, and if I come back here, so instead of sales count I can say stock count, here I can say stock count. If I save that, and let's see, so this is how it will look like. Obviously I have to remove this, so this is how it will look like. Even I can see the products if it's working correctly or not. If I go to the products, so if we see is archived is false, is archived is true here, so product for product 3, and also for product 1 as well. So that's why we have product 4 and product 2, so it means we have 2 items. So let's change basically this product 1 to basically as available, so I can set this is archived to false, and then we will see basically our product in stock count is working or not. So let's this false, set this to false, and let's save changes. This is now false, and now if I go to the analytics page, yes, now we have 3. So now let's create this dashboard, and for the dashboard in starter template I totally forgot to install this library, so please install this library, and please keep in mind if you are using the yarn, then here you have to use the yarn. If you are using the pnpm, then you have to use here pnpm. So I already installed that, and you should basically you just have to copy this command and install that in our project. Here you can stop that and then install that. Now the next step will be basically we can create that our own. So I can come here, so here I can create the component. Within the components, root of the components I can call our view, and here let's create the base component. I can say v base, and here we have the base component. Here basically we will pass the props, and it will be only graph data, so I can let's import the type, and here I can say from types, and it will be graph data, and then we will have the props, so I can say define props, and it will be object, and here I can say data, and it will be a graph data array. So here I can say graph data array, and here we can add the brackets, and that array is gone. Now let's import some stuff from this. Basically I can come here xy container. Basically we need this, although they are not mentioning, we have to import these x y axis, all that stuff, so I can import that. I can paste that here. We need this axis, this stacked bar, and this xy container. So now I can use that here. Basically first of all I can say xy container, and here as well, and now I can pass the data, different data. First of all the height should be, I can say height is equal to, it should be 500 pixel, and the margin I can say margin is equal to, here we will have another basically not this one, like this. And now I can pass the data as well. I can say data is equal to data, and now here we can use the other stuff. So for in case of stack bar, it will look like this. Basically we will pass the x data, we will pass the basically y data. In y we will have the total, and in basically x we will have the total complete object. Then we are passing the basically the colors. Then we are saying how much it should be rounded, and the padding, bar padding. Then we will have the axis, so we will have 2 axes. First one is x, then here basically we are passing the number of ticks, it will be total number of length. Then we will have the format, then we will have the grid line, then we will have the thick line, and then we will have the color. You can basically read all the documentation here if you want to explore. Basically we will be using that. If you want to explore, they have a lot of details in the gallery and all that, so I don't want to spend time here. Then we will have another axis which will be y axis, and here we will have the different stuff. Now if I save that, and now let's come to the admin. Maybe you can see that if you want to copy this. So now let's come to the admin page, and here I can import that. So obviously it will also be a card, but it will be after, keep in mind it will be after this grid, and it will be here. So here instead of products in stock, first of all let's remove all these classes. Here I can say class full, yes, w full, and here instead of products in stock I can say overview, and after the card header we will not have any icon here, so it will be only title. And also let's remove these classes, and here in card content I I only want to add some padding, so here I can say class PL should be 2, and here I can use that overview, so I can say overview, and here I can pass the data. I can say data is equal to data dot graph revenue. So maybe I can copy that what exactly we used here. Okay, not here in the analytics API, so it's graph data, and now not here in the index, and I can pass the data dot graph data, and it should be if it exists, and here I can also say v if data dot graph data. Let's save that and let's see if it's working or not. I think I have to refresh. Yes, we have the graph now. So as all of the our sales are in the November, because that's where I'm creating that, so that's why if you see we have this bar here. So we are done with the admin page and dashboard page. I'm really sorry about this background noise. I don't know where these bikes are coming. So now let's fix the after the admin page. I was fixing this local storage issue. And by the way, can you just guess how much time it took me to fix this issue? It took me around 30 minutes to fix this issue, and can you believe it? It was such a simple thing. It's the spelling mistake. If you see here, basically I copied this code. So here we have the card storage, and basically, but here whenever we are adding that, it's the YouTube. So I was missing that, and that's why it was happening, and our items were basically not getting stored. So that's what happened. So by the way, why basically, although I debugged that, I was then after debugging that, I tried different method, but still I was getting the null. Now if I save that, now we have the items. Even I refresh that, we still have 2 items, and if I go here, I still have that. And by the way, why it took me so much time? Because I was debugging but still facing the error. Maybe you can also expect that when I was in the local storage, and here basically I was just filtering cards, the storage, so I was not looking at the complete name here, this one. So that's why it took me so much time. So we are done with the this stuff as well. So we are done with the overall application. So please let me know your feedback if you think something was missing or where at some level I can improve. And till next video, bye bye.